testing our app on Friday. That is going to be the first testing phase to try to make it better. But after, we shall be back here in Makerere because you have welcomed us many times. We shall be back here to work with you, to test it with you, and to make sure that you know the number and how to use this debunk bot. So you can use the debunk bot, ask fact checkers, but also Google has understood the problem of disinformation and false information. They have tools that you can use to fact check, like the Google Fact Check Explorer. There is another one called the Claim Buster. You can look through those tools. I cannot explain how you use them here, but in case we conduct a masterclass very soon, which we are planning to conduct here at Makerere, you can come join in and we can talk about this thing. Establish the credibility of the source. Where is this information coming from? There are some sources that we know predominantly spread false information, as fact checkers at least we do. But there are those that are credible. So just look at the credibility of the person who's disseminating this information. Is he someone you can trust, or are they people who are doing stereotypes and things like that? Assess the context of the claim. What was the context about? You as a human being, you can know to follow the patterns. Has this story been published somewhere? And things like that. You also separate facts from opinions. What do I mean by this? As fact checkers, we do not fact check people's opinions. So if someone has an opinion and says, for example, in my opinion, I think Manchester United will win the Premier League this season. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. I cannot fact check it, right? But if I say Manchester United won the Premier League in 2010, you can go back and fact check that, because that there is data that you can put to it. But in an opinion, we cannot fact check anybody's opinion. Then lastly, we can fact check or consult experts in those fields. So in case there is an expert, for example, if it's a claim is about health, we look out for a doctor. If the claim is about, let me say, the economy, we recently fact-checked Mr. President, who was saying Uganda is a middle-income country. And we were able to go look for those experts, and they gave us the right information, and we realized we are not yet there, at least. So the tools you can use, and by the way, Bella has got a QR code there. There's a poster. You can just scan it and get all this information that I'm giving you, the tools, and how to fact-check AI-generated content. Bella is that lady right there. So the tools that we can use for those who are noting down is there's a tool called Long-Shot AI. We use it in fact-checking AI images. Fabula, it's also there. There is a tool called Logically. There is Midan Check. It is mainly dealing on AI content. Wolfram, Grover, Sensity AI, CrowdTango, Spike. All these are tools that we use. They are like sites, so you can just put in and they will give you that site that you can go to. There is Feme, it is Pheme, and then there is the Factual. SiteHound, this one is used in detecting deep fakes. These days there is also something that is going on, and of course it's through AI. We have now deep fakes. So you can fact check a deep fake image or video using SiteHound. ClaimBuster, this one is used in fact checking news articles. And then the InVid tool, this one is common. It is used to determine the inconsistencies in a video. So in case you have a video and maybe they are saying that this video is from Somalia, yet it was made in Uganda, you can fact check using this InVid tool, or you can actually use other many tools that are there. Just go in your Google, look for tools that we can use to fact check, and you'll be able to fight this particular challenge. So lastly, thank you so much. Thank you to the French Embassy and to the organizers of this event for highlighting what the bank is doing. And the problem of disinformation, misinformation, and false information is growing. It is there. And it's a problem that we are grappling with each and every day. So I believe we can use AI to positively fact-check information to ensure that at the end of the day, there's credibility of news, there's credibility in journalism of today, because many people are not being credible. We are doing gossip. So with fact-checking, there is credibility, and we can harness AI to our advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and it was a privilege to speak to you today. Okay, sir.
Give Edgar another round of applause. At one point, when Edgar was presenting, everybody was so quiet. He had your attention I could almost hear a pin drop if somebody dropped a pin, which means you are so much interested in what he was talking, and therefore I think you have some questions to him. I'm going to ask about 5 people to ask. Put your hands, tell us where you are from, just one question or two, and be very precise and concise without making a lot of statements. In fact, I'm going to start with a question for my own, because he talked about machine learning. What does that mean? And, you know, if the people behind the computers are honing their skills, does that mean that the computers are going to be super intelligent? Will they even get emotions? Will they be sentient? What happens? Because for me, that scares me a little. Okay, I'm going to leave you here. I'm going to sit there and maybe pick about 5 questions. Can we have a microphone go around, please? Okay, we have a gentleman right in front here. Your name and be precise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgar. My name is Sozi Timothy, and I'm from Chambogo University. So the question is, don't you think artificial intelligence is affecting the field of research and creativeness?
Creativity.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oliver Nassif, good speaker, IUIU. You say that you have managed to train about 200 students. Now, my question is, how do you apply for this training and what is required?
Okay. Yes, our sister from Kenya, Ms. Omondi.
Yes. My name is Roslyn. I'm from Kenya. Edgar, I've got 2 questions for you.
Yes, please.
Mostly because you said that you target students and journalists. These are the 2 groups, and I would add researchers. These are the 2 groups that AI is actually affecting their work. Because ChatGPT, for example, if you told it create an article for the paper right now, it will do it. So I've got 2 questions. How do you fact check ChatGPT, for example? And therefore, what impact does ChatGPT have on fact checking? Like, how do you check, how does it check itself, basically?
Okay, I'm going to take 2 more, and if Edgar can, maybe we'll take another round of, we have somebody at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Victor Osuta from MOOC. My question is, prospectively, we have a feeling that AI is going to be a counterfeit to some professions, like teaching and so on. In your own view, do you think it is true or not that some professions are going to be replaced, or AI is going to be a counterfeit to them? Thank you.
All right, the very last, if we have, yes.
Good morning. My name is Ambrose. Thank you, Edgar. My question is, how does that AI fact check inconsistencies? Let me say Daily Monitor has reported that maybe 150 people have died. New Vision says there are 100. Observer says there are 90. So how does it fact check that? Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, Edgar,
All right.
take it from there.
Thank you so much for your questions. Let me start with Mr. Patrick Kamara. He talked about machine learning. How does it do this? So a machine is programmed and it is fed with a lot of data. So it starts to interpret that data on its own. So after interpreting that data, it turns it into what we call information. So information is what you can understand or comprehend. So with the data that has been fed it starts to program, understand this data, understand what you're talking about according to the question maybe you're asking, and according to the data that has been fed into it, it bases on that data to inform the response that it gives you. That's why I've told you that sometimes it is not always common that all the information that that machine will give you will be accurate, but it will link up with that data that it has been fed with to try to make sense of it. So in case you ask, for example, where is Amin today? If you ask ChatGPT, it may show you that Amin is actually alive. Or sometimes it can even add and bring in some other words of it, because I've asked it and it first showed me that yes, Amin was president between 1971 to 1978. But when you ask it again, then it brings you a story of Kakwenza Rukirabaseija 2000. So sometimes it does not really make sense. So it is fed and fed and fed with enough data until it reaches a point when it can make, it has a lot of information to make an informed decision, which is something that is going to be tedious a task. That's why I said in the first place that this AI, for it to be important, it has to have a mind of a human being behind it. So I think I've answered your question, sir.
Okay. Emotions?
Emotion? That's what I told you, that this thing does not have emotion, and that's where we come in as the brains. It can only program data. It cannot feel, it cannot think like you as a human being. A human being has the ability to think about 15 things at the same moment. It can do that, but it cannot interpret it as a human mind can do it. So at the end of the day, there are no emotions in AI. The other is, don't you think it's affecting credibility? Definitely, yes, it is. The credibility of some professionals. These days, people write applications, but they use Quillbot, they use ChatGPT, and sometimes you can even understand this language. The computer language is not very difficult to miss out, so you can understand that computer language. So it is affecting credibility, and there's nothing you can do about it. But the thing is, what I think is, as you, an individual, use this AI to your own advantage. If you think that you can maybe learn from it. You think you can program it to do something better, do that. But at the end of the day, you are the mind, and it will affect your credibility, but it will also give you an added advantage at the end of the day, because there are some things that these machines are doing that we cannot do. Creating movie posters, I think you've seen some of those that have different artworks. So they can create things that are appealing to the eye. So there's loss of credibility, but you can use it to your advantage. The gentleman from IU asked about the trainings, what is required. So first, it was us who handpicked various universities. Since this thing is something that not many people knew, fact-checking, so we picked different universities, went to them, told them about what we do, and we started training their students. We're also coming back, starting, I think, November until next year. We're coming back to the universities to train. So IU can be on our bucket list, and we shall be there because we did not come. How do you fact-check ChatGPT? So that's what I said, the mind, you are the mind behind this ChatGPT. It gives you information, you interpret it. ChatGPT on its own cannot fact-check. All it can do is that in case there is a claim that has been fed in that database, it can give you the fact-check. But it cannot go and start explaining to you that Uganda is not a middle-income country because of this and this reason. No. What it will say is that a claim was made that Uganda is now a middle-income country. This is the fact check that was made by the bank. So it's just a portal that connects you. So ChatGPT cannot fact check, or any other AI tool. It's us who are behind it, who program it, and who give it meaning at the end of the day. Counterfeit to professionals? Definitely yes, because if someone can answer their email while they are sleeping, there's a red flag there. So as professionals, I think we can involve ourselves or indulge ourselves in researching about this content, researching about AI, educating ourselves, and using it positively. But if we let it be, I think in the future, 50 years from now, it can be doing it because people are having machines in China doing things, hosting, doing waiting, or things like that. So I think it's going to affect the professionals, but at the end of the day, if you use it to your advantage, you can gain from it rather than it taking away from you. And how AI fact checks inconsistencies. You talked about that, Mr. Ambrose Muganga. First of all, as I told you, and I think these questions are really related, it will detect a claim according to the debunk app. It will detect those claims. For example, Daily Monitor said 500 people, this happened to them. So it will say there is this claim that has been made. So it's you who's going to go back, research about that issue, ask the people on ground, ask the experts, they give you the right number, then you can publish a fact check. And of course, now what our AI will do, it will send back the fact check to you who asked Ambrose, and it will tell you that Daily Monitor was accurate because this is the number of people that did this and this. So I think at the end of the day, we shall use it to our own advantage, but it's really a platform. And no need to worry so much that AI is taking our jobs. They will take our jobs if we continue sleeping. But if we also trying to mutate and change according to what is happening, I think we can beat AI, or we can use it to our advantage. Thank you so much.
Okay, a round of applause to Edgar Karuhanga from the bank. Thank you so much. I can imagine that's a topic that will continue to come around and will continue to evolve. Let me get my program, and then I can be able to invite the panel and the moderator to take us to the next session. All right, thank you so much. This is what we're going to do. Before we go into another session, understand break is ready. So like we did yesterday, there are 2 serving areas. There's one right behind this auditorium and another on the next level. So please, let's use about 20 minutes, have some break, cup of coffee or tea. And when we come back, that's when we shall go into the session of East Africa as part of the Indo-Pacific Theater that will be moderated by Constantine. Constantine, when I invite him, he will be able to invite the panelists who will take their position. It's time for us to have a break, a tea break. Let's use about 20 minutes to do that, and then we can come back. Our break tea is ready. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
My sugar is gone. I'm lonely every day.
As you take your breakfast, please don't leave your precious phones and laptops under the chair because we will not have security guarantee over them, right? So just pick them up as you go.
me. It's true that I play a dangerous game with your heart, but now I see that I realize that you were the one for me. Whoa, for you, and just say the crime is mine. There were only words of love meant for me. Ooh, you had enough of my love, baby. From my heart, ain't you had enough of me? Ain't you had enough of me? Ain't you had enough love, baby? The time has come in my life for me to move on and get on with my life. Oh, but I don't regret, no, every precious moment that we spent. They were well spent. Oh, girl, yes, they were. Yes, they were. Don't be sad, don't be blue. You have your whole life ahead of you. Love was here, now it's gone. So it's time you keep moving on. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Easy come, easy go. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Some good things come to an end.
You know, it seems as though our time has come to move on and go our separate ways. Since we're not gonna be lovers anymore, well, let's just be friends.
Let's sing it together. I've been kissed, I've been missed, never knew love like this. I never knew love like this. I never knew love like this. Oh, to me is you. Nothing else. Oh, to me is you. Tell me, please, fairy tales, they don't come true. I dream of only being with you. Family and friends try to make us apart, but they don't know that you stole my heart. Don't you know I want to be? I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Want to be? Tell me something, baby. Do you feel the same way too? You know what? I wanna be with you. You know so baby, won't you please tell me you still care for me? No, nothing else. I wanna be you. You've got that look in your eyes, and I've got plans for two. Though you're the kind of girl who likes to take her time with love, I'd gladly wait forever for you. But in the middle of the night, I know something ain't right. We've got something special, girl. Let's give it a try. One night of touching, you and me, one-on-one. 2 nights of trust, that's gonna be so much fun. 3 nights of hugging, what it makes, you know it makes 1 night of love. Oh, but in the middle of the night, I know something ain't right. We got something special, girl. Let's give love a try.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning once again and welcome back from that break. So we're going to continue with a session on East Africa as part of the Indo-Pacific theater. I think it is going to be an exciting discussion. I can already see men and women of substance who are going, I'm sure, to do justice on this topic. Allow me now to invite the moderator for this session. He is the Policy Advisor, German Armed Forces and Civil Affairs, Colonel Adler Stiftung Headquarters in Germany, Konstantin Krome. Can we welcome him with a round of applause? Konstantin, please. Okay, he has already invited his panel. He will introduce them when they're here. All right, that's very good.
Morning too, yes.
Dear Excellencies, representatives, colleagues, and students of Makerere University, Massouse Moutien, I hope I said it correctly. I'd like to welcome all guests in our online community to the first panel of the second day here at the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, titled East Africa as part of the Indo-Pacific Theatre. My name is Konstantin Krome. I'm a policy advisor for German Armed Forces and Civil Affairs at the Berlin headquarters of Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And I will guide you, I have the pleasure to guide you through this session. The key megatrend shaping the international order of tomorrow, already today, is US-Chinese competition. In their struggle for hegemony, the Indo-Pacific has emerged as the key arena for power politics, with East Africa forming the rim area of this potential theatre. For both China and the US, East Africa is of high geopolitical and geo-economical relevance. China is advancing as an influential financier, contractor and trade partner for the East African community and pursues both commercial and military interests with its Maritime Belt and Road Initiative and quest for military dominance. The US and its allies have viewed the region for a long time through the lens of non-traditional security threats, particularly terrorism and piracy, but are increasingly shifting their attention to deterrence and power projection. Lastly, the expansion of Gulf and Middle Eastern security space into the region brings in new actors with their own agendas. How does this look like in practice? Well, we can observe military presence transforming from temporary engagements into a build-up and extension of permanent military bases, facilities, and logistics hubs, pointing to a longer-term strategy and regional commitment being pursued by middle, regional, and also great powers. Overall, because of their overlap and interlinkage, external security engagements create a complex and increasingly unstable environment or, quote, crowded international security politics in the region. It is therefore safe to say that East Africa is gaining geopolitical significance as a distinct sub-region of the larger Indo-Pacific, with the main actors competing for influence and attention among East African states. The main questions for this panel, therefore, are: how do these developments affect politics in East Africa? How do region-level actors situate themselves in this global power race? And which risks and opportunities for East African states are associated with these new geopolitics? To discuss these questions, I would like to warmly welcome our distinguished panelists that are assembled here with me today. I would like to begin with our Ugandan panelist, Mr. Ahmed Haji. He's an adjunct senior policy and strategic studies in Uganda. Furthermore, he is the president and provost of the Lincoln Institute of Diplomacy and International Relations. Please welcome Mr. Ahmed Haji. I'd like to extend my welcome to Mohamed Abdullahi Douale from Somaliland. He is the Director General of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Previously, he served in the same role at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Welcome, Mohamed. Furthermore, there is Abdullahi Hamoud Mohammed from Somalia, Executive Director at the Management Institute National Development, MIND. From 2017 to 2020, he served as State Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Somalia. Welcome, Abdullahi. And last but not least, we have Mohamed Abdul York and the UN representation who hold a brief highlighting their perspective. All right, then
acquisition of land for or a lot of interest within that particular route, and that route actually having quite a lot of significant economics, but also security kind of interest for the East African, but then the stretch of the entire Red Sea arena. This is an area that has almost like 30% of the global shipping. Everything from oil, approximately 30 million barrels of oil use the same route from Mombasa, stretching via the two main choke points, Bab el-Mandeb and the Suez Canal, and of course the other connection, the other side on the Strait of Hormuz. It's a very key strategic area. So what we see is over 11 countries have military bases, and of course the latest being the Barbara in Somaliland. Here alone has actually about 2 naval or strategic military bases on that particular region. You know, the war definitely is also another factor that we saw. Many countries actually, the proliferation of you know, the rivalries actually by the non-traditional actors, because back then it was the Western act in that particular area. You know, a loss of close about 6 between that Somalia stretch connecting into the very many actually setting up most of these military bases as a way of more like a counter-piracy kind of operations. But for strategic reasons, of course, many would argue that they are there for combat readiness, there to some key counter-violent extremism or counter-terrorism kind of operations, say in Somalia or in other areas, because they are military to hoover the drones strategically to secure. But what we see is some of these countries, because the other and you can see these strategic calculations on how they are, you know, acquiring key strategic ports that are not just for logistical commercial, but then they're eventually turning into naval bases. And the AU has no clear, coherent, and unified approach on how to deal with that, because we are seeing more of a second colonial or neo-colonial attempt that comes in, you know, in a way that is not even checked and cannot have a broader consensus within the African Union. But even the countries within themselves don't seem to really have a clear understanding how they're going to be dealing with foreign presence in this particular area. And I think for me, one thing that I want to highlight is this is a very strategic stretch that almost 700 billion annually trade, you know, moves within these strategic waters. So what we see is we see a second wave or a second coming in as far as waterways colonialism, so to speak, for lack of a better word. So the Indo-Pacific stretch is a very key strategic stretch, and with China China's presence around 2008 really sends us all sorts of mixed signals. And what is the position of Africa? So these are very, seem to really be governments of the people, increasingly becoming governments of the outsiders, either the non-traditional Gulf players or the traditional, global power competitors. So, I mean, these are some of the contentions that we're seeing in this region, that if you either agree with their strategic, defense or security kind of agendas, or tomorrow you're not in government. And there's a correlation between continuity of instability and insecurity vis-a-vis whoever is actually projecting their narrative or whoever is signing up to their interests.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ahmed, especially for, why don't we give a round of applause first. Thank you very much, Ahmed, for again also explaining the historical genesis of how foreign security engagements in East Africa, at the Horn of Africa, have developed over time. I think this also through this session, and mentioned that the countries at the Horn, that they, I think you said they don't have a clear vision or clear strategy for how to handle global powers meddling increasingly in their national national interests. And I would like actually to pass this question on to Mohamed Abdullahi Douale, and would like to kindly invite him to hold his presentation.
Thank you very much, Constantino. And it's a great honor and privilege to be in this memorial, and it's also a great honor to be part of this panel. I think my colleague, my brother Ahmed, has highlighted one of the main points that I've already prepared, but I would like to, for the benefit of the students, to provide a brief overview when we are on Pacific. In the Pacific, when we are talking about two interlinked oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and also that stretch from the east coast of Africa to the west coast of all the way to America. This vast maritime and trading zone has long allowed with the world's largest powers, like the United States and China, to increase and transfer both their economic and ideological influence in the region, while other countries like Japan, India, France, and United Kingdom, and Netherlands and Australia have deployed policies to promote their reach in this region. For decades, the Indo-Pacific region has served as an arena of geopolitical competition for many global players. This competition has further been inspired by the technological advancement in security, trade, and dynamic regional shifts and alliances. This all reflected in initiatives like the Belt and Road initiatives, the quadrilateral security dialogue, which the United States, India, and Australia are all members. In the Pacific region also, it's important to note that has a major economic significance, as the countries in this region particularly provide the trade accounts almost 50% of global trade and GDP. However, there are emerging risks and opportunities in the region that will influence existing trade interdependence and rivalries among world powers that rely on the Pacific, particularly as I'm from the Minister of Environment Climate Change. Climate change impacts foreign military and naval-based expansions, port developments, and ever-shifting power dynamics are also one of the will continue to further influence power sharing in the region. However, it's also important to highlight that the role of emerging African countries, particularly countries in East Africa, in the Indo-Pacific region, a great more complex situation in an already dynamic region. So I will try to very brief what are the intensifying strategic competition between those countries, particularly the United States and China, having more the implications and the negative impact that they're having in this part of the region that we live. One of the first points I would like to highlight will be when you pull regional states, particularly in powerful countries like the United States and China, you are inviting a political vacuum that many countries in this part of the region cannot contain whatever the consequence or the outcome will be. Particularly, the competition of infrastructure projects is quite visible in this part of the world, particularly in Kenya, in also Djibouti. So you can see how these countries are competing. It's also important to highlight that in terms of the institutions,
alignment choices in this region, and you have named a couple of countries and also went through, also elaborated on the Somaliland perspective, saying that especially to highlight the 2020 establishment of relations with Taiwan and this more pro-Western alignment choice. From what I understand, there are also countries where the alignment choice is less overt, where you have a less clear direction in which bilateral relations are going. And then lastly, also, of course, the you worrying that there might be a proxy power play in the region, because there are so relations and the web of alignments is getting so complex and multifaceted that it's really difficult to disentangle who is with whom. So thank you very much for that contribution. I would like now to yield the floor to Abdullahi Hamoud Mohammed and kindly ask him to hold his presentation.
Is it on? It's on, it's on. Good morning, Constantine. Thank you. Let me first start with thanking our hosts and organizers for convening this very important conference, the 6th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, specifically our partners, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Makerere University and its students, the UN Women, French Embassy, the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs, and Alliance Française de Kampala. Because we have a large audience of students, if you allow me, Constantine, I would like to start with an overview context of why is Indo-Pacific so important. I have 5 points for that. And then I want to ask ourselves, what are the benefits for Indo-Pacific theater for East African countries, which I will highlight 5 points. And then I'll go into my conclusion with next steps. What do East African countries need to do for this increased tensions in the Indo-Pacific? Traditionally, the Indo-Pacific term refers to the vast region, as been mentioned before, encompassing the Indian Ocean and Western and Central Pacific Ocean, and is often used in a geopolitical and a strategic context, highlighting the interconnectedness of the Indian and the Pacific Oceans and the major powers that have interests in the region. In recent years, Constantine, you mentioned, though East Africa is geographically located on the eastern coast of the African continent, it has increasingly been considered as part of the broader Indo-Pacific theater. This expanded view of the Indo-Pacific recognizes the significant maritime and strategic linkages between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. East Africa and Indo-Pacific geopolitics have become increasingly interlinked due to several factors, including economic growth, strategic location, and geopolitical competition among major powers, mainly the USA and China, but also includes countries like Australia, Japan, India, South Korea, and even the EU powers, France, UK, Germany, and the Netherlands. So the number one is economic importance. Why is it so important? Both East Africa and the Pacific region are witnessing a rapid economic growth and emerging as significant global hubs. East African countries such as Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia are experiencing substantial infrastructure development, attracting foreign investment, and becoming important trade partners. Similarly, the Indo-Pacific region, which includes countries like India, China, Japan, and Australia, hold major economic potential due to its large consumer markets, manufacturing capabilities, and access to trade routes. Number 2, resource wealth. Both East Africa and Indo-Pacific regions are rich in natural resources. East Africa has significant deposits of minerals, including oil, gas, gold, copper, coal, and fisheries. The Indo-Pacific region as well is known for its abundant reserves of fossil fuels, rare earth minerals, and as well as fisheries. This is a very important point. The exploitation and control of these resources have geopolitical implications as they attract the interest of major powers and may lead to disputes over ownership and access. Number 3, geostrategic significance. Both regions occupy vital geopolitical positions. East Africa, especially Somalia, and when I say Somalia, I mean all the Somali coast, making it crucial maritime for global trade. Numerous straits and choke points, including the Strait of Hormuz, Malacca Strait, and South China Sea, carries immense strategic importance due to its role in international maritime trade and energy transportation. Number 4, geopolitical competition. East Africa and Indo-Pacific regions have become arenas for geopolitical competition among major powers. China has been heavily involved in East African infrastructure projects as part of its Belt and Road Initiative. This has raised concerns among other powers, including the States and India, leading to increased engagement and competition. In the Indo-Pacific, there's a growing competition between China and the United States for influence, particularly in the South China Sea, where territorial disputes and freedom of navigation issues have heightened tensions. Security concerns. Both regions face security challenges that impact their geopoliticals. East Africa has grappled with issues such as piracy of the coast of Somalia, which now have subsided, terrorism, and regional conflicts and instability. In the Pacific, territorial disputes such as those involving the South China Sea have raised concerns about potential military escalations and disruption to maritime trade routes. So having seen what the overview is, what is the benefit for East African to be part of the trade Pacific and can benefit the Indo-Pacific trade? East Africa, with its strategic location along the Indian Ocean, can leverage its geographical advantage to tap into this increasing trade volume and enhance its economic development. East Africa has the potential to benefit from Indo-Pacific trade in several ways. Number 1, trade and investment opportunities. East African countries can explore new trade and investment opportunities with Indo-Pacific nations. The region's growing middle consumer demand presents a market for infrastructure development, including ports, railways, to facilitate trade and connectivity. East African nations can collaborate with Indo-Pacific countries to develop port facilities, logistic hubs, and transportation networks, which can enhance trade capabilities and make them attractive for transshipment and regional trade. Number 3, maritime security cooperation. Enhanced trade in the region necessitates a secure maritime routes and environment. East African countries can collaborate with Indo-Pacific nations to strengthen maritime security, combat piracy, and ensure the safety of the sea routes. The participating in joint maritime exercises, information sharing, and capacity building initiatives, East Africa can contribute to a secure and stable maritime environment, which will benefit trade and economic activities in the region. Number 4, blue economy development. Both regions are rich in marine resources and offer significant potential for the development of the blue economy. East African countries can collaborate with Indo-Pacific countries to leverage their expertise in areas such as fishery, aquaculture, marine renewable energy, and ocean research. By promoting sustainable and responsible utilization of marine resources, East Africa again can tap into the blue economy and enhance economic growth. Number 5, regional integration, and this is a must. East African countries can enhance regional integration efforts to strengthen trade ties with Indo-Pacific regions. Organizations such as the East African Community, which Somalia is joining, being accepted and joining in November, and the Common Market of Eastern and Southern Africa can work towards harmonizing trade barriers and facilitating cross-border trade by promoting regional integration, East Africa can again create a larger market and attract more investment from Indo-Pacific countries and the superpowers vying for domination of the trade routes. What are my three points of recommendation? East African countries need to come up with a common strategy. I'm not advocating for a specific country. Now, actually, for East African countries to be successful on this arena, going solo is not, my opinion, is not the option. I think East African countries need to establish and set up a common strategy and common vision in order to take full advantage of investments and trade volume increases of the region. Number two, East African countries also need to strengthen their democratization and good governance processes. The degree of democratization within the region differs widely, and there's a strong need for rule and law and order-based society which guarantees copyright and protection of private investments. Number three, Somalia. Somalia has the potential to benefit from such investments, as it faces almost 3,000 and above kilometers of Indian Ocean, has the potential to benefit substantially and can take advantage for this. The war efforts that has been going on in Somalia now, which has been led by the president of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, fighting Al-Shabaab, has started bearing fruits. And now Somalia has liberated close to 500 kilometers of territories that previously been held by Al-Shabaab. And we are confident that that war will subside completely in terms of the security. And the second phase of the war, when it starts in Jubaland and southwest states, we are confident that that war will bring a lot of fruits to Somalia. We are confident. So Somalia as a country and the nations that are near Somalia, East African countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Somaliland, Djibouti, Uganda, will all benefit from stable regions where we are working as a one nation rather than actually going onto a separate context onto the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullahi. I would like to pick 3 points that stood out to me. First, you mentioned resources exploitation and the potential there. And yeah, maybe to just give you an example here, the ports of Mombasa, Djibouti, and Berbera are, for example, key for the export of rare earths that are needed for missile technology, satellite technology. So, of course, foreign external powers are very much interested to gain a foothold here. Then also the vital geopolitical position, again, to bring in maybe the military perspective a little bit more. So the maritime route, of course, does not only apply for cargo, but also for warships. Yeah, and so whoever controls the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden can very much limit forces' abilities to maneuver between different military theaters in a potential power transition conflict. Yeah? So imagine a scenario where the access to the Strait of Bab el-Mandab is cut off. That is a great leverage. Yeah? You can blackmail adversaries and make them sort of adjust to your own position. Yeah? And then lastly, your call and your plaidoyer for East African integration to streamline policy responses to the US-China and also other conflicts, other actors, and the call for a common strategy. Maybe that is something that we can discuss again later as well, and the other panelists would like to share their views on this point. Lastly, I would like to call on Mohammed Abdul Qadir Musa and kindly invite him to hold his presentation as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is a really honor and a big opportunity for me to be at the Makerere University. Thank you also, Connor, to invite me, and thank you, Alliance Française, and the URIS Institute Diplomatic Studies of Paris. I will not come back, the definition of Indo-Pacific, because my friends from Somalia and Somaliland and Uganda, they have already highlighted, the region of where is exactly located in the Pacific region. But I will just also add some information concerning, the geostrategic position. The Indian Ocean also is very vast. To extend and the Pacific region is very vast. To extend from the South Africa to eastern coast of Africa, and passing through the Middle East of Pakistan and the India. It is encompasses to the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, then to the south and passing through the Indonesia and down to Australia. Several states, and there is a varying size, But I will also add some information concerning, Indian Ocean maritime trade route are become the world's most important trade route in terms of volume. Nearly half of global container traffic, a third of cargo in bulk, and approximately 80 of maritime oil and the shipments across to the Indian Ocean. Additionally, more than 40% also of the world's offshore will come from Indian Ocean. Concerning, the great power rivalry in the Indo-Pacific region, African rules in this emerging geopolitical space is unclear. At most, Indo-Pacific strategy seems to sideline the continent. African countries are underprepared for this development, haven't yet publicly articulated a clear foreign policy strategy in response to it. The new sea space is significant for African long-term peace and security. But without a clear position on Indo-Pacific, the state and the continent could be trapped by the mechanization of great power competition. Any prolonged, discord and rivalry could disrupt, African existence effort to cooperate in the Indian Ocean. Concerning also the drive and the objective of great power competition in the Indo-Pacific theater, the Indo-Pacific system is defined in part, by the geographically extended interest and the reach of China and India. And the continuity strategy rules on the presence of United States in both of the Pacific and the Indian Oceans. The area is also characterized by fierce competition between the established and the emerging, great power, and the fears of increasing instability and the violence in this region. But second, and the primary concern for Africa is growing bilateral engagement relating to the Indo-Pacific threatening to disperse the continental unity. As African states increase their ties under to external countries, the continent must be avoided become, a theater of great power competition. This challenge, I think personally, should be tracked through a proactive and a collective approach to the countries pursuing Indo-Pacific vision, the Indo-Pacific Realms Association, EURA, which includes 9 African countries, and the Indian Ocean littoral. Concerning peace and security and diplomatic priority in East Africa, rivalry we see in the Indo-Pacific area is beginning experimented in the Red Sea, as well as twofold priority exists. First is geopolitical shifts, and is an opportunity more for than a threat of East African, because the new superpower is not and will be a partner to be traded, and therefore keep to open their economy and the foreign policy. Second, to avoid to competition and capturing the African countries to the decision maker in the Pacific forums could be a solution to set up a common rule and the share by global power and the other get all mutual benefit out of to the strategies here. However, policymakers and the government have granted increased additional attention to potential of blue economy these recent years, leading on to the development Africa Union Agenda 2050, integrated maritime strategy, and the Africa Union Blue Economy Strategy in 2019. And the other frameworks related to the continental and the regional, as well, the partnership for African development, developed its sustainable blue economy in 2019 also. Concerning my country, Djibouti has tried to approach that is working so far, promote a balance between the relationship and adopt a strong vision and the independent vision, reducing reliance on foreign funding, also address tension between these two foreign powers to avoid negative effects, turn the competition into peaceful coexistence and the maintaining of the partnership. Djibouti encouraged consultation and the cooperation between the IGAD countries through initiative on the RITSI IGAD, but in order to promote dialogue, cooperation, consultation to manage in the common interests in the region of IGAD. Djibouti also encouraged collaboration between IGAD and the countries bordering the RITSI, of which Djibouti, Somalia, Eritrea, and the Sudan are members also, IGAD members. As part of all its efforts, Djibouti also realized favor the respect to international law, in particular the Convention of the Law of the Sea. Now I think it will be good. We will take the question. We will stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mohammed, for outlining the Djibouti perspective. Again, I also found very striking your point that East Africa, in terms of a unified response, is unprepared to the power transition struggle in the Indo-Pacific. Before opening up the floor to you, to the auditorium, please allow me to raise the first question, and I would like to give it to Ahmed and kindly ask him for maybe the less practitioner's perspective, maybe a little bit more the academic perspective. So how are East African states balancing their partnerships with these multiple global powers in order to maximize both economic and security benefits while maintaining their sovereignty? We've learned that Djibouti, for instance, and Somaliland, they're handling it quite differently. Djibouti rather hedging, and Somaliland rather aligning clearly, overtly with Western powers. What determines this policy choice, and how can this, in the end, be streamlined?
Well, thank you very much. I think one of the things that I want to maybe share is the area we are talking about, like I did mention and most of my colleagues did mention, stretches from Mombasa up to the Mediterranean route. As I shared earlier, that this is a very important strategic route in as far as our future of trading. Nearly 30 to 40% of the global trade route happens on that particular waterway. From wheat to fertilizers to the goats that leave Somalia, nearly around 80% going to the Gulf region. Oil, literally like around 30 million barrels of oil. So if there is any strategic threat within that particular region, tomorrow you will not have fuel, enough fuel to go to school, you might not have enough fuel to get to your village. So that waterway is a very strategic waterway. And the countries that are within that particular waterway stretch from as far as Uganda has a strategic interest because we are very much of a landlocked country. The entire inland East Africa, approximately 70% or 80%, I would say clearly that around 92%, we rely on what comes, the transit goods and the resources that power our economy comes through the Indian Ocean. So these are very important strategic waterways. And it's very important to acknowledge that these particular waterways, there are lots of interest, as my colleagues have shared. Why? Because there are countries that have military bases. Djibouti, in a small country, a small space alone, has over 11 countries that are not African countries that have military bases in that particular country. And one of the challenges that Djibouti is facing is how to manage the tensions, either real or perceived tensions. For a case in point is Djibouti failed to manage the perceived tension between when Djibouti walked out of the agreement that it had with Dubai Port World, and Djibouti was taken to the international court. Then Djibouti gave that to China. Then that has never been resolved because the international court ruled that Djibouti should give back, that bit of land to Dubai and then go back to the deal. But if we conduct business, how do we conduct business? But if we look at countries like Djibouti, Somalia, and Somaliland, with the exception of Kenya and Tanzania, these are the countries don't have like an integrative sort of framework. They don't have a regional economic system. We have a REC system, a regional economic community system, which is the East African community, where we have council of presidents, we have council of ministers that sit at a given level, we can develop a common position. With the exception of Somalia, Somalia, of course, they are fast tracking. We might have Somalia eventually, they are meeting all the requisite requirements. Somalia might be an East African member. But Djibouti, Somaliland, and Eritrea that literally have a presence of key strategic location areas, the Bab el Mandeb, that doorway where all our goods move from Mombasa and then go through that doorway to connection to Mediterranean and then Pacific.
Right.
You have countries like Djibouti, Somaliland, and all these countries. They don't have a very clear framework of management. How are we balancing?
Ahmed, could you please come to your closing remarks?
Say that again?
Could you please come to your closing remarks?
Yes. How are we balancing? I think one of the challenges we're seeing is we try to use the AU framework, which in my view is actually also in one or the other influenced by the global powers, because most of the discussions that are related to setting the common rules are Western funded.
Right.
So in whose interest are we going to strike the balance? So you only strike the balance with those that you agree with bilaterally, but you cannot strike a balance within a common because there are already interests across the board.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Now I'd like to open up the floor for questions. Please rise, state your name, institution, a short, precise question, and I would also like to kindly ask the distinguished panelists for an equally concise answer so that we have many students and guests being able to raise a question. Maybe the lady here in the front, please. Do we have some mics? Excellent. There's a lady here in the third row.
Good morning to you all. I'm Jakisa Charity. My question is, why can't those African countries, their governments, have direct intervention?
The panelists, yeah, but you can keep the mic and you got the next question, okay? Maybe we can pass this to Abdullahi because he is not in a office capacity anymore, so he can answer more bluntly, more directly.
So, thank you for the questions. This is why can we have our own rather than relying on some other people. Obviously, it comes down to technology and resources to have the power that we need to be projecting as East African. Hence why I am advocating, instead of going as a nation, small nations, Djibouti, Somalia, Tanzania going into their own army, to have an East African front. Because we have, as my colleague here said, the longest coast coming from Tanzania all the way to the Red Sea, that's where this country is controlled. So we need to have a framework of an army that can defend, but also can act as in, they can go into agreement with the superpowers. So instead of now small Djibouti countries having 11, as has been mentioned, different countries having a base, what's going to happen is tomorrow, obviously they will want to, as my colleague from North Somalia said, you know, they will want the United States to establish a base in Berbera, and then it will move in towards Somalia and Kenya and Tanzania, and then obviously the whole East African front ocean will be awash of military bases that are not African. So we need to be thinking seriously about how we want to go about it. So hence why I, through IGAD, EAC, or COMESA, East African countries as a whole, they need to come together and think where the projected strategic world is going and have their own policies of security, trade, and the rest of it, so it can actually get into agreement with them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I can also come back to that question, because if I understood you correctly, you particularly also asked about resource extraction as a sort of, you know, post-colonial legacy, right? If I understood you correctly. Abdullahi, what is your take on that?
The resources.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Resource extraction.
Yeah.
And obviously, for resources to be extracted, what you need is the technology, you need the finance, and obviously, and as I said, on some of my recommendations included that we need to put our house in order first before we attract investment. That includes policies that protect copyright, investment for properties, and if someone from France or Germany or United States come to Somalia and invests $2, $3, $4 billion of infrastructure, they need to be secure that they will get their investments and profit back. So we need to be securing ourselves in terms of policies and stability of our own countries as well as the whole region. And that is very important.
Right, thank you very much. The mic was handed over quicker than I could look, so you have the next question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odaka Andrew Kagwa, a fourth-year student of Journalism and Communication here at Makerere University. My question goes to Mzee Mohamed Abdullahi Dwale. Uganda has a mean age of 16 years, and Africa as a continent has a mean age of 18 years. So you cannot ignore the role young people play in the Indo-Pacific issue. So my question is, how can young people possibly position themselves to take advantage of the opportunities that might come from the theater of conflict between China, the United States, and other actors of the world? Thank you very much.
Excuse me, I would actually prefer if, who is handling the mic here? Oh yeah, you are, right. Okay, excellent, yeah. Your response, yeah.
Thank you very much. Before going straight to your question, I would like to comment on my colleague Abdullahi, who has just raised a very interesting but also controversial issue. The issue of naval bases can be peaceful, depending on the cooperation between the hosting nation and the other nations that are coming. I think Djibouti is a great example. But I agree one thing, the issue of that East African, Horn of African countries like Djibouti, Somaliland, Somalia, Kenya can come together and can have a unified policy. There's no problem about that. So it's always to have a platform that you can engage and exchange ideas so that you can have a mutual understanding and common stand. That's for Abdullahi. Regarding my brother, his question regarding how can young people position themselves, particularly because of the almost 70% of East African countries are below 20 years old. I think that's the 1 million question. From the country I'm from, for the last 30 years, we had 5 presidents transferring power peacefully from one to other. That does not come easily. It's all about civil debate, engagements, but also, it's also true that many countries like Uganda, the generation of like your age are very active, and this university is a great example. But the question, how do we position ourselves, is there's no free cake in the world. It all depends on your efforts, it all depends on your commitment, it all depends also engaging with your government institutions,
Recording in
regional
progress.
platforms. I think one pleasant thing that my brother Ahmed had alluded was that East Africa has some sort of framework that they can engage with, because the East African community is a very interesting platform. You have a platform that you can provide and share with your ideas. Similarly, then there is also, we have IGAD, one of African countries. So it's all about engaging with your national institutions and regional institutions, and also in this era of internet, there's a debate and platform everywhere in the internet where you can present your ideas and also get some ideas from other countries in the world. I think it was 3 weeks ago, I was a part of an online panel by more than 51 countries that has been hosted by India. There's almost 21 countries from Africa, from young generation, who have been exchanging ideas, how they can cooperate on the fight against the climate change. It's one of the biggest threats that we in Africa, particularly in East Africa, face. So it's all about networking, sharing platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. All right, let me have a look. Maybe the lady in the jeans, I think it's a jeans. Yes, please. Can you please press the button once more? Or do we have an extra mic maybe?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Faith Mulunji and I host a breakfast show on Radio City 97 FM. My question is, we cannot deny the impact of colonialism and neo-colonialism. However, to what extent do we as African countries take responsibility for the lack of political will internally when it comes to us lacking bargaining power? And I'm talking about this in a sense of the fractions internally, the lack of infrastructure and systems. At what point, because we're going to have something like this and we're going to speak very amazing things, but to what extent do we own up and say that we need to do groundwork to make sure that we present ourselves on a much better front so that we can bargain better? Thank you.
Is there a speaker who would like to respond to this question? Ahmad, maybe?
I think one of yeah, that was a very good question. These are greater powers. They have interests. The Indo-Pacific area is literally the transit route for like strategic or critical minerals. These are minerals that you need to run any electrical appliance, technology or anything. So they will strategically position themselves on these waterways to secure their business interests or their economic interests or even their security interests. They're already big powers. They're ahead in terms of knowledge, in terms of technology. They already have a clear understanding of what they want. We cannot go there individually. If you look at most of the African or the East African countries that are stretching within the Indo-Pacific, I entirely agree with my colleague that we cannot go there individually. We have a role in terms of collective bargaining or collective negotiation. We need to have a collective position. And it's not something that we can do on our own. Now the challenge with that is if we go bilateral, if we go individually or in silos, chances are high that you're going to go for a deal that will not be of a benefit to the broader Africa. Because if you look at the ports or the naval installations, or where they are literally creating smaller islands of countries. A case in point is the war in Yemen. Strategically, after the President Ali Saleh was out, the UAE signed a deal of 90 years to have a port. Rumor has it that that whole stretch of Djibouti is literally not managed by Djibouti, but not controlled by Djibouti for the next like 8 years.
Maybe we should give our colleague
I think for me those are some of the things that we need to think about. I think we need to collectively engage, have an approach at IGAD level or at African Union level, because we failed to actually have a clear understanding in 2021, and I think that those are some of the challenges we need to, going forward, to look for a unified, coherent approach.
Thank you, Ahmed, and I would like to give the opportunity to respond.
Yes,
briefly,
thank you.
please.
Thank you, Minister. But that is very interesting question concerning the African position, especially foreign policy in most of our countries. We haven't, a common strategy concerning, like Indo-Pacific or other issue or regarding trade, concerning trade or common strategy. But right now, at the African Union, in 2019, we have already started to develop some strategy concerning, like, blue economy in 2019. And trying also to develop also the RISI strategy through IGAD. That you are right, we have to develop a common strategy in East Africa and also in all of Africa.
Thank you very much. I see a question here in the front. Sir, could you please be handed the microphone? Do we have extra mics, maybe, with our technicians?
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. We are at the periphery here, so sometimes it's a little difficult to be seen properly. But we are in. I thank you so much for picking me, and I thank the panelists for submitting. And mine is about just to historicize and then link it up to the Indo-Pacific agenda. Look, Africa has the longest coastlines if you look at, but you will never get any Africanness in the geography of determining names. Indian Ocean, it should have been African Ocean. Indian Ocean, that alone tells you how much we should exert our influence in the struggle of ensuring that we protect the wealth in Africa. Sometimes we take it for granted, but these names are serious. They are serious. Mediterranean Sea, you look around, and if you look all those explorers who determine names of places, these are not simple matters. And therefore, when you begin to talk about Indo-Pacific, the Africanness disappears in it. It disappears in it.
Sir, could you please also ask a question?
So for me, the issue is, one, the overall origins of strategic interests of the Horn of Africa is based mainly on one, economic and potentials. Two, look at the military postures of the West against Africa. If Djibouti alone can contain 11, then you know that what should African Union do? And this question goes to my friend Hamad. What should be the new strategic agenda of African Union as we move towards the 2063 vision to ensure that the entire continent has a clear perspective in terms of its economic strategy to ensure the wealth of the youth that we are talking about here can be realized? Because the youth are here. There are very many.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just a little bit confused which Mohammed, because we got 3 on the panel.
Oh, thank you. I think this is the 1 million question. And that's not the only question that sits on the table on the African Union. There are so many questions which African needs to tackle. But my simple recommendation will be, if you cannot come together and have a unified common policy, then you will always, someone will bring you and will detect you. So it's the interest, and it's my fervent hope that Africa, particularly the African Union, will be able to have a unified policy on this Indo-Pacific issue. Another challenge that are almost now coming back to Africa. You see how the conflict in Ukraine is very much affecting many African countries. You see how West African countries, there have been so many coups most recently. So I will always recommend, and it is for our interest and for African, and for every African citizen who is sitting here or any other place in Africa, that sooner or later we will have some sort of policy, common policy. So it's never too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this optimistic outlook. Let's hope it will all materialize that way. Maybe we can go a little bit in the back. The sir, yes. Yes, please. We need some mics again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For me, I'm not called, but I am Musana Jafar, author of the famous book called Silencing the Guns in Africa. My question or comment goes to my friend Ahmed Haj, long time. You talked about the RECs, regional economic communities, that the countries that are found in the Horn of Africa, Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia, you know, they can't come up with a unified regional economic community. So my question is, sometimes we've been reading books. Why can't those countries that are found in the Horn of Africa be called, like they come and join the East African community, you know, and we call it ESC, the Horn and ESC, you get? Such that we find ways
Sorry,
of...
could you please
I'm concluding, sir. I'm concluding. Okay. Such that we find ways of overcoming the challenges of the strategic water security. But also, on the other hand, you need to question the significance of regional economic communities in terms of, you know, advancing security. We've seen scenarios in some of the ECOWAS, West African countries, in Bamako, Mali, in Burkina Faso and others. You know, the ECOWAS has been there, but it has not, you know, worked so hard to abjure or to end the conflicts that are rising, you know, the coups. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I pass the floor to Ahmed for hopefully a brief
I think it's a comment. It's just a comment. So many countries have different monies, financial power, they have different diplomacy, they have different interests. it's within the interests of many of these global players, or many of these players, to deal with countries individually. So right now, there was 2-3 years ago, there was a tension between Somalia and Somaliland, because Somalia felt that Somaliland never had the right to get into an understanding with Dubai, for Dubai to set up its port and base in Berbera. And then eventually they will have an international airport, and Somalia was saying that it's illegal. So you can see already that Somalia and Somaliland have disagreements. Eritrea and Ethiopia have disagreements, and then Dubai has also entered into an understanding to set up a base in Assab. It's within the interests of some of these players not to allow these countries to come together and have a common framework, because it works for them. And that's why we collectively advocate for the idea of having a unified collective bargain or collective position, so that we can take advantage of the Indo-Pacific kind of engagement. Otherwise, we'll have proxy wars, like what you see right now in Sudan. It's basically because Russians went there in 2017. They hired that port to have some bit of military logistical presence there. They move in 2020. They agree that they will give Russia room to set up a base. Then just a few months later, then that's the war we are in today. So there is a connection between these big players not allowing another enemy to get closer, vis-a-vis what you see today in Sudan, the war that is in Sudan. But also we had proxy wars, proxy disagreements, where you saw countries like Somalia and other countries during the Qatar and Saudi blockade, they all took sides. What was very interesting was in Somalia, the federal districts or the federal states were for another country, and the central government was in another country. You can see these sort of proxy, how they mix up and disorganize the governance system to further their political interests. So we need to have a common agenda.
Agenda, this is something that we have heard a lot already today. You have just told us about one major obstacle, foreign powers sort of meddling, not wanting regional actors to get closer. So what's the way out? And maybe I can pass this question to Mohammed Abdul Qadir Musa. What do you think? So let me repeat the question. That we heard a lot about the need, the urge for a unified response, for streamlining national security or foreign policy agendas in general. Ahmed just said, well, there are foreign powers meddling, they do not want a streamlined, unified approach. How do we there? What is your proposal?
As I said, I think it is time for our region, also our continent, to develop, our common strategy concerning, to fight again no shift geopolitics around the world. So for that, I think it will be very interesting and important for all the African countries to add some strategy concerning to have their own foreign policy. Example like regional integration and common policy, force defense, and also how we can take benefit, their location more than more.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to speed up the process now a little bit, because we're already closing at the end of our session. I would now like to merge maybe 3 questions. So again, I would like to kindly ask you to refrain from making a statement, but please raise a very short, precise question, and then we merge 3 speakers at once. The gentleman here in the 3rd row. Sorry, the gentleman here in the 3rd row. Short question, please.
Well, yes, thank you so much. I'm Cyrus Kingsley Waga, student here. Finally. So we've had Mr. Mohammed Abdillahi Douale and Ahmed Adji tell us that we need a common agenda, and we need unified policy. Abdillahi said that there is no unified policy between East African countries and countries around the Indo-Pacific. And the big question is, how do we come up with a unified policy? And instead of just saying we need it, there is no, how can we come up with it?
Okay.
And what actually is the common agenda also?
Thank you very much. Next question. The sir here in the first row with the striped shirt.
Thank you. My name is Kandole Francis from Kiambogo University. When you look at the objectives of this Indo-Pacific theater, they are almost the same as the objectives of OAU, EAC, and IGAD, and other regional blocks. And in most cases, when this something comes, you find some Africans or African leaders are taking it to be like a diversionary issue from the African agendas. Now, and when you look at Africans, especially African countries, have not prioritized this, should we say that African presidents and other African countries are scared of such agendas when they come in, especially from the Western world, or if they are championed by the Western countries? Do we say that they are scared of it, or because when you listen to their speeches, they have not prioritized it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will close the questions now and maybe pass on. Who would like to respond to the final question? Yes, please. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. The key to your question lies engagement, talk, civil dialogue. That's why we are here today in this very esteemed hall at this historical university at Makerere. So it's all about that African countries need to engage, to talk, that civil society leaders take their role, that youth, like educated minds like you, take their role. So it's all about engaging and exchanging ideas. Then we will have a unified common policy. It's all about starting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last remark to Abdillahi Ahmed, please.
Thank you. Let me first start just clarifying a point. When I say the north of Somalia, I meant in a brotherly manner. I was never poking anything, so we need to move on. We're still in the same continent, we're still brothers and sisters. That's clarified. Where we are now and how can we have a common policy and common goals, I think it depends on realization of, do we want East African coast to become a fertile ground for big superpowers to fight? And as my brother said here, obviously what they tend to do is divide and conquer. And obviously now Somalia and Somaliland might be disputing, Berbera, and Djibouti and Eritrea might be disputing something else. And that is just to make you busy in yourselves rather than actually seeing the reality and facing you. So once we have that realization that this continent belongs to us, this area called East Africa belongs to us, when we have a new type of leadership coming through Africa now, and I'm glad that you see President of Rwanda or President of Kenya now in public forums speaking up and saying what we need to be having is Africa to be present in where international policy is made, encourages us and yourselves to be part of politicians, new breed of politicians. I was chatting yesterday with some of our friends. I mean, this analogy, it might make you laugh, but it is true. Men usually tend to, when they first go for their first date, they tend to sort of not be clear of what they want. But generally, the girls know what they want. So it hasn't, when the first date you go for your girlfriend, and then they've been asked, what is it you want from me? Men tend to sort of become blind, don't know what to do, don't know how to answer. What we need to be having a conversation, direct conversation. with the superpowers, with our friends Europeans, with our friends Americans, with our friends Chinese, what is it you want for me? How can we share the resources I have? I need your resources, your capabilities, your information technology, but I have the resources and the power to hold it. So we need to be having that conversation as a country. But before we do that, we need to be having a conversation within ourselves in East African countries, starting from Eritrea, Djibouti, Somaliland, Somalia, and so on and so forth, and being clear of how we want to approach this. And then we'll be getting somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullahi. Very interesting analogy and a very powerful statement to get engaged. Yeah. I would like to close this panel with a final round, with one final question I have prepared, and I would like to kindly ask you within 30 seconds. It's a 30-second answer. So, what is your projection for the region in the next 5 years? Will regional order be rather shaped by East African regionalism or get further entangled in the Indo-Pacific power struggle?
In the next 5 years, we're going to have so many entangles, we're going to have so many disagreements. We are in a very strategic moment where we literally have 30% of the global strategic minerals that are needed for solar, for electric vehicles, for military applications. They're all in the continent, and they will literally 70% of these strategic minerals will have to go through the same route we are discussing. Yeah. So if we don't have a common understanding of what are their interests, what is our interest that we need to project, if the EU does not clearly define the common rules, that even when as a country you're going to enter into a bilateral agreement to give away part of that strategic waterway for the next 30 years, what are those key issues you need to avoid to make sure that you don't have, the ungoverned Africa, or you don't create another foreign country in Africa. Right. So we need those common rules. But where we're going in the next 5 years, if we don't have a collective voice, a unified voice, if we don't invest in understanding them as they've invested in understanding us, if we don't have a clear understanding among each other, then we are likely to have a more disorganized and a more we might have more conflicts and more wars.
Okay.
Because they thrive in situations that are ungovernable.
Yeah. Mohammed Douale, please.
Oh, thank you. And thank you all for listening for our discussion. I think my brother colleague Ahmed has highlighted my point. As you know, East Africa's strategic look will be very important, and that will be the key. Particularly the interplay between our policy decisions and also our strategic vision will determine and shape the trajectory that we will take. And it's my hope that at least we will have some sort of common policy, but also it's important to note that there will be a lot of challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe Mohammed Musa next.
Yes, thank you very much to give me an opportunity to give you the projection of our region and also our continent for these last 5 years. Africa, I think, it will become even more an essential geopolitical player in the world. And also for that, I think it will be very important for us to develop a common strategy to develop, a proactive diplomacy to discuss different issues and common interests. Thank you. Concerning also, I want to just also add.
30 seconds up, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, but thank you very much.
Thank you also, and then Abdullahi, you have the final word.
30 seconds. Do or die. I think it's a reality. We are poor countries when we are collectively being seen internationally, but we're not poor. We are very rich countries. We just need to get our house in order, our politics in order, our brotherhood in order, and I think you might see a little bit up and down next couple of years or maybe 10 years, but I'm sure that we will prevail as a nations and collectively as a region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think the main takeaways have already been named. So the East Africa and the Horn are becoming a venue for the spillover of external competition. East Africa is strategically important in many regards. And if there is no streamlined foreign policy agenda, this raises the prospect of proxy struggles, we have heard today, growing geopolitical tensions, and a further extension of externally driven security agendas in the region. So I think these would be my main takeaways for this session. And hereby I would like to close this panel. I would like first and foremost to kindly thank the honorable panelists here with me, and also like to thank you for your questions and engagement. And I yield the floor to our MC.
Give our panel a round of applause. Thank you so much, Constantine. Thank you, Ahmad Haji, Muhammad Abdallah, Abdallah Hamoud Muhammad, and Muhammad Abdul Kadir Musa. Thank you so much. That was a very interesting topic. I, for one, somehow it scares me, but I also see some hope. And if I can just say what I've seen is that we need to think about our regional or Africa integration, because as small countries, we may not be able to bargain. Can you imagine? Countries we bargain with, like Russia, 11 time zones. You fly from California to New York, maybe 6 hours, you're still flying in one country. Go to Entebbe, 5 hours, fly in any direction, you'll be out of Africa. Are we even serious? Only 4 hours, any direction from Entebbe, you'll be out of Africa. In some countries, you fly for 8 hours, you're still in one country. And they still want to expand. So I think we need to think about the regional integration agenda very seriously. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I suppose you could resume your seats. May I invite Ivan to come and tell us how we're going to have lunch, because it's time for lunch. Ivan, please. Explain to us where and how we're going to have lunch. And when we come back, we're going to have a very interesting discussion, because that discussion will look into the issues of young people. The issues of young people, it is the rapidly growing African population is the continent set for a demographic dividend. Okay, Ivan, please.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you guys for sitting in for the sessions. So it's time for our lunch. We're going to do it like yesterday. So remain seated. We're going to be picking lines, but one of the constants is you should have either blue or the white coupon with you. Unless otherwise, please don't get up, because you will not be served lunch. You must have a coupon with you. The order is that our guests take the leave first, and then we'll then follow our distribution of the coupons. Thank you.
Okay, I have a friend here, Julius, and whenever he sees students, he gets excited. Just before lunch, Julius has a question for you. Julius.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I am a communications person, and I'm an elder in town. I have a question for all the students here. I used to teach here, and I studied from here. One of my proud students has been presenting here, and I felt very proud. How many of you have Twitter or X accounts? By show of hands. You have? Now, there is something that you can do. Because the discussion here has been saying, what can governments do? But there's a question of what citizens can do. The people that follow your Twitter accounts, your X accounts, must know that these discussions are happening, and that you are either happy or you are unhappy. So one thing that you can do on your own, in your space, in an area where you have comparative advantage, is to share what your sentiments are about what kind of relationship you would want to see in the Indo-Pacific Africa relationship. Can you do that? Can you promise that you will do that? Because that's how we begin. Governments respond to pressure, and they respond to citizens. We are the citizens. Governments represent us. Let us play our role in that space. That's number one. The second, did they tell you that as we speak, over 160 leaders are in China, including many African leaders, all gathered in China on the 10th anniversary of the China Belt and Road Initiative, huddled in one place, but perhaps without a common agenda of what we want to get out of that relationship. But let us start with what we can, and that is by using the power of technology and social media. I thank you very much, and I thank the presenters. Thank you. And thank you very much, my brother Patrick.
My sugar is gone. I'm lonely every day.
There are people who already have the blue coupons. Please take your leave and go out. We can use these doors, and there are also distributions of coupons for us that we already don't have yet set. So let's use these two doors, but wait before someone picks you. We're not all going to go and get crushed that place. We're going to be picking just lines. For those that have, please let's use this door. If you already have a coupon, please get out of the seat and go and have lunch. We want to give those that don't have. If you already have a coupon, please get out of your seat and go and have lunch.
So many reasons I had to be thankful and secure, 'cause I know our love's for sure. You've given me this. Ooh, and in the night, when everything is so right, I'll do anything that you want me to. But I'll never let you go, no matter what you say, no matter what you say. Ooh, I'll never let you go. Girl, there's just no way. Never gonna let you go. No, never gonna let you go. Ain't you had enough love? Ain't you had enough love, baby? From my heart. Why do I have to feel this way? You're making it harder for me. It's true that I play a dangerous game with your heart, but now I see that I realize that you were the one for me. Whoa, for you. And just say the crime is mine. There were only words of love meant for me. Ooh, you had enough of my love, baby. From my heart, ain't you had enough love, baby? Ain't you had enough love, baby? Ain't you had enough love, baby?
And please don't leave your gadgets, your laptops under the seats, because I have no guarantee for their safety. Don't leave your gadgets, your phones in the charger, your laptops under the seats, because I cannot guarantee their safety.
The time has come in my life for me to move on and get on with my life. Oh, but I don't regret, no, every precious moment that we spent. They were well spent.
not gonna be lovers anymore. Well, let's just be friends.
Girl, I believe in you, how I believe in your love. Oh, I never felt this kind of loving, oh, never before. I seem to feel secure with you. I'm sure you're the one for me. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind we can make it this time. No favorite lady. And you are my favorite man. Yes, you are.
I know.
So it feels good to know that you feel the same. And for another day, together we will be. Nothing on this earth could ever take you away from me. 'Cause I've been kissed, but I never knew love like this. And I've been missed, but I never knew love like this. Loved someone before, but I never knew love. I've had lots of loving, but I never knew love like this. You're something special. And you know you're something special too. I love you. And that's all I need to hear to make my day. 'Cause you're so mine. Oh, no matter what I do. Nothing on this earth could ever keep me away from you. I've been kissed, but I never knew love. And I've been missed, but I loved someone before, but no, I never. When I was asleep at night, I dream I hold you tight. I never had a better love. Never loved like this. And I've sure been missed. Let's sing it together. I've been kissed, I've been missed. Never knew love like this. I never knew love like this. I never knew love like this. Want to be with you. Nothing else. Want to be with you. Tell me, baby, sometime.
a game of truth and dare. Follow by the rules, everybody play. All you got to do is share a little love today. Just can't be no cheating, sure you understand. Choose yourself a partner and take him by the hand. Playmates out to have some fun. Playmates, I gotta have me one. Playmates out to have some fun. Playmates, everybody needs one. Hey baby, you wanna come out and play? Do you wanna play?
return when I want him. Oh, if it's for dancing, maybe for a drink or just hanging out. But he moves around and it takes away from my time. All day long, I wait for him to call me. Ooh, all night long. I might as well kiss tonight goodbye. It burns me up. It burns me up. It burns me up. Anytime you want some love, we gotta get down to it till we had enough. Just a matter of time before I take your mind, for your love is what I'm after. Anytime you need love, here's my number. Here's my number. That's why I'm calling at this hour. My emotions for you, I can no longer hold. Your love is what I'm after. Oh, baby, I can't wait another night.
You know, you and I were together. I was so in love with you. But there was a little bit too much sugar and you were a little too sweet. There was a little bit too much sugar and you were too sweet. I think I wanna stay, but I don't know if I can. Loving like I do and sharing with a man. There's another man in my life. Oh, I think I wanna leave, but I can't swallow my pride. Admit my love another guy. There's another man in my life. Oh, another man is beating my time. Another man is loving the night. Another man is beating my time. Ooh, another man is loving the It's loving mine. Another man is beating my time. Another man is loving One thing I know is true. I gave all my love and trust to you. As the tears fall from my eyes, the time has come for me to say goodbye.
you think?
Ooh.
We are behind schedule by about 10 minutes. I would want to know whether Dr. Allen Kabagenyi is with us. Okay. So, okay. Professor Sarah Sally, Dr. Peter Kisache, Samuel Omwa, and Dr. Fred Muhumuza are the people. Okay, I think we're missing one panelist. Two. So we are actually waiting for the panelists for the next session, which is on the rapidly growing African population. Is the continent set for a demographic dividend? That is the session we are getting into now, and our moderator is right here. We're waiting for maybe two panelists to arrive, and then we can take it from there. I'm afraid we have lost now 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, who are done with lunch, please let's have some order so that we can resume with our conference, because now we have two panel discussions, but we're going to begin, actually three. Okay, thank you very much. Discussing the rapidly growing African population, is the continent set for a demographic dividend? Our moderator today is a lecturer at Department of Population Studies at Makerere University, Dr. Allen Kabagenyi. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause. And Dr. Kabagenyi will be able to invite the panel and take it from there.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome to this wonderful session that we are going to have. And again, it links with the theme that we have, which is the Africa Dimensions in International Debates. Thank you, our MC, Mr. Kamara, for the great introduction. I would like, at this point, to invite the panelists, and I hope they are set and ready to come and have this great discourse. To begin with, I would like to invite Associate Professor Sarah Sally, the Dean, School of Women and Gender Studies. Associate Prof. Sarah, she's a Dean, School of Women and Gender Studies, and doubles as the Director of the Center of Excellence in the Notions of Identity at Makerere University. She's a social scientist with a PhD in International Health Studies. She is an experienced researcher with vast experience in qualitative and quantitative research methods, including surveys, social networks analysis, ethnographic methods, to mention but a few. She is also a member of the advisory board of SIHI Uganda, a social innovation hub showcasing locally developed health improvement strategies. Kindly again, let's give her a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to invite or welcome Dr. Peter Kisache. He is a lecturer in the Department of Population Studies at the School of Statistics and Planning, Makerere University. He has a PhD in demography attained from the University of Cape Town, of course that is in South Africa. His research interests are in technical measurement of demographics as accurately as possible. He has vast experience in research in both development and refugee setting. Another warm applause and welcome to Dr. Peter Kisache. Our third panelist is none other than Mr. Samuel S. Omwa. Mr. Samuel Omwa is the Acting Director General of the Population Council Uganda, and substantially he is the Director Monitoring and Evaluation at the Council, or that is Population Council Uganda. He is a distinguished development management, monitoring and evaluation specialist with over 19 years of experience, which he gained in public sector and with a number of institutions in Uganda. He holds an MSc in Development Evaluation and Management from the Institute of Development Policy and Management, University of Antwerp, which is found in Belgium. He is also has a Master of Business Administration from the University of the People, and several other certificates and training, both of course at bachelor's and postgraduate diploma. And special clap for our Acting Director of National Population Council. Welcome. Our third panelist, he's not yet here. Allow me to introduce him, so I hope when he walks in, he will just walk straight up here. So we are expecting our very own Dr. Fred Muhumuza. He is the Director of MOBS. Sorry, let me repeat. Dr. Muhumuza is a development economist. He's a Director of MOBS Economic Forum and a Senior Lecturer in the Department of Economics, Makerere University. Dr. Fred has a PhD from the University of Manchester, an MA in Economic Policy and Planning, and a Bachelor's in Development Economics. He has been involved in development policy research analysis, formulation, review of over a number of researches and studies that he has done for over a period of 20 years. He has had several assignments in public policy as a researcher, practitioner, as well as capacity building for parliament, civil society, and private sector. And from a period of from 2006 to 2014, he worked as an economic advisor to the Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in Uganda. So that is the panelists that we're expecting. So when he comes in, I believe and hope that he'll be joining us. I am going to take my seat, and then we'll start off with the conversation. Just to remind you, for each one of you, we are here for a special session. And this session is none other than the rapidly growing African population. This is a theme and a session or question that we are asking. And the question is the African continent set for a demographic dividend? Before we start off, allow me just to mention, just to give you an overview when we talk about the demographic dividend. So the demographic dividend, what that means is that it refers to the accelerated economic growth that may result from a decline in the births and deaths or death rates, or some people refer to it as fertility and mortality rates. And as a result, we'll see subsequent changes in the age structure of the population. Now, with those reductions, the implication is that with a fewer births each subsequent years, we see a country's young dependent population declining over time. And when the population declines over time, that is in relation to the working age group. The working age group, as UN states, is supposed to be 15 to 64. We see that the country can have that special opportunity. So what that implies is that it creates a special opportunity for rapid economic growth. However, that has to be with the right socio-economic and economic and investment plans made within the country. With that, I'm going to take my seat as we wait for the fourth panelist, and we are ready to go. As you listen in, I request you put those questions on the side so that we can have a wonderful engagement. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so to start us off, we have a number of questions that have been set, and I would like to invite our first panelist. And the first panelist is Mr. Samuel Omwa, and we'll begin with a question that would like you to help us understand. And the question is Africa making strategic investments, that is in terms of human capital development, to benefit the growing population? Welcome, Mr. Samuel.
Thank you, Dr. Ellen, our session moderator. Allow me to, first of all, take this opportunity to thank the organizers for organizing this conference and dedicating a special session on demography. Within our demographic spaces, we have witnessed a lot of constraints, and demography has never been taken as a serious matter. And when I get this invitation, I feel proud. I work with National Population Council, which is the principal government agency mandated to coordinate the country population policy and program. And we principally exist to ensure that we analyze population trends, to make sure that our policy and programming address those population trends in an inclusive and sustainable manner. Now, is the African continent, the rapid population growth, set for a demographic dividend? This is a complex, simple and complex question, and the jury is still out, I must say. But suffice me to say, with all the indicators at play, I can say that the African continent is set for harnessing its demographic dividend. As our session chairperson, Dr. Ellen, has mentioned, the demographic dividend is that economic growth that arises as a result of having a young population. The African population, as we speak now, 70% are young people, meaning these are the future or the potential labor force, the potential innovators, the potential entrepreneurs that we have. So for us to harness this potential of the youth, the force that the generation have, as a government, as African countries, we need to do certain things right. One is the element of education. We need to have an inclusive education that appropriately skills our youth to match the job demands or the jobs that the economy will create. We need a robust skills development policy. Ideally, the concept of a demographic dividend is borrowed from the Asian tigers, if you look at Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, and so on. When they had this young population and the government invested in skilling them appropriately, they were able to innovate, they were able to spur the growth, they were able to be entrepreneurial and spur the growth of their economies that we see today. So we believe that with the current trends in education, I give an example like Uganda, we have universal primary education, you have universal secondary education, you have tertiary education, you also have the student loan board. But much as we have this education the government is providing, there are those teething challenges that we feel if we address them, then we should be able to harness the demographic dividend. The issue of teacher-pupil ratio, the issue of school infrastructure, it goes down as basic as having a toilet facility, sanitary facilities that enhances girls or enable girls to go to school and undertake studies. So we still have challenges in terms of education. The other critical element is for us to work on the economy. We need to create a conducive environment, and we have enough investors coming. We need to have good labor policies, good wage policies, good employment policies that will enable our young people to access the job markets, they get security, and they are able to create more jobs. That's in terms of the economy. We need, as a continent, and in Uganda in particular, we need to reform on our labor laws. As it exists now, there are still challenges, and we have moderate efforts in addressing them, so we need to work on that. Of particular importance, if you look at the current key demographic statistics, fertility rates, the average fertility rate in Africa is currently at 4.2%. Uganda as a country, based on the recent demographic and health survey, we are at 5.4, declining from 5.2, declining from 5.4 in 2016. If you look at maternal mortality rate, the under 5 mortality rate, they are all reducing. If you look at life expectancy, in the 1990s, our life expectancy was only 45 years. But as we speak now, we are at 62 years. The average life expectancy in Africa is now 63. But in Uganda, if you go by gender, the life expectancy for females is 63, and the one for males are 62. So now these indicators tells us that we did some good investment in our health system, our health infrastructure, that we were able to do away what we call diseases of ignorance. And then now we have transitioned to diseases of enlightenment, where you get issues to do with non-communicable diseases, obesities, and so on. So if we continue to invest in our health infrastructure, and of course, we know we have the Abuja Declaration that speaks of the level of investments that we need to put in our health system. If we could put in more effort and make sure that we address issues of malnutrition, we address issues of food insecurity, we address issues of the teenage pregnancies. Actually, the biggest threat to our harnessing the demographic dividend as Africa, and in Uganda in particular, is the issue of teenage pregnancies. In Uganda, it has stagnated at 24%. This is a high rate, and which threatens our potential to harness the demographic dividend. When a girl gets pregnant and does not complete the cycle of education, in our demographic dividend discourse, we talk of having at least a minimum of 11 years or 13 years of schooling. That's where you will have the investment in education having other multiple effects in terms of the health decision that you make as a mother. So if a child gets pregnant and moves out of the education system, that becomes a challenge. In Africa, we are also currently, I've talked of the economy, that economy should create employment, but we have a challenge of youth unemployment. And coupled with that, we have what we are calling the needs. The youth not in education, not in employment, and not in training. They are there, we don't know what they are doing. So as a country and as a continent, we need to come up with robust strategies and interventions that allows the youth to complete or to continue where there has been a disruption, to complete their cycle of education. As I've mentioned, we had challenges with teenage pregnancies, and our advocacy has been teenage girls or girls who get pregnant should be allowed to continue their education. And we are happy that some of our stakeholders have embraced this policy of reintegrating teenage mothers to continue with their school. Of course, the most critical element in terms of us harnessing the demographic dividend is the issue of governance. What is the overall governance architecture or structure in Africa? Does it respect human rights? Does it respect gender? Does it respect sexual rights and reproductive health? I know we have pockets of insecurity in most of these countries, but if we want to harness the demographic dividend, then it has to be hinged on a very strong governance framework. There should be zero incidences of corruption. The little money that we invest in education, the little money that we invest in our health system, the little money we invest in our infrastructure should be spent, and we should generate value for money for that. If we do that, then we should be able to harness this demographic potential. Of course, the young people needs to be empowered. They need to enjoy their rights. They need to have access to basic services. So when you have all these configurations, then I can say that Africa as a continent is set for harnessing its demographic dividend. As Dr. Helen mentioned in the beginning, the dividend is not automatic. There are a few things that we need to do. One is to invest on our health, and of particular, and of particular interest to me or for us in the demographic space is the issue of fertility. Africa currently has one of the highest fertility rates. I've mentioned the one of Uganda, which currently stands at 5.2. But if we are to harness that demographic dividend, then we need to rapidly decline the fertility rate. I know when we talk of fertility, it tends to generate uneasiness and controversy. But from the demographic space we have is, we are saying we are not controlling the population, we are not regulating the population, but what we want is a manageable population size. So we need to invest in family planning, we need to invest in contraceptives so that it's voluntary, somebody can uptake on it, so that we address, because the current challenge, Africa's current challenge in terms of demographic is the rate of population growth. It's too high, it's unsustainable. Does it match the rate of our food production system, or does it match our food production system? If compare it with the growth of the economy. In our modeling of the Vision 2040, our overarching planning framework, we envisage to be an upper middle income country by 2040, earning a $9,500 per capita. But the envisaged growth rate of the economy for us to harness that was 13%. Over the last 5 years, we tried to reach a half, but we have never, ever gone closer to reaching the 13%. And if you look at the Asian tigers we are talking about, they had a relatively high and sustained economic growth rates for a relatively long period of time. So with the advent of COVID also, it impacted us in terms of our trajectory of growth. We have to repurpose our budget to address the COVID issues. But it's our hope that if we want to address if we want to harness the demographic dividend, then we have to invest in health, particularly family planning, and then reproductive health. We also have to look at cross-cutting issues like gender-based violence. We still have those issues very rampant in our continent. If girls and boys cannot enjoy their rights to the full, then they will not attain their full potential. Chairperson, these are basically the few highlights I'd wanted to share with this in this conference. But my answer is we are set for the demographic dividend based on the indicators we are so far seeing and the trends, but we need to do a lot more and invest in the right policies and programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's clap for him. He's done a very, very good job. He started us off by explaining the different investments that need to be done in health, in governance, in economy, the economy, what needs to be done. But of course, also very importantly, with education. I would like to invite Dr. Chisache. Would you like to add anything to that? Is there anything that you'd like to comment to?
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Director has given us, I think a very good introduction. So what I can say is that he says that we are set for the demographic dividend, and that's very important, but I think it's also important to note that we have to move faster, otherwise we'll find the window when it's closed, and then we'll not benefit from the demographic dividend. But there is a lot of evidence. He talks about teenage pregnancy. Just a couple of days ago, I've been, reading the news, and there's been a debate on whether girls aged 15, they should be allowed to use contraception. And the question I'm asking is whether they are having sex. Because when you say they should not use contraception, but these are girls having sex, obviously they're going to have unwanted pregnancies, and then the cycle continues, because then they'll have to drop out of school, and the cycle continues, and we're talking about really investing in the human capital development. So I think he makes very relevant points here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What a way to start off this discussion. And I hope there are many questions that are coming through, because when you talk about issues to do with population, these are very critical issues. And we're asking again the question, are we ready as a continent? Are we ready? Are we going to invest in this particular population? If we are, what has been done? And of course, very happy to have had our Director General for the National Population Council of Uganda telling us what they're doing and how they're analyzing the population. I would like to invite again Dr. Peter Kisache. Would like to find out from you. Would you like to share with us your thoughts on the African economies, whether they are able to absorb the rapidly increasing labor force? What are your thoughts? Have they done well? Have we done well as a continent? And if not, how better, or what should be done in that context? Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So what I can say is that the director has given us a lot of information, but I think we need to remind ourselves that we've never had a common ground when we talk about population. The population talk seems to be very indispensable. Some schools of thought say that when we have a very high increase in population, then we are going to damage the environment. Others are saying it is going to make the vulnerable population, sort of like stigmatized. So they're saying it's going to affect the vulnerable population. When we talk about the vulnerable population, we are talking about ourselves. The talk is that the Africans, we the Africans, we are going to be hit the hardest, okay? Now, when we think about what Malthus tells us, and again the director has talked about this, that population is going to increase very fast, and it's going to increase faster than the resources. Now, when we look around ourselves, Do we have enough resources? If we try to compare that to the population that we have, this is a question that we should think about. Now, the New Malthusians are telling us that, wait a minute, yes, we acknowledge that population is a problem, but we should think about other things that we can use to mitigate this population problem. One of them is technology, and this is what the anti-Malthusians are telling us. The others are saying, when you listen to Julian Simon, they are saying that yes, population is good, because when the population increases, then we create more market, we'll start more businesses, we'll do so many things. And when you hear our politicians also talk about this thing, they will either follow some school of thought that is linked to Julian Caesar. Others will say, no, population is a problem. Paul Ehrlich also tells us that actually the problem with population is the environmental degradation. Malthus tells us that when we have sex, we are going to have so many people, so we should restrain from having sex. But now, some New Malthusians are saying, wait a minute, sex is not a problem. We should actually have too much sex, but we should use contraception. I'm giving you this history because the director talked about contraception. So the movement started sometime in the 1950s and 1960s, the family planning movement, specifically about the East African region, where family planning methods were introduced. Now the question has been, Africans having so many children, is it because they don't have access to contraception, or there are other factors? And we can talk about these ones, so many of them. Of course, culture will come in, social norms will come in, gender norms will come in, and so forth. We can think about so many factors. So the question is it because we don't have access to contraception, or there are other factors we have to think about? So this is something that we have to think about, and we ask ourselves, deeply reflect. But what I want to share with you, that we have some facts, and we can't run away from these facts. As the director said, he was telling us about things, about how we have done in terms of reducing mortality, life expectancy, fertility, and all that. But one of the facts that we have to appreciate is that the world's population is going to increase by 3 billion. This is by 2050. It's a fact because we are using scientific methods to project this. The World Population Prospects has made scientific, of course, basing on standardized assumptions. The other fact that we have to think about is that the working population, and we talk about 15 to 64, of course, some of us here are not working, it is estimated to increase to 6.1 billion by 2050. When we hear these facts, we ask ourselves, where are we today? How are we doing? What is the unemployment problem? The supply for labor, the demand for labor. Let us put this on a Cartesian plane and just think about how these compare with each other. The sub-Saharan African region, where Uganda belongs, we are talking about the working population being at 600 million. And we are saying this is going to grow at 3% per annum. Of course, that means that on a monthly basis, you can imagine, we are going to have an additional 1.5 million people who are fit to join the labor force. But now we ask ourselves, today, where we are we able to absorb all the demand, all the supply that we have for labor? So this is a very big question we have to think about. The other fact that we can't run away from is that whereas the data has talked about fertility now coming down, of course, the sub-Saharan African region being around, hovering around 4 point something. I think in Uganda, if I'm not mistaken, we are about 5 point something now. It's coming down, obviously. But we are talking about the African population growing by 87% between 2020 and 2100. So these are facts that we have to think about. But today now we ask ourselves, are we able to absorb the labor that we have? So we'll of course answer that as we go along. Now, what does this have on the effect in terms of Uganda's demographic change? Now, we have talked about, and many times we keep talking about, things to do with food insecurity. That the demand for food has increased because the increase in population has tampered with the ecological system, the environment. So now we can see that because of an increase in food, there is an increase in food insecurity, there is an increase in prices, food shortages obviously, but also the effect on climate change. Now, the director has talked about also human capital development. And we can give an example of, the education system that we have here. I talked about the school dropout, but of course this can be engineered by the lack of contraceptive use. I can say that the new kid on the block is contraceptive use, whether we like it or not. That is going to really help us in terms of preventing all the mistimed and unwanted pregnancies. But we can also talk about, not having enough skills. You know what I mean? So we're having graduates, and every year, in fact, a few months away from now, somewhere I think in January, we are going to be graduating students from Makerere University. And not only Makerere University, so many other institutions of higher learning. We keep on graduating. But now, this labor, we can't absorb it. You know what I mean? So we are not prepared. Now, Julian Simon tells us that when we have a high population, people are going to start businesses, competitive businesses, obviously. They will start jobs, they will create jobs and all that. But what do we have in Uganda? The situation is they start businesses, but they won't even last for long. They are going to shut down. And there are so many reasons we can think about. One of them will be the high tax burden. The government will tell us we need taxes to survive because there is a cut in aid. Now, when you go to this proprietor and increase the tax for them they're supposed to pay, what happens? They collapse and they get out of business. Of course, unwillingly, they will get out of business. So what that means is that actually the supply of labor increases. And by the way, even some of us who are working, we are on the periphery. That if something bad changes, briefly, we are going to go back below the poverty line. So they talk about, of course, high supply of labor and low demand of labor. The education system, we think that we can change it to sort of like incorporate, the vocational training. And I think it has worked elsewhere. When people graduate, they should be able to have some skills to, take on some assignments. Now, for the graduates who graduate with a degree, when you tell them, can you go and do this vocational training? It could be carpentry or electrical engineering or whatever, or even being a technician. They will say, I have a degree and I can't go for that. But if we sort of like embed this training within the main curriculum, I think we'll be doing well. So what I'm trying to say is that from all this, we'll discover that there are mixed scenarios, of course. I've given two schools of thought. One saying that population is a bad thing. And I think some of you will agree with me that it's indeed an increase in population is going to damage so many things. Then others, of course, in this room, I know, they will say that it's never a problem and we should rather talk about other things. Now, I want to conclude by saying that it's important, just like what Leanne Mason tells us, it's important that we come up with policies that are going to increase the working population. The issue about demographic dividend largely talks about the change in the age structure. That even if we train so many, for as long as we have not checked the age structure, we may find the window closed and we don't tap into the opportunities. So I think it is very important that we think about policies that can make the working population very productive. I thank you very much, moderator.
Applause for Dr. Kisache. Thank you very much for introducing to us and telling us those demographic schools of thoughts with regard to population. Increase, be careful, be mindful, and most importantly, also sharing with us the statistics. It's understandable. So I hope, Dr. Muhumuza, you've settled in. Would you like to add on to the question? And the question is whether African continent or economies can absorb the rapidly increasing labor force. Just briefly.
Thank you very much. My apologies coming in late. I was trying to catch up with some of the pressures that arise out of rapid increase in population. You know, the war in Israel and Gaza is about population and space. The Gaza Strip is the most densely populated place in the world. So we've just been in a conversation on what that means for us. And I think, as they have said, quite often we discuss the population increase by referring to things on jobs. Can we give them the jobs? Can we accommodate them? Other people will even talk of, yeah, a big population is good for a market. People are not about being a market. The market is the by the way. They are about doing their lives, and they can be a very nasty market. So we seem to have a conversation the way it has been for the last 1 century. But the dynamics are now changing, and we need to be having a different conversation. If we say, can we absorb Africa's rapidly increasing population, what does absorb mean? Give them housing, give them jobs? What do you mean by absorb? Because those are some of the old trend of conversations. The youth of today is looking for completely different things, which possibly our planning models of the past century do not really relate to. So the youth of today are looking for different kinds of items. They are not looking for an office the way we know offices. Thank God now we even have learning online. Google is really their teacher. WhatsApp is where they spend most of their time. I hope this is being live streamed somewhere, because I'm looking forward to having another number like this times 10 who would be out there, because that's where the youth are. So we can no longer find them in this space. So when you talk about absorbing them, we've got to think differently. Certainly the kind of economy I see is not going to create jobs for them at the speed at which they are coming in. So while we think of educating them, providing health care for them, one of the fundamental questions is, how do we bend the curve? How do we bend the curve? Because the rate at which the momentum of population increase needs to first be addressed. We are not going to create jobs and catch up with that speed. The statistics I saw yesterday, which have been making trends on social media, 44% of Uganda's population is below the age of 10, or rather below the age of 15. That's about 20.4 million people. These are still dependents, practically speaking. But they are eating, they need to be treated. I don't know what education we are giving them, and whether that education will even allow them to have what we nowadays call a decent job. When I check the numbers in terms of employment, the average woman in Uganda who has finished primary or even secondary is earning less than 150,000. What can that do? So it's not even about skilling them. Even with skills, the job opportunities are not there. It's not about Namamve getting factories. Namamve is now more of a high-tech facility than a human facility. I want to invite you to go to Mapera House. Just walk into that bank and see how many tills they put there. Today, who has been in a bank of late? Even school buses, we don't know what they are doing. Technology has taken over all the opportunities that used to create jobs for massive numbers of people. Growing up, we were in Makerere, of course, we didn't have money to get special hire, but there was a special hire taxi park in Wandegea, where the lecturers would walk down and pick a special to go to town. Today, those stages have been dismantled. Uber is providing the service. So even as we think forward, the word absorption really needs to be redefined, given a fresh context. In the era of artificial intelligence, I don't know whether we are even set for purpose. Leave alone, are we going to feed you people? And now the world has taken you over from us. The food you are eating is not what we grow here. Museveni has been insisting on the values of millet. And the man is really insisting. He went to wherever he went with his millet. You guys are eating chapati. If you don't eat chapati, I think it is these other. All of them are wheat-based foods. Wheat is grown in Ukraine and Russia, 70% of it. So where is the woman and your peer in Nakaseke and Kabula Soke going to sell their cassava and bananas when the market we are talking about, you guys don't want to eat cassava? When was the last time you guys ate cassava? Some of you may not even know what cassava is. Now, that's the dynamic that we are dealing with now, that the kind of food you want to eat and you're actually eating, and it is already built within your traditions, is not Ugandan food. So how are we going to respond to these dynamics? So for me, really, the youth and the population dividend has reached a level where we need to get fresh pages and first say, how do we bend the curve? These 44 million people who are below, 20, who are below the age of 20, whether you give them contraceptives or not, even if each one of them decided to produce 2 children, those are going to be 40 million people to be added here in the next 30 years. So whether you are giving them contraceptives or not, as somebody has said, sex is going on. So whether you give them contraceptives or you don't, I remember growing up in the 80s, and as I close, really I will come back later, condoms were sold only in gazetted places, drug shops. Now for a young man of 18 years to go to buy a condom, the nurse would tell you, why are you active? We said, you thank God that the young man has come. Don't send him back because he's already telling you he's active. So that shouldn't be the question. Now how do we engage these realities that are already with us as we deal with this dividend? And I think he has mentioned an important thing. It begins with the governance. If we don't sort out governance, all the other investments are going to fail us. And that's for a fact. And I don't think Africa is investing in the governance the way it should. So the positives on the dividend are likely to become a curse. The leaning more side is on the curse than the dividend. And we need to turn that reality if we are to be here and survive amidst you. Otherwise, what we are seeing in Gaza is food security is going to become national security. We still have a window that 9,000 of you have been going to the Middle East per month. The Middle East is going to fill up because everybody is going there anyway. So what are we going to do with the rest of you who can't go there? You are really going to raid us. You are already raiding our pockets by being independent even at 30 years. But now it's going to get tighter than that. So the food security, the other security will become a national security issue. And we cannot deal with it using guns. China tried, Tiananmen Square, I don't know how many have read about it. 3rd June 1989, they killed their own. But they sat and discussed, I said, never again. Can we grow the economy and absorb them? And China has done it well. Can we learn something from China? I think the conversation is open. Thank you.
Wow, awesome, awesome. I believe the doctor has done us justice. And remember the introduction I made about him, the development economist. He's still asking the question, how do we engage with the realities? We have high teenage pregnancies, especially for the country, the high fertility levels, but of course we are also interfaced with issues to do with governance. What do we do? He's also touched on the issue of food security, the insecurities that there are. I guess we'll come back to that just very briefly. With that, in the same conversation, I would like to invite right about now Professor Sarah Sally to discuss with us, to tell us what are your thoughts on the African population growth rates and what do they mean? What does it mean for governance on the continent? But most importantly, anything to do with inclusiveness in access to opportunities, as well as issues to do with gender dynamics. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so once more I thank everyone who has made this happen, and I thank the chair of my panel for the opportunity. Many times, actually, the population issue is raised in relation to the question I've been given, which is in relation to conflict and in relation to governance. But maybe if I'm to carry on from what Dr. Muhomuza said, what is the question we should be asking? And for me, the issue is our population high or are our opportunities less? So it depends on where you come to it. Of course, I am not a population scientist. I'm simply a political economist in gender studies. So me, I look at things in terms of opportunities and challenges. And I want you to draw like a mental map. If you have a triangle, you have population, you have resources, or you have opportunity, stroke resources, and then you have governance. And within that, the whole circle of strong institutions. So the question of Africa, or the concern about Africa's growth rate has been a concern since colonial times. At the time we were colonized in the 1890s, the concern was not actually low population growth. It was not high population growth, rather it was low population growth. Why? Because at the time, it is reported, the death rate was more higher than the birth rate. And this was being driven by things like trypanosomiasis, what they called yaws. We no longer have those kinds of diseases. But it was a very big issue. The whole background to Mengo Hospital was as an institution to turn that thing around. The colony needed people, and there were no people because they were dying more than they were being born. So why am I going back to history? Because population has always been at the center of governance. It has always been at the center of state building. By the time we were getting independence 60 years later, the concern was on high population. And by that time, I think we were only, in the 50s, we were only around 5-point-something million people. So ever since that time, concern has been on reducing population through birth control mechanisms and other interventions like education for the girl child and so many other things. But in spite of that, it continues to grow. So from 1894 to the 1950s, where we register 5 million, that's another period of 60 years. And then from this other period of 60 years, where we are now 48 million and we are threatening 50 million. One, as an observer who is not an expert in population studies, for me, that already shows that one, regardless of the rhetoric around population, humans are choosing differently. So the concern for us is to identify what are the factors driving people to act other than they are being advised. Of course, I know the maternal mortality rate, the total fertility rate has reduced from 20 years ago when we were saying on average every woman has 7 children per, 7 kids born per woman in the reproductive age group. Now I think, Dr. Peter Chisacha, they're around 4. 5.2. Oh, we are reducing not so well, but we are reducing. But generally, those of us in this room, it is either 0 or it is 2. That's the average. People of this kind of class, it's either 2. And many younger people today are choosing not to marry, just like they're also choosing not to have children. The only challenge is you're not that many, because you're overwhelmed by the other group who actually see population differently. Children, how are children perceived? Are they a source of labor? Are they a source of the future? Are they a source of opportunities? Are they a source of... Generally, if you're in a country where there are no social services to look after you even in old age, what do? Those of you in this room are going to invest in properties, you're going to have a bank account, you are going to pay for your retirement benefits, whether private or public. So you can self-select to have no kids. But the majority of people who are not in this room cannot afford those kinds of options. What they have are children. So just produce 1 or produce 2, okay? So even one with no means to feed himself or herself is at least producing 1. And of course that is driven by religious ideologies such as every child has his own luck. You know that, eh? So just because the first 4 have been failures doesn't mean the fifth is going to be is also going to be a failure. People are still hopeful. The fifth might be better. And if all the five end up as failures with no education, you go ahead and produce the sixth. That same pattern in certain categories also drives the kinds of partners. If you had the first partner and you divorced with 2 children and he abandoned you, it will not say stop having partners and stop having children. The decision there, actually, the directions, find another partner, maybe he will be different. You were unfortunate with the other partner, you might be unfortunate with this one, and as the cycle goes on, the number of kids get built, increases. Because again, you have traditional beliefs where a child cannot be born alone. If you've decided to go to that man and produce a child, at least produce 2. So that when they are in a state of despair and grieving, they have someone to grieve with. So what am I trying to show? That in spite of the rhetoric, and maybe well-intentioned rhetoric from government, from people are choosing differently. And if people are choosing differently, one, we've identified some of the social drivers of high population growth rate. Regardless of the limitations, people are so hopeful, people are so religious, God will provide. That is one thing. But then it also introduces another dimension. Should population always be, should the obsession be with reduction of population? Is that the only thing we can afford? Or shouldn't we be asking, with the current opportunities we have, actually we are overpopulated. There's no debate about that. But given that we are overpopulated within the scheme of current resources, so should the decision be to simply lower the population, or shouldn't there be a debate also of improving opportunities and increasing resources? Dr. Muhumuza has talked about jobs and education. I know the previous, Dr. Chisacha and I forget the first presenter, talked about opportunities, talked about unemployment, talked about these things, and they're very important. But what does increasing resources and opportunities mean? The battle in Gaza, today we are going to have food insecurity and shelter and the rest as challenges, but it has always been a contestation around the right to belong. And with this right to belong has been a drive of population increase. I don't know whether you have had access to literature. At the time the state of Israel was being birthed, and the first Prime Minister, Madame Golda Meir, being concerned, she would wake up from her sleep. Okay, that's the story we read. Wondered, she rarely slept, but when she woke up, she wondered how many Arab kids were born at the time she was sleeping. And so you would have the state of Israel, the women there being denied a chance to do birth control because they have to reproduce the number of children that are dying in war. We also saw that with the Afrikaner resistance in the Anglo-Boer wars. But when the others also realized that these ones are not taking birth control, they're in a race to reproduce, the other group also said, we don't want it. This is not because birth control doesn't work. It's not because population is not a problem. But population serves other purposes other than it being high or low. Population is very important for identity and identity formation. And with the high population, people make claims to certain resources. They make claims to land, they make claims to opportunities, and this is enshrined in particular ideologies that drives high population, okay? So we are on the continent today, and we are wondering whether what the African population growth rates mean for governance and the continent. As I've said, with the lack, it is a vicious cycle. With the lack of opportunities for the poor, it is their children who are the investment for the future, okay? Now, as that continues, it continues compounding the battle for resources, for environmental degradation, and for the kind of wars. The conflicts you're seeing on the continent, even without external factors, are conflicts which are steeped in population. Conflicts don't arise when you have enough resources. It is when the resources shrink that you have contestations on who has a right to a resource. That resource could be land, that resource could be water, that resource could be education, that resource could be jobs. Like you've seen in Uganda today, the contestations that are occurring, Apa, and I don't know wherever, it is on land, okay? Because suddenly, after thousands of years of existence, the Acholi and the West Nilers don't agree on who owns this land, so suddenly we have to go back to history and find out who should be there. But they have been there. And we didn't have this contestation. But land is shrinking, and land has gained a certain kind of value. In Uganda today, when people go to any department, they want to find out what is the tribe of the people there. You see how we're always drawing markings of the, defense has largely people from the West, and then this sector, we found this language. It is a contestation for resources. So it is not necessarily a problem of population, it's a problem of lack of opportunities, okay? And why don't we have opportunities? Some of the reason why we don't have opportunities is poor governance, okay? Of course, some of this has been forced on us. When you have a neoliberal economic regime which actually says the state should reduce, get out of development and focus just on creating peace and whatever, then you end up with the market forces driving with regard to market interest. That creates a challenge. So if you go back to the triangle we started with, where you have population, you have economic opportunities or resources, and you have governance, who is thinking and planning with that cycle in mind? To be able to then get the demographic, the high population into a demographic dividend, you actually need strong institutions. But what institutions do we have in place? What is the ideology that drives those kinds of institutions, okay? If the institutions are simply forming a council for population, a council for the economy, a council simply because the SDGs have said for you to be compliant with this policy, you must create this council, you must create the other one, where is the response? Okay? If all we are doing is respond to external forces, to external models of development, we are going to continue having a problem. That's why the economy is growing in many countries in Africa, but also conflict is rising because the kind of economy that's growing is not the kind of economic growth that's creating opportunities for the people to be gainfully engaged. And you had an example like Dr. Muhumuza said, if Uber, okay, Uber maybe is a different thing, but if growth in high tech means rendering many people redundant, then you're going to have a problem. People are going to demand. People are not going to just drop down and die because there is no opportunity. They are going to want to eat. They are going to want to feed. That's why if you drive in through Kalere Market in the evening without locking your car doors and securing your windows, your phone will go. Because there are people who have been born and raised around Kalere. They are in the city, but with no means to participate in this economy that you're seeing growing all over us. So economically, people are computing how the economy of Uganda is increasing. But in reality, there are people who have been born and raised in this city and have no means to engage. So how will they engage? They will relieve Dr. Chisachi of his phone. They will relieve Dr. Muhumuza of his laptop. And that's how the economy is working. But basically, and of course, if that increases, then you'll end up with conflict, you'll end up with fights. Elsewhere, of course, you see it happening with territory, land grabbing, minerals, and all of that. If you have to go to South Sudan, that goes into powerful tribal armies that will take whoever's in their way down. So I don't want to waste much time, but just to say, population is not just a population matter. Population is very much about politics, it's very much about identity, it's very much about culture, and it's very much about ideology. So we need to decide as a country or as a continent to know what do we want. And can we create opportunities other than just being fixated with reducing population? Because I think the countries that actually are advising us on reducing population have even higher populations than us. But what is different? They have created opportunities to absorb their populations. We are creating nothing. We are stealing even what we should be using to create the opportunities. And all we are doing is wondering why people are not reducing birth. People are not going to reduce birth if that's the only investment they have. Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Like I mentioned, I have distinguished panelists here who are doing a great job. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Sarah, for taking us through and giving us the political gist. And when you talk about, yes, we want to reduce our population. However, very, very importantly, there's an issue of, I want to hear from my audience. What did you hear? An issue of? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Very interesting. So I let you know that as we talk about issues to do with the demographic dividend, it is an opportunity that we have to harness. There is that window of opportunity. It is not given. And therefore, with countries or countries that are mentioned or declared to have very young population, what now the conversation of the youth bulge, the question is what quality, what investments have been done in the face of the differences and what is happening with the employment opportunities, the need, the young people that we can't, not in training, not in employment, there are issues with health, there are conflicts. We talk about the conflicts simply because of the effects of that population. What is that governance question that is missing? What has been done? Yes, there are proponents who are control population. For them, they have very big numbers. What kind of population do they have? Should we have we done the right investments? I want to remind you that it is not given. With that, and in the interest of time, I want to open up and would like to welcome comments, questions, and thoughts. So we don't have a lot of time, and please feel free to ask questions to the panelists. And most importantly, if you're okay to make comments, you're welcome to do that. Please, I want to request you, don't take a lot of time. Ask the question. Thank you. There is a team, the microphone so that you ask the questions accordingly.
Don't switch off there.
Kindly move the question. Yeah, sure. There.
Thank you very much. My question is for Dr. Peter. You talked about this window closing. Do you have a particular age where it does that? Because if it's 15 to 64, and the population, as I've heard in Uganda, is under 40% plus is under that. So 15 to 64 is a long time. What do you mean by closing window? Thank you.
So we're going to receive the questions, and once we are done, I'll give an opportunity to the panelists to respond to the respective questions. Please keep them straight onto what you want to know. Thank you. And for the interest of the audience, because not everyone is going to be given a chance. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Charita Gava. I'm a member of the European Union Youth Sounding Board and the chairperson of the Youth Committee at Uganda National Commission for UNESCO. Allow me first thank the people who have put in much effort on fighting the governance question. And I applaud Dr. Brooms and Professor Sarah Sali, because they've realized that our question, actually the problem we're talking about, we are talking about the symptoms, not the causes. Then my question goes to Dr. Chisache, who has talked about using contraceptives and whatever to control the population issue. Now, I would like to know from you that is the rising population our problem, or the cause of the problem, or the causes that have caused the population increase? And if yes, if no, if population is not the cause of population increase, what is that cause and how can we end it? Number two, if in your submission you don't see, the question is, while addressing issues of contraceptives, you're talking about population, controlling the population. What is the cause of population increase to you? And still, is population increase the problem for Uganda, or there are other problems? If there are other problems, how can we address them? as Uganda or as the international or as the world. My other question is, in your submission and in whatever you're thinking about, do you see any governance question? For example, you're seated in a panel. I don't want to predict, but I feel there is no person who's below 25 there. Do you see any question of governance around that panel? Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eliashib Omgisha from UCU, and I first want to applaud Dr. Mhumuza. When I grow up, I want to be like him. So, my question is, the subsequent development in China's population occurred in 3 stages. The first stage was in 1970 to 79, where the population wasn't that much. The other stage was in 1980 to 99, where the population control methods had started increasing, and then later in 2000s, and the latest policy of population control happened in 2021, where the single child policy was removed. Now in Uganda, there's going to be a hypothetical law. I could call it hypothetical because it hasn't been passed. There's going to be a law, maybe in a few years from now, where there's going to be, trying to control population, there's going to be a law passed where every family has to have only 1 child. When you break that law, the woman, the female genders will be forced to do a tubal ligation, and a man will be castrated. So if that is to happen, wouldn't it be construing the rights of the Ugandans, the human rights, if I may say? And then, if that is to happen, will it be legalizing abortion and also be legalizing family planning methods in young children? Thank you.
For guidance purposes, kindly let's ask real-time questions, not hypothetical questions. And also let's base them on the facts at least, if possible. Welcome more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Katola Bane. I'm the member of the National Youth Council of Uganda. Yeah, after listening to the panelists, mostly I was paying attention to our senior lecturer, Dr. Fred Mhumuza, and the director of Population Council. You seem to say that realizing the dividends of the demographic dividends of the increasing rapid population growth, you seem to say that it's not automatic, but it calls for investment in our human resource development. But also you also focused on the issue of production and employment. And I want to say that as we are today, more than 3,800 youth are turning 18 years. At the end of this year, more than 1.4 million will be turning 18. And majority of those will be unemployed, 80%. And I think that calls for economic policies to address that. So my question goes specifically to Dr. Fred Mhumuza. What monetary and fiscal policies are being taken by the government of Uganda? And what effect or implications of the rapid population growth is it having on our balance of trade, the import and export dynamics, and the entire economy at large, and also the decisions of the central bank? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. You're asking your lecturer here. So that is very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
our beautiful panel for the deliberations. My name is Uwera Harmony from Uganda Christian University. So my question goes to Dr. Muhumuza. You talked about the question of absorption into the job industry and the workforce. Now, you realize that a few years ago, they tweaked a little bit the curriculum that we have at O level, and they included some other subjects. But this doesn't go to address the issues that we have of the developing technology, AI, and things like that. So when these students right now join A level, they'll continue with the normal curriculum that we have. And this curriculum, it trains students to be lawyers, doctors, engineers, but it's leaving out the developing jobs that are in the space of cyber, or even going out to outer space and stuff, and other jobs like that. So how best can we address this issue of absorbing the youth into certain fields like this that are not necessarily addressed by the curriculum that we have in place?
Can we have questions right at the back, please? At the back as well. Okay, proceed.
Good evening, members. My name is Richard Abdulbast from St. Lawrence University. My question may go to Mr. Samuel. You talked about having a conducive environment for our investors. We are in a country, especially Uganda, where we find that foreign investors are given more incentives, leaving out the local investors. For a country that we see corruption profoundly being a norm of our leaders. So my question is like, how can we have a country that can favor local investors and foreign investors? And why is it that foreign investors, when they come, more incentives are given to them? And how can we have that as and having coming to an end? Thank you.
Thank you so much, the panelists, the moderator. I'm Bamwine Moses, former student of Population Studies, Makerere University. So my question goes to Dr. Peter Sachi, that he talked about climate change and environment destruction. So the question is, should African countries, especially sub-Saharan Africa, respond to climate change through population reduction or consumption patterns? Then to AG, Director, National Population Council, my question is the growing population of Africa that has been said to be has infinite possibilities related to finite resources? Thank you so much.
I'll proceed to ask a question. Yeah. My name is Oyek Gerald. I'm a second-year student of laws at Makerere University. I think my questions will come from an experiential point of view. I guess all four panelists have spoken of governance in commonality as a problem that is with the demographics of the continent. I come from the rural settings of Gulu, where my grandmom had 6 children, 5 passed on due to the war. As a result of a teenage pregnancy, my mom had to drop out of school. So she had 11 dependents to take care of. Sadly, of the 11 plus myself, I'm the only one who has been able to make it to university. That still creates pressure in regards to resources and the competition for resources. So I'd like to ask a question, one, to Samuel Esomwa. You speak of the question of appropriate education as a tool to addressing the question of the demographics, and also implying that then that won't be a burden to the nation and to the continent at large. But also, I would want to ask, being alive to the fact that even at the bottom level, that is to the elderly perspective, where we have public servants having to retire. At that level, there's also competition and there's also resistance towards retirement. What do you think could be the challenge with that regard, that even those that are within the the employment space are finding it troublesome to exit the employment space at the elderly level. Don't you think that creates pressure for the population at the end of the day? Doesn't it signify a problem in the economy and also the nature of the economy that we are driving? That it's not a production economy, but probably we are having a political economy where there's no real production going on. Professor Sarasali makes mention of the question of identity, culture, ideology, and that the problem is not exactly people giving birth, but the question of opportunities for resources. I think I want to agree with that, given that I come from a background, definitely, of a place that has been affected by war, that even those that are educated are being able to identify resources and being absorbed into the resource or into the opportunity space in itself is limited. Finally, the last question is to Dr. Muhumuza. I loved your statistics, and you asked the question, what are the youth of today looking for? You see, the question would be, are we prepared? Are our challenges as the youth of Uganda the same as the challenges probably of the youth, let's say, of the global north? That whereas the global north is innovating AI, innovating social media, don't you think our challenges are actually more attached to production, agrarian systems of production, where the first challenge actually is food? Where are we going to be able to find food to eat? Probably the next day a war breaks out, where you're going to sleep for your own safety. Don't you think our challenges as a youth of Uganda, as someone mentioned, are quite different from the needs of those that are asking us to reduce on our population? Probably with that, then we can be able to address the problems that we're having. Thank you.
So allow me, I have to, this is unbelievable. So issue of governance now comes in. Okay, so you can go now, only allow two, only the last two.
All right, thank you so much. I am Cyrus Kingsley Wagga from a School of Social Sciences. I attended the last geopolitical conference, and I love how political economists answer their question of population. And Dr. Julius Kiza from the Department of Political Science, one of my lecturers, said, actually it was a very question of population, the very last geopolitical conference. And he said there are three contraceptives, the best contraceptives, instead of these other contraceptives. And he said, if you provide education to people, and if you provide employment, and if you provide energy, trust me, we will actually find a way of getting rid of this population issue. For example, see that the girl child is in school. By the time they are graduating, these people will be saved from early marriages and unwanted pregnancies, most probably, and there won't be a higher rise in population as it would be when they are not educated. When you employ the people, these people will actually be engaged with their work, and they will not be giving birth to children as much as they would when they are idle. And lastly, for example, in areas like Kampala, where it is too cold, people are always just sleeping. Just provide energy to such people, and they will not be giving birth.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry. There's someone here who is giving me... No, please. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll give you an opportunity, and that will be it. We've run out of time, and we need to have a response and wrap up for this session. Thank you. I understand the population question is a key question, and we're going to continue with this discussion even beyond this session. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm sorry we had to stretch very seriously to speak. This is all about the challenges of population growth. So my name is Leandro Komakeche, former Member of Parliament, and currently a recovering scholar at the Department of Political Science. I am so happy the moderators kicked off very well. Now, I would like to make a statement here. Looking at the trends of population growth in the country, the youth, just by mere morning when you join the road, in the morning in Kampala, you immediately see an indicator of a national security threat. the border economy. They're growing as a result of kind of responding to some of these challenges. So we are bound to see a situation where the youth budge in this country may be failing to be contained by the policies that we have today. So as experts in this thing, how do you advise the government of Uganda to begin to deal with this youth budge that is increasing at an increasing rate? We used to study this geography, A-level, Chigezi. Because it is called everybody engages. Then the next thing you see, population density in Chigezi. That's how we got this population group called the Bafurichi in the whole of this belt. If you go to eastern Uganda, the railway used to contribute. By 4 a.m., the train is passing. It wakes up everybody along the railway line. You engage. Now all this, that is what we studied in geography. But now my challenge is it true Africa as a continent is underpopulated or overpopulated? My submission is that Africa is underpopulated. And I would like to see, it is only the politics of population that is making Africa appear to be overpopulated. So as experts today, can you advise us on how we can justify the underpopulationness of Africa and how we can develop policies that can tune state governments in Africa to know that they are not overpopulated. And therefore, this masquerading of contraception and all these are just a neoliberal approach to stagnate us from generating capacities that can be like the Chinese. Lastly, why is it that in Uganda we are now making education an economic good and not a public good? Because education at independence or before independence was a public good. Right now, private schools override government-sponsored schools. So at the end of the day, education becomes an economic good where the few who cannot afford cannot proceed anywhere. So at the end of the day, we are exited from the bigger rudder that should contribute to everybody's chances. So how do we refine-tune this as panelists? Is it possible to stop this neoliberal agenda and get back to the basics and begin to see this country growing with government having interest in all processes? Thank you.
Amazing. When you have a former member of parliament speaking with passion, with issues to do with population, I have great panelists here. I am going to invite each one of them as they wrap up. Please respond to the critical question. We are continuing with this discussion. We've run out of time. Maximum, don't get beyond 2 minutes, please. Wrap up as you give your final submission. Thank you. I would first begin with Dr. Muhumuza. Kindly, the critical issues, respond to them as you speak to your final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really want to appreciate the questions that have come through. They indicate that we are engaged, and for me, this is the engagement that must continue. This conversation cannot be closed in one day. For many things, we're not going to resolve the issue of governance now. And I had the question of whether the panel here represents governance. Governance is a broader question. It's not even about just participation, and this is partly the policy challenge that we are having. To believe that representation must be every tribe, so you create constituencies in parliament for tribes, for clans, for religions. Now we have a parliament of 529 people. You have seen this week they have literally deliberated nothing. But from the budget perspective, we are spending 2.6 billion per day on that parliament, every day. Whether it is Sunday, Eid, Saturday, Monday, it is 2.6 billion. Now, what is governance? I think these are the questions that, for me, that come back. We need to give real meaning to some of these conversations if we are to get ourselves out. I think the question of policy. We are now investing 2 billion into the standard gauge railway. Is it going to serve this population here? And we are adding another 400 million on the meter gauge on the same track. These are policy issues. What is the question? What is the challenge of the youth today that we should be answering. And I think we are going to have a very big security problem out of this question, not because we are overpopulated. I agree we are not overpopulated, but when you don't manage your resources, you look like you are overpopulated. Spent over $5 billion in electricity generation and transmission. These guys are running a generator inside Makerere. I wanted to ask, why is the generator out there? So what policy, what problem are we trying to fix? There are quite a number of things, and the beauty with an academic institution like this is we'll have to keep asking the questions. Because when we ask the questions, we'll eventually be able to get to what could be the problem. Is it a curriculum issue? I don't think so. The other day we were debating to deploy interns, medical interns. Was it a skills issue? Some of these are senior house officers, medical doctors doing their masters. So it wasn't a skills issue. It became a budget issue, but where was the budget? What has happened to the budget? Because sometimes our policies are deviating and diverting the budget from core priorities of the day because we want to imitate and look like the Chinese. We want to imitate and look like I don't know who. Shouldn't we be investing in mass transport for Kampala to resolve the border issue? But then what becomes of the border families? How do you take care of them? Professor Sarah has said, well, you can drive through Kalerwe with your screen up to protect yourself. The same Kalerwe, people were getting stones and hitting the screens. You'll get to that level. So until we address this issue, and for me it's going back to say, what are we not doing right? What questions should we be asking? It's not about contraceptives. It's not about a curriculum. They are really fundamental questions we are not asking. And they all sit in the domain of governance. Until we get back to the real governance, where we say, are we creating opportunities that will speak to the current youth? We are going to reach a level where we have to not create jobs, but provide unemployment benefits. Because we are not going to provide you with all the jobs at the time you need them. But you need to eat. You need to marry one another and begin your one child. Fine, even if it is one child. You don't want to produce that child when you are 40. And I know some of you have all these songs we sing to each other. Sirimu Yembe. You feel you are ripe. But the boy is saying, I take you where? I'm still waiting for an opportunity. Now you don't want to give birth to a child when you have no guarantee that you have rent, you have food, you have medical cover for that child, especially in a situation where the public sector provision is inadequate and unreliable.
Thank you.
You want to have that control. So it's governance issue. Are we asking the right questions? Are we putting the same structures, the right structures and institutions in place? This conversation will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. Allow me to welcome again the Director General, Acting Director General, Mr. Samuel Umwa, kindly parting remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Helen, and thank you, the participants, for the candid questions. To me, it speaks to the centrality of us to handle the population question with more urgencies. As I stated, I work with National Population Council, which was established in 1988. By then, in recognition of the centrality of the population issue, as a population secretariat. Again, in 2014, it transitioned into a fully fledged National Population Council. And in 2020, we came up with our third generation of national population policy. And the policy shifted away from population responsiveness to population influencing. The reason is, if you look at our key indicators in 1995, and then you look at the key indicators in 2016, we were one of those countries that doubled life expectancy in a single generation from 42 to 63. So we had to now shift into population influencing. And our clarion call, or the thrust of our policy and programming should be to rapidly decline the total fertility rate, the the mortality rate, and improve on the health outcomes. That's the clarion call from our perspectives in terms of policy programming. Now, in terms of the question of investment, we have all mentioned what we need to do in terms of education, in terms of skilling, in terms of investing in the economy. And this I would speak to the person who raised the issue of why are people resisting exiting employment when they reach retirement age. I forgot within that economic reforms, for us to harness the demographic dividend, we also need to invest in social security. In Africa or in Uganda, if you look at just take NSSF, only about 1.5 million people are active or active members. So the government needs to also expand or broaden the social security system so that it cushions those who in one way or another may find them in such a situation. But my critical call is for us to make sure that we strengthen our governance system. The question was raised whether the panel is addresses governance. I must submit that 20 years ago when I started my career, I was a district youth officer. That time I think I was 20-something, and as a district youth officer, the youth were very happy for them to have a youth officer who is a youth. But I have outgrown my youth. But what we want to see is, because the youth nowadays accuses us that we don't involve them, there is the concept of being a youth at heart or a youth at heart. So in our governance structures, we have, for example, the National Youth Council. At the national level, we have been engaging them in terms of spreading the gospel of the demographic dividend. And when we are doing some of these policies, we engage the district youth councils and as well as the National Youth Council. So from the population policy and programming point of view, one, as I mentioned, our problem, Uganda's population problem, it's not its size. It's not its numbers. It's the rate of its increase. And as Dr. Muhumuza mentioned, if you have already 20 million entering into the reproductive age group, and then each one of them decide only to produce one or two, that's already a big issue. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we address the population trends in a sustainable way, and that would, in effect, talk to inclusiveness. Of course, I would want to conclude that this conversation has been very helpful, and also from the policy or programming point of view, it's also good to listen to the opposing views. What is the political economy point of view? What is the demographic view? What is the development economic point of view? And then we have a conflation of programming that addresses our challenges as Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. 1 minute. Dr. Kisache, and your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. So what we can appreciate, all of us, what we can appreciate is that population is a key issue we can talk about. There are quite a number of questions that have come through. What I want to say is that there are facts we can't run away from. For example, someone asked, what causes an increase in population? Really? Because I would then also ask you, in this room, is there someone who just fell from heaven? No. What causes population is that we have sex, someone conceives, and they give birth. It's obvious, and we can't run away from that. But I'll tell you something. Professor Sally said that these countries that are developed, actually their population size is very huge. It is true. It is not about the population size, but the rate at which women are giving birth to children. Now, the director said that, and I think Dr. Moses talked about it, that even if we said that let each woman give birth to one child today, because of the population momentum, the age structure will not change quickly. So with the time, we have to practice that having one child after some time, and then the age structure will change. So when it changes, maybe then we'll start to get, tap into the benefits of the demographic dividend. Someone asked, how will the window close? Now, we are talking about training or educating the youth. Of course, the big consideration is that we have a big youthful population and also a big dependency burden. So in other words, the ratio of those working vis-a-vis those depending on them is almost 1-to-1. You know what I mean? So what that means is that even when we train and the education system is not really, providing that skill that we need, we'll have so many graduates, but we will not be able to absorb them. The market will not be able to absorb. So the key considerations, and I think someone also said, alluded to what, I forget the name, but about the 3 points you talked about: education, employment, and energy. We are asking ourselves, recently there has been a debate, I think in the north, about charcoal, cutting down trees so that people are able to get energy. Now, that is a source of income, but also a source of energy. So we are talking about that. But what causes that? I think these are things we can talk about. But the key considerations we can talk about increasing savings, increasing investment, but the caveat to that is that we must create jobs. And these jobs, we must be productive. So when we say that for us to tap into the demographic dividend, obviously, the big youthful population should start working, but it must be productive. Production should be increased, but I have to say that if we don't do that, we are going to have a population that is going to lead us into crimes, that is going to be redundant, and so many evil things. Now, the other person also asked a question about climate change, whether population decrease can reduce climate change. And I think that is true. When you look at remote sensing and focus on the forests in West Africa, the study has been done that because of an increase in population, we can see that these forest covers are shrinking. But the food for thought I think we should think about as we go home. Let us all focus on countries in Africa here, not even developed countries, in Africa, with the lowest total fertility rate, and map the economic development of those countries. You realize that these countries with a low fertility rate are slightly more developed than countries with a high fertility rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Kisache. Welcome, Professor Salib. Kindly, in 1 minute, your parting remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm just seated here and wondering with where Dr. Kisache ended with a small, low fertility rate and a high increase. It also depends on whether you're taking other factors in place. I remember when I did gender and population for my master's, one of the countries with the lowest fertility rate in Africa was Gabon, and it was not in any way developed. It was because it lay on the STD belt, and if you've done you've mapped the population reproductive health geographies of Africa, you'll understand what it means to be on the STD belt. It means whether you're doing contraception or not, but the historical legacy of STDs in that area, you will have very low populations. Doesn't make them richer because the governance is in bad shape, though they have oil and everything else. So basically a number of things have been raised, but I can summarize them in maybe just a little bit, 4 short things. The reasons for why we are having high population increase is not a problem. It's not just that people are having sex. In addition to that, the country and the world has invested a lot in reducing infant mortality, in reducing maternal mortality, in reducing under 5 mortality. All these health benefits keep people alive longer. We've had improvements in health, and we cannot problematize that. We actually celebrate them. So if each child who is born has a higher chance of surviving and living, you will definitely have increases in population. And so that then has, if we are in charge of the planning process, and we are planning well, not in a silo where you have population running one side, health running one side, economics running in its own silo. If we have consolidated development where people are connecting the dots, We should then map out and say, if by rolling out these levels of vaccinations and immunization and whatever, survival rates are going to grow high, then people are going to live longer. What kind of economy do you want to enable this population survive? Right now, our statistics are that 67% of our population is aged 15 years and below. So all of us on this panel are old, but also everyone in this room is an old person. You're not even part of that 67, but they are going to survive. So how do you plan for them? Not by wishing them away, not by preaching good-manneredness and whatever, creating opportunities. Because if they don't have the opportunities, the society will reboot. And I'm a social scientist. Society doesn't ask for you from you permission to reboot. It just reboots either in forms of civil conflict, in form of high levels of crime, and in kind of different kinds of things you see. So the governance question is there. So that brings us to the whole issue of whether you're talking about foreign investors or youth not being here and youth not being there, not being included, not being participated, not participating, all is because of limited opportunities. So in the context of limited opportunities, we have to be very attentive and cautious about who is missing on the table. Is it women? Is it the elderly? Is it youth? And when you are bringing them on board, how do you bring them on board? Because also permanent exclusion is going to create for you a problem. The women will not pick up arms, the youth will. And they will cause the society to reboot. And finally, we need to create strong institutions. These strong institutions are not shouldn't be in forms of silos, but strong institutions that connect the dots. And as I said before, population is not just a matter of population and the economy and jobs. It's very much an ideological matter. If the government sat down and said, how do we plan for this country 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what will the population look like? That's why we have a National Planning Council authority. What will the population look like? Therefore, what do we want to invest in? That we would know whether we promote investors. Yes, sometimes investors are good to give us the capital we need to start with. But for how long? And in which way? What kind of jobs should we be producing? What do we do with the youth who are in rural trading centers, simply drinking away, committing crime and betting? And because they have had good health systems, they are going to survive. So we need to be more intentional about that. But also most important, we need to start from where we are. And I believe I'm largely speaking to students. If we are going to demand that government has strong institutions and deals with governance challenges like corruption and the rest, how are you as students in your governance structures doing things differently? Because if you're going to have guild campaigns that are full of financial challenges and corruption and those kinds of things, those are the things you're going to carry to the state. And then we are going to have the compounding the problems that we have. In short, I'm saying the problem is not out there. We have to begin thinking here if we are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. But basically, my point is go out thinking about the holistic nature of the population problem. Thank you very much.
Awesome. A round of applause to our panelists. They have really done us so well. We are continuing with this conversation. A conversation of where some will still think we are not overpopulated. We still have a lot of room, but also for your information, the population is growing very fast. And what kind of population do we have? Is it a quality population that will enable us to have that accelerated economic growth that we are talking about? How soon as a country or African countries can we switch, of course, to the middle to become at least middle income countries? You know, there are many questions of population. Population question is a critical question. With that, I want to thank you, the audience. Thank you very much for the wonderful questions that you raised. And I would like to hand over to the MC. Thank you very much. Kindly clap for the panelists as they leave.
Kindly give them another round of applause because they did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, the panel and the moderator. You are phenomenal this evening. And I think this is the kind of topic that everybody was interested in. And as we move forward, you realize that it is going to get better because we are going to get into issues again that are related to population. And before I actually, as they try to change the names of the panelists who are going to come, there are things I looked at. somebody from UNESCO who talked about young people and was challenging the organizers. How do you talk about the young people without them? So next time, maybe we should have put a 24-year-old or below also to sit on the panel and talk about these issues. You can't talk about them without them, can you? So the most important thing will be investing in skills development, because Dr. Kabagenyi talked about the quality of the population matters. What's the quality of the population that we have? I have had some entrepreneurs complain nowadays that we not only have a problem of unemployment, but sometimes our graduates are also unemployable. Now, that's a challenge. That sometimes people who go through our education institutions are also unemployable. And for example, we have an opportunity in the agricultural sector. Think about it. Almost 60% of East Africa's arable land is in Uganda. But how much do we invest in agriculture, where we have a competitive and competitive advantage that can take in so many people? Yes, we have invested in other things, but how many do they employ? Can you imagine a country like Uganda, we import fruits like oranges from Egypt, from the Middle East? Isn't that shameful? That a country that has half of East Africa's Arab land is importing food from countries that are more or less deserts. Are we even serious? And so we have to prepare ourselves. It doesn't matter whether somebody is in Kenya or Kansas, whether it's from Uganda or Uruguay, whether you're from Somalia or San Diego, so long as you have the opportunities and you have education, education is the greatest equalizer. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you access education, you can compete at a global scale and you can be at the same level. Okay, I'm going now to, I suppose they're done with preparing the stage. Let me invite our next panel and the moderator for the panel. We're going to look into water governance, transboundary water, peace, and democracy. That's the topic. And our moderator this evening for that topic is Andrew Ajuka, environment multimedia journalist, InfoNile. Mr. Andrew Ajuka, please, if you can step forward. Yes. Please let us welcome him with a round of applause. Environment journalist, and he'll be taking us through this.
Thank you all, and thank you, my brother Patrick. We all know that sometimes when we talk about water, it's something that you don't want to, you don't want to attach any kind of like seriousness to it. And maybe one would be asking, why would we be talking about water? I mean, it's just a well, it's just a tap, But as you know, things have started to change in the world, and as we know that most of the conflicts now brewing up are, related more to water. Though we haven't had one, but you can see that it is cropping up. And so today we will be discussing which governance models promote cooperation between states on the issues of access to water. That's what we'll be basically looking at. And on this team, I have very informed personnel. Allow me to, introduce one by one. And as I read them or as I introduce them, please welcome them in a Makerere way, okay? And also, because these are very informed personnel, I would request that you really give them the acknowledgement they deserve. I will start with one who is more, closer to us and more, a little younger. That's none other than Mr. Bosco Asimwe. Mr. Bosco Asimwe is the Director of Democratic Governance and Strategic Studies at the Center of Multilateral Affairs, but he previously worked as the coordinator, academia, and later regional peace and security at the Uganda Council on Foreign Relations. Asimwe, nice meeting you. All right. Apparently, Asimwe, as a youth leader, he has actively tried to influence and shape youth perspectives and participation in politics. In his research interests are national security, regional peace and security, foreign policy, diplomacy, international law, military warfare, oil and gas diplomacy, regional integration and strategic intelligence. And furthermore, he holds a bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in international relations and diplomatic studies. And that's all from this university, none other than Makerere University. A very big hand clap for my brother there. Bosco, you're doing us proud. I love that. Yeah. Next, allow me to introduce one whom we could call our uncle, and this is none other than Dr. Kalist. Dr. Kalist Tindimugaya is a water resource specialist working with the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda, and for over 33 years, this is really incredible, over 33 years, and he's currently a commissioner for water resources planning and regulation with overall responsibility of ensuring sustainable and equitable utilization and protection of water resources of Uganda. One other thing that you need to know about Dr. Kalist, Dr. Kalist actually spearheaded the establishment of the Water Resource Institute in Uganda, and that's in 2018, and he has been at the heart of this organization. Then he also set up a mentorship program within the institute for young mid-career ladies. And for that, Doctor, I want to commend you for being gender sensitive. Thank you so much. I'll go to the next one. And of course, I'll also call upon my other brother, who is a little more like us. And this is none other than a water and sanitation specialist named Lucas Cornet. Lucas, please come forward. So Lucas has been posted at the front line on various contexts. Lucas has worked in places like Chad, Libya, Niger, DRC, Haiti. So this water engineer, I must say that he's really experienced. Lucas is a water engineer by training, and of course he has gone beyond his technical field of expertise to understand the global water challenges and only expected by the changing climate. He has assisted various organizations, including government agencies, the United Nations, and the World Bank, with the same intention of unleashing investments for the support of this fragile resource, playing such as a central role in peace, stability, and also shared prosperity. I will go to the last one, and ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of water, sometimes the issues, it's always financing. And I'm glad that today on our panel we have someone from a bank at least, or a development fund. And this is none other than the country director of the French Development Embassy in Uganda, and that's rather than Marc Tullier. You will teach me some more French, Uncle Mark. Yeah. And Dre is a career diplomat with an expertise in post-conflict diplomacy and also development assistance and coalition building. Thank you so much, Uncle Mark, with an African focus. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start the conversation, and without wasting any time, I'll also take my seat and we will start with this. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. Sometimes technology acts funny. But maybe to start, gentlemen, I want to start with you, Mr. Mark. Just tell us what you think about this whole topic that we are discussing today. What are some of your key remarks that you would want to start with before we go into the questioning?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Makerere University and all the organizers of this debate. Actually, water issue is certainly one of the critical issues of the 21st century. And as a reader of science fiction, I remember having read some books that are talking about a world where water will be so scarce that it will be definitely the lead for a lot of conflict. And basically, this is the theme of water governance is about management of scarce resources. And for me, what I want to insist on, and this is the main question I would like to touch upon, is there is a need for what in the specialized organizations and specialized agency we are calling the integrated water resource management. And I want to talk to it about a point of view of an international agreed standard, and also and it's something that we have, for instance, in France experienced, and as a financial institution, a development partner, we have been also supporting throughout the world and including specifically here in Africa. So I just want to touch upon briefly about what it is, this integrated water resource management. As I said, it is an international standard. What does it mean? It means that it has been agreed for decades now in international forum by the international community. It started, if we have to choose a date, back in 1992 during the Rio Convention, where the necessity to manage water resources in an integrated manner was first the base of an international consensus. It has led to a global water partnership in 2000, and more importantly, and this is where we are now, we have the Sustainable Development Goals that are the goal that the international community at large, developed and developing countries, have been agreed upon. And there is one specifically which is on water. This is SDG 6. But more specifically, there is one which is a target which is specifically about achieving integrated water management by 2030. So that's definitely what we can see as an international standard that all the international community has agreed upon. So why is it so critical when we talk about governance and peace and security also? Firstly, certainly because, as I said briefly, this is a scarce resources, and more so. And the fact that climate change is a reality, it is going to actually improve, worsen the situation in terms of accessibility to water. So that's definitely something that is going to increase water stress. Water stress is the availability of water for human consumptions in the different usage of the water, use of water. And this is one of the other issues that we are facing collectively as community, is that water is of multiple use. There is agriculture, there is industry, there is a need for domestic uses, and all those uses are competing within each other. So including within the same community, including within the same country, there are different uses of water. For instance, in France, no later than last summer, we have a renewed increased debate around the use of water facing the scarcity of these resources when the drought is coming in. So this is something which is affecting us all. So what is this model of governance of integrated water resource management is bringing to the debate? Well, basically, it is starting from a physical reality, which is catchment area or drainage basin or watershed, whatever you want to call them. So physically speaking, this is the area where all the water is converging and basically going into one point. So water management, basically, it is acting at the right level, which is this hydrologic reality of the catchment areas for water, for river, wherever they are. So the first question to ask ourselves is, at what scale are we going to manage the water? And the answer to that is at the catchment area, the drainage basin, that we have to manage water. In my country, France, for example, and this is where the expertise that AFD also is deploying is coming from, we have 7 hydrological basins. And we have organized it in the way that we have 6 authorities that are organizing the use of those water to precisely do some of the arbitration between the different use of water. And a key point that we have introduced in France, and we are also seeing more and more in different water basin organizations, is the 2 principles that have been put in place that allow those authorities to basically fund some project to protect the water resources itself. Those 2 principles are key. They are user pays and polluter pays principles that allow such organization. In France, it is collecting 2 billion euro a year to properly fund project to protect the resource of water for the future generation, to organize the share of the use of water between the different uses. Here in Africa, integrated water resource management, there are, physically speaking, 60 hydrological transboundary basin. 60. That's a huge number. They are covering 60% of the whole continent and impacting or concerning 77% of the population. So AFD, the French Development Agency, has been providing support to some of the basin authority in Africa. I won't name them all, but there are basically from Fleuve Senegal in the west to the Nile Basin Initiative in the east, and throughout the Congo Basin, the Chad Lac, and some others. So we're providing support for actually more than 80 years. We have been providing support specifically in terms of knowledge of the resource, because you cannot manage something that you don't know, and because we are talking about scarcity of the resource, you need to know where we are and what are going to affect the availability of the resources. We have been, of course, looking at increasing the attention paid to environmental impact on water resources. And for that, we have been working a lot also on planification and building the necessary institutional capacity for managing those resources. So over the years, we have been spending over roughly 50 million euro, and we have launched a latest initiative last year, actually, last December, a 3 million euro initiative for the 2023-2025 to precisely support the institutions that are managing the water at the right level, to precisely help them raising the resources, strengthening the capacity, but also sharing expertise and knowledge between each other. So we have been doing that with an international organization which is called OIE, for International Organization for Water. And I just want to say, in conclusion, at this preliminary remark, that we have been doing that also in the framework of a Team Europe initiative. So European Union has been also trying to organize itself to bring on board all member states and the European institutions to precisely bring that kind of support. And a similar initiative, the Team Europe initiative on transboundary water management in Africa, has been launched during the latest Africa Water Ministerial Conference last year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that. Maybe I would go to you, Lucas. What do you have to say about this particular theme that we are discussing today? That's water governance, transboundary water, peace, and democracy.
So, hello, everyone. So it's very difficult to speak up after Mark because he already gave a good picture of what governance, water governance is. But if you expect me to give you a good definition of transboundary basin water governance, you risk to be a bit disappointed because there is no really good definition that can fit all the situations that we are observing in the world. So there is maybe one thing we can all agree on, because I know there are some scientists with us, so we need to be very careful when we make assumptions. As far as we are today, there is no one single water governance basin models that can be applied to all the systems. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. So, because as Andrew mentioned, my background is not in policies, it's rather in engineering. I kind of have this structural thinking when I'm approaching concept. And if we try to see what is it when we discuss about transboundary basins? First thing, there are two major types of transboundary water basins. The first one is maybe the one that doesn't really come up first in people's mind. It's the water that you don't see, the one that is underground. Okay, we have very little knowledge about this kind of water. We call it groundwater. And let's talk a bit more about that. Let's take an example. We can consider the largest fossil aquifer of the world, which is actually in Africa. It's underlapping 4 countries: Chad, Sudan, Egypt, and Libya. And this basin, this aquifer, raised a lot of tension a couple of decades ago, just because there was no governance or water governance structure or framework around that aquifer. So I see the audience is very young, and most of the people were not probably born in the 80s, but some may have heard that story. So early in the 80s, under the Gaddafi administration in Libya, there was a decision to make a large project, water supply project, to feed the largest cities of Libya with water. And that project was called the Great Man-Made River. So literally, this is what it is. They abstracted this water from fossil aquifer, which by essence doesn't replenish, and they send this water to Tripoli, Benghazi, and the other cities around the Mediterranean coast of Libya. And as a result, the aquifer is shared by other neighboring countries. So what happened? People are not happy because they see the water level of the aquifer they share, dropping out. So this raised a lot of tension. To give you an idea about the figures, the Libyans were abstracting about 6.5 million of cubic meter per day out of a reservoir that is esteemed to be 150 cubic kilometer. So at this pace, we knew that the aquifer will just dry out within 70 to 80 years. So lots of tension when you have one country acting unilaterally with no governance framework. Fortunately, a couple of decades ago, so it took time, they agreed to merge and to make a convention, and there is no annual conferences, as Mark mentioned also, to share data, to share figures about how the aquifer is working. So that's an extreme example of a model that was developed and that was dearly needed. On the other side, you can have other basins, more like the one Mark mentioned, surface water. So when I've spent a lot of time in DRC, and the good thing when you are in Kinshasa, you can look through the river and you see Brazzaville. They are probably the closest capital in the world. They're just separated by a river. And when I look a river like the Congo River, which is an international transboundary basin, I'm thinking to one thing. I'm thinking to water, because I see the water. But other people, when they see the river, they can think to other things. They can think to energy, because we can put dam on the river. There are a lot of discussion about the large Inga 2 dam. That's the future. Other people can also think to food, because when they see water, they know that we need water for irrigation and for crops. So all those aspects of water are actually interrelated. So you have food, water for energy, water for water supply. And we call it, in the jargon, the nexus. So on those type of basin, the nexus has a real importance when we are trying to set up and develop water governance model, which is maybe less the case of the aquifer. One major issue of the surface water is pollution. Okay, the aquifer is a bit more protected because there is a lot of layer and geologic that usually filter the water. But in surface water, you don't have that. So the pollution can be of different sources. It can be from the agriculture, because when we talk to nexus, it's water to agriculture, but it's also agriculture byproducts to water. So when we have the fertilizers and chemicals and agricultural byproducts going back to the water, it pollutes it. Okay, we have that with the lake. It's called eutrophication. That's a process in which the water becomes overly enriched with nutrients, and you can have algae bloom. Okay, so those aspects needs really to be bear in mind when we are setting up the models. So I'd like also to tell one quick fact about water, because you know, Mark mentioned it, there are a lot of tension rising about the water. We discuss sometimes about conflict, that kind of things. You know that in French it's easier to say because the etymology is closer to Latin, but there is a Latin word that is rivalis, and rivalis means the people living along the river, okay? And rivalis is the same source of rival. So when we have various countries sharing one same basin, they are actually called rival. And rival doesn't mean something very friendly at first. Rival is more connected with conflict. So you see that the tension around the water, this is not a new phenomenon. This is something that dates back from the origin of the words. So that's just a fact that I wanted to share. But in also, as Andrew mentioned it, we haven't seen water wars yet, or nearly not, because there was actually 4 events that can be assimilated to water wars. But this is not the norm. Actually, there is a very brilliant research that was done by the Oregon University, and they reviewed a lot of water-related events. Can be declaration in the media, can be collaboration act, that kind of things. And they review about 7,000 events. And 3/4 of those events were actually related to cooperation, to new convention, to partnership between transboundary water countries. So you see there are a place for hope. Now, obviously the rest of the events and declaration were more on the conflict side, but not on the all-out war side. It's more on the verbal conflict side. So if you see in the press a declaration, it doesn't mean that the country that makes this declaration is actually going to war. When you are going to war, and we have many examples around the world at the moment, there is one thing certain, is that war are expensive. And if you just go to war for water, you have to make sure that with a fraction of the cost that you are of the war, you could not build water production plants or desalination plants. Okay? So going to war just for water is very unlikely. But it's a strong element. It's a strong factor that can also decide a country to go to war. So we have to keep very cautious about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for those, promising, statements. They can't be war of water to you. And I think that's really encouraging because we were attending, me and Dr. Callis, just previously. I think yesterday we were for the Nile Basin discussion forum, and we are trying to, they were trying to come up with a solution to that so that we don't have a war coming along the Nile because, and maybe Dr. Callis, this could be your turn. What is your take on this topic of ours, which is water governance, transboundary water, peace and democracy, being that even you are founder of a Water Institute, Resource Institute here in Uganda. I think you're really good at harmonizing these topics. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting for inviting me to represent the Ministry of Water and Environment in this session. I probably would want maybe to look at the title of this session, Water Governance, Transboundary Water, Peace and Democracy. And just start from the basic. What is water? Oftentimes we assume that everybody knows what water is. But what is water? Sometimes we hear people say water is life, but what does that mean? And I just want to get all of us to know that there isn't anything you are going to do where water is not involved. Those of you who listen to the President's independence speech, he actually spent some time talking about water. And he said that you can spend only 3 minutes without air. You can't spend more than 3 days without water, but you can spend 8 days without food. So water is life. Without water, you don't exist. How many of you came here without bathing? You probably, if there's no water to bathe, you would even fear coming because you would smell and people not want to come near you. You took what? You took tea, you took food. When we go for parties, we enjoy soda. Soda, 96% of soda is water. It's actually colored water. Those who take beer, 95% of beer is actually water, colored water. So you can imagine if there's a wedding and there's no soda of beer or mineral water, what that kind of wedding would look like. Right now, you cannot talk about food without water. Right now, we've been depending on rain-fed agriculture, and because of climate change, our production has gone down substantially, and we are talking about irrigation. Irrigation is about bringing water to crops, nothing else. If there's no water, you cannot talk about irrigation. Uganda's hydro power is actually hydro. All the energy we get is hydro. And hydropower is about bringing water to tiny turbines. If there is no water, you cannot talk about hydro. Some of us are waiting for Uganda to start producing oil so that we can become rich. This oil is not going to come out of the ground without water. The amount of oil that is underground, we need the same amount of water to push underground to get the oil out. We actually worried where this water will come from. The pipeline, we have a pipeline from Alberta and Graben to Dar es Salaam. We need the water to flush that pipeline. That pipeline is very huge. We actually don't know where the water is going to come from. I'm just using this example so that you can realize that water is life. Oftentimes we take it for granted. It's when it is not available that you know how important it is. Once in a while you hear people having conflicts over water. I think as Lucas has mentioned and Mark have mentioned, we have not seen wars over water, but we have seen conflicts. So when resources are actually depended on by many people or by many users, there's going to be competition. And when there's competition and the resources are limited, you actually have conflicts. And the conflicts can actually turn into wars. Of course, there has always been a talk that maybe the next world war will be on water. We are hoping that it will not happen. And we are doing what it takes to make sure that it doesn't happen. So, where is this water? Some of this water is underground, and again, Lucas talked about water underground water. This is the water we tap through drilling boreholes. So when you see boreholes all over the country, that is water underground that we depend on, springs, shallow wells. But we have water that is in rivers, in lakes, swamps. We call it surface water, but of course also all of this comes from rainfall. This water will occur where it has to occur. It doesn't care about Uganda's boundaries. That's why we talk about water cutting across borders, transboundary water. But even within Uganda, water does not recognize that we have over 140 districts. It doesn't care. It will continue flowing. If it finds you along its way, it might go with you if you don't give way. That's why we have to actually ensure that we look after this resource for the benefit of the present and future generation. So how do you ensure that this resource is available now and in the future? Uganda's population is estimated to be about 44 million. It is growing at a very high rate. The session we're in earlier was talking about population growth. Water is not increasing, the population is increasing. Demand for water is going up. We need jobs. Right now, we're having many jobs around water. We need the industries depend on water. There isn't any industry that doesn't use water, either as a primary input or a secondary input. So with all of these demands increasing, with the population growing, we are going to have pressure on the resource. And that's why we have to put in place mechanisms, systems to enable us to look after this resource so that it is available now and in the future. And that's where we talk about governance. Governance is basically about creating that enabling environment to make things happen. And what do we need? We need to have rules of the game. You have to have laws, you have to have policies, but also to have strategies. What do you want to do to ensure that this water is looked after today and in the future? Policies, again, we have national policies in Uganda. Of course, we start with the Constitution. That's where we derive our power. Specifically for water, we have a national water policy. It sets a direction on what government is going to do to ensure that water is managed in an integrated and sustainable manner, in the spirit of integrated water resources management, as Mark has highlighted. We need laws. Laws set the rules of the game. If everybody decides to do what he or she wants, then you are going to have a problem. We have our National Water Act. The Water Act actually says all water belongs to government. Even when you have land, the land is yours, the water is not yours. It belongs to government, and government looks after it on behalf of Ugandans. The Ministry of Water and Environment is the custodian of the water. We look after the water on behalf of Ugandans. So for you to use the water, if you are pumping water using a motorized pump, you have to come to us for permission to use the water. We call it a water permit. I was talking to a lady who is doing law, and I was encouraging her to do water law. Very, very interesting. Those of you who are lawyers, that's an area where we don't have many lawyers, but very interesting. Now, we issue permits. For example, anybody who is constructing a bridge on a water body, I have to give them a permit to construct that bridge. Anybody constructing a dam, come to us to get a permit. We issue two types of permits, construction permit and obstruction permit. We want to make sure that the water is managed in a way that it is used sustainably and efficiently. Anybody, for example, if anybody is going to do irrigation, if you are thinking about irrigation, you have to come to us to give you permission, because we are putting order and setting the rules of the game. So we issue permits. Our permits are for 5 years, renewable. It's not a right. We can cancel a permit anytime if we find that there is a limited amount of water. And our national water policy is clear that first priority is for drinking water. Now, this water doesn't follow administrative boundaries, as I mentioned. For Uganda, 69% of the water we have in Uganda comes from outside our borders. Again, those of you who could have listened to the President's speech, he gave some statistics. We now know how much water we have in Uganda. We have 43 billion cubic meters of water as annual renewable water resources. 29 billion cubic meters of water comes from outside our borders, from Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and DR Congo. Only 15 billion cubic meters of water is actually generated within Uganda. So for Uganda, we have to work with other countries to ensure that we secure Uganda. We do our work based on international water law. International water law says that shared water resources are not owned by any country. They are shared, and all countries have a right. We have agreement. You could have been hearing about agreement where Egypt has to give permission. That agreement has been rejected by the countries. We have now what we call a cooperative framework on shared Nile water resources that has now been ratified by the countries. And yesterday we got really good news that the remaining two countries, Burundi and Kenya, actually ratified. We are going to have a Nile Basin Commission based in Entebbe, Uganda, that brings together 10 countries that share the Nile. Now, that one is an institution that will help the countries to work together. But the Cooperative Framework Agreement is the one that sets the rules of the game. For example, Kenya and Tanzania cannot use the water without consulting Uganda. We give them an objection. Uganda cannot use water without consulting the other countries. So again, governance is about setting the rules of the game, putting in place institutions, putting in place management instruments so that we can all benefit from these resources. And once we benefit from these resources, we talk about peace, prosperity, economic development, regional integration. And of course, democracy. Again, we are democratic in the way we use the water. So this topic, in my view, brings the importance of water in socio-economic development of any country, in promoting peace. If countries are fighting over water, they will not be at peace. If people are fighting over water, they will not be at peace. So that's why we manage this resource. And the moderator mentioned that yesterday we ended an event organized by the Nile Basin Initiative, which brings countries together that share the Nile. Every 3 years, we have what we call Nile Basin Development Forum. So it ended yesterday, and we are affirming our commitment to transboundary cooperation. And for Uganda, cooperation with other countries is not an option, it's a must, because we have to secure the 69% of the water that comes from our border, outside our borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalist, for such insightful point. So everyone who is here and you're Uganda and you're trying to drill a borehole, you know that now you need a permit. And even if you're trying to construct a dam, I don't know how many of us can do that, or a bridge. So thank you so much, Dr. Kalist. And I'm happy that Kenya and Burundi have ratified, and at least we have something going on when it comes to the Nile Basin. That's some great work. We'll come to you, my brother Bosco. What do you have to say about today's topic, which is water governance, transboundary water, peace and democracy?
Thank you, moderator, fellow panelists, for the good preamble you have made regarding this topic. Mr. Moderator, this topic or this session has started on a good note. The news from Doctor that we are getting other two ratifications to the Comprehensive Framework Agreement. I think moderator would, it is really good news. Because personally, I am a researcher and I have interest in the Nile Basin. I have written extensively about it. In fact, even my master's thesis was on the Nile. So I have so much interest, and I was going to securitize this concept water in the context of the Nile Basin. So first of all, I am receiving the good news, Doctor. I thank the organizers of Kampala Geopolitics Conference, and more importantly, for bringing this topic. Someone somewhere may be asking him or herself, why water governance, as the precurrent panelists said. There is a study done by International Union for Conservation of Nature, and they have provided good statistics why we are talking about water. Why do you think water discussions, water governance has taken center stage on international discourses? So the world today hosts 7 billion people, but there's a projection that by 2050, it will be 9 billion people. All those people need to be fed. That comes with in the 19% increase in agricultural water consumption. It is projected that by 2025, 800 million people will be living in countries or regions that are facing water scarcity, absolutely. So there is another scenario that between 1991 and 2000, over 665,000 people died in over 2,000 natural disasters, and all of which were water-related events. So when we are talking about water, it is really important to talk about water, because water has since become such a security issue, not only to us human beings, but even between states.
Currently, there are over 270 transboundary river basins, and research shows that 148 countries included their territory in one or more transboundary water system. 39 of those have their 90% of their territory in one or more transboundary river basin. And then 21 countries have absolutely their territory included in one or two transboundary water resources. So it is really imperative for the whole world to turn their attention to water. Water is such environmental, political, cultural, historic, and economic natural resource that is of great importance to human life. So it is important. In fact, it is a strategic resource, just like you're seeing oil. But for it, it differs from oil because a human being cannot live without water, just like the doctor said. So we have so far 1% of world's fresh water, and its competition is becoming inevitable over states. So, Mr. Moderator, my interest in this topic is just to securitize concept water, basically between states. And I wanted to bring this debate within the context of Nile Basin initiative, Nile Basin, 11 countries that share the Nile Basin. Just like Lucas said, and Doctor, there are other international legal frameworks that guide transboundary water resources that maybe advocate or ensure the principles of equitable utilization, water security, no significant harm. Those are utmost principles that really legal frameworks advocate for between riparian states that share transboundary water resource. But Mr. Moderator and the entire House, it is unfortunate that currently, before these two ratifications come on board for the Comprehensive Framework Agreement, in the Nile Basin Initiative, we do not have a legally binding framework that guides riparian states on the usage and management of waters of the Nile. It is such a catastrophe. Currently, we don't have. The two agreements in place, just like the doctor said, have been hugely contested by other riparian states. We have the 1929 agreement that was signed between Britain and Egypt. In that agreement, Britain gave historic and absolute rights over the waters of the Nile to Egypt. In other words, for any other riparian state, mostly upstream riparian states, to undertake any project on the Nile, you must first seek permission from Egypt. Just as now we say, we have Egyptian hydrologist on the Nile here in Jinja. His job is just to measure the amount of water Uganda is using. In other words, there is an amount of water beyond which you cannot use as a country. So there came 1959 agreement. 1959 agreement, when Sudan got her independence in 1956, it also disputed and refuted all the colonial agreement that was signed between Britain and Egypt. So what happened now, Egypt came into a negotiation with Sudan, delegated some water rights to Sudan. Over the 84 billion cubic meters of the annual flow of the waters of the Nile, now Egypt delegated 18.5 to Sudan, remaining with 55.5 billion cubic meters. They just remained 10% billion cubic meters for natural loss. In other words, other riparian states were not considered in such negotiations. So these two agreements, those are the agreements we have right now, until CFA come into force, as we are waiting for the two ratifications. So these agreements have hugely been contested. When most of these upstream riparian countries got their independence, they of course refuted them. Tanzania refuted, Uganda refuted. In fact, in 1963, after our independence, our Prime Minister wrote to the Secretary General of the United Nations, refuting the colonial agreements that were in place regarding the usage of waters of the Nile. Even the declaration by Parliament followed session number 3 of 1963, still refuting such agreements. So there are frameworks, there are theories in place why such colonial agreements should not be binding to those countries that did not take part in the negotiation when they were signing. We have the Clean State Doctrine, which says that a country should not inherit the agreements that were signed by colonial predecessors. So there is rebus sextantibus. A country has a right to resign the treaty that when there is a material change of circumstances of such rights and obligations of that treaty. So in other words, the 1929 agreement and 1959 agreement were signed when most of the upstream riparian states, the upstream, I mean other countries minus Sudan and Egypt because they're at the end of the Nile. So Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, all those we consider them as upstream. All those had not gained independence, but it's very unfortunate that they are bound, that Egypt still insists on the historical rights that were conferred to her by the 1929 agreement. So when we talk of water governance and transboundary resource, peace and democracy, we need to come into the terms of the Nile Basin dynamics. So in other words, just like other upstream riparian states have come together to contest this and advocate for a comprehensive framework agreement. It is very good that this agreement is in place, but they have been jeopardized by downstream riparian states because they don't want this agreement to go through. So Sudan and Egypt contested Article 14, Article 14B of the Comprehensive Framework Agreement. They wanted historical rights to be entrenched in the CFA. You can imagine. As other upstream riparian states advocating for equitable utilization of the resource, water security, and no significant harm. But for them, they are insisting, first of all, water rights as they are, and they remain with absolute rights over the waters of the Nile. So when we talk of water governance, transboundary peace, the concept water is already securitized. And when there is the concept is securitized, there is a lot of caution that should come up with countries, especially in the resources that share borders between countries. Because any time, as they said, there can be a direct water war. Just like the doctor said, though we have not had a direct water war in the world, but research shows that some conflicts have had undertones of water-related issues. There are conflicts between India, Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sudan, rather South Africa, Lesotho. Of recently, the conflict in Ethiopia, some pundits attributed the conflict to the building and refilling of the Great Renaissance Dam by Egypt, which was rather by Ethiopia, which was a natural decision taken against the authority or the absolute rights of Egypt. So, though we have not had a direct war, but undertones have come up in most of the conflicts in the region that are related to water. So we need to be cautious as the population, as the masses, to make sure that a resource that is water, it is handled with caution and care. And we need to have that awareness as a population. Because it is absurd that most of the countries in the Nile Basin, the population maybe is not interested in waters of the Nile or the information regarding to that, except Egypt, where you find every Egyptian is alert when it comes to the waters of the Nile, because they believe the Nile is the life of Egyptians. Where are we Ugandans? Where I am not advocating for violence or war, but I advocate, of course, for diplomacy, for negotiations regarding the water governance and transboundary peace. Just more importantly, to have integrated systems, just like the speaker said, to have agreement, a legally binding framework agreement, like a comprehensive framework agreement that we have now. If the two ratifications come into force, we shall have gotten the best gift in the Nile Basin. So, Mr. Moderator, mine is really to securitize this concept of water and how it is disastrous, especially between states, because it is the major contributing factor of the friction between states. And NSPAC may set the ball rolling in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bosco Asimwe, for that, profound submission. Mr. Mark, Asimwe was talking about, from what he's saying is that we need a model of, cooperation. And maybe if I'm to ask you, which kind of governance models, have you worked with these kinds of places that you've worked, in with the FAD, with the basins that you've worked with? What are some of those models that you've used in cooperation, especially dealing with neighboring states? Yeah.
Well, as Lucas said rightly, there is maybe not one model for everyone. There are definitely adaptations to be having in the situation of the different countries. But I think that there are still, I wouldn't call them model, but realities that we have to face when we come to managing surface water especially. And those are the model or the main feature that I underline. There is this physical reality. It is best to manage the water at the right level, the right scale. And so we're discussing about the Nile, and yes, the right scale is at the basin level. But the second reality is that you have to reconciliate all the uses of the water for different uses, and this is what also Lucas mentioned as being the nexus. And that is where the specificities are coming in. You have to find every organization has to find the right ways to agree upon the different uses. Is this going through consultation with the different communities, through allocation of priorities, and Dr. Kalis mentioned that for Uganda, drinking water is a priority of water policy. So each and every organization, countries, has to find the right balances and the right mechanism to accommodate the different priorities, the different uses of this water, which is a scarce resources. But for me, there is also another area where there is not one-size-fits-all models, but a reality. If you want to manage properly a resource which is scarce, which is confronted to growing tensions, because as Dr. Kelly said, there are growing population, so growing needs, and also because climate change is bringing more scarcity, more irregularity. There are droughts followed by floods, and this is disrupting all the uses. So for having the capacity to manage that, to allocate, to build eventually some infrastructures that will be helping the population to have access to water, because it's a question of availability and also a question of access to safe drinking water. So for that, you need resources. And so there is different ways of thinking about resources, but I think that the two principles that I underline, that we are implementing in France, such as the polluter pays and the user pays principles, they have to be adapted to different realities. But there are fundamental principles that could give actually any transboundary water resources organization with the necessary means to actually implement a plan of action. And Bosco mentioned the cooperative framework agreement. And there is actually an action plan for the Equatorial Lake region within the NBA, which is precisely also aiming at putting in place a project that have been agreed upon by the whole community of the Greater Lake region. But they need to have means to implement that. And of course, international community can provide some assistance, but it has also to be sustainable. And the best way to making something sustainable is by raising the own capacity, the own means within the system. So applying these two principles, the polluter pays and the user pays principle, according of the reality of the region, is certainly something to look at, to precisely be in a position to manage in a sustainable manner and for future generation the water resources.
Thank you so much. So we know that there is not one, that one model that is there, but it's about going around and trying to get what works for that particular basin. And I love the fact that you advise that we should look at water issues in terms of basins, okay, or catchments. Yeah, that's really something I think the Nile Basin, I think, is also doing. And that's why we have these two good news coming in, the two people who are signing to this. Maybe I will go straight to Lucas, because I would love to know. Lucas, you're working in the DRC, and I would love to know how issues, surrounding resources are undermining cooperation, between hosting communities and refugees. I understand, but also I want to understand how is this, how are these issues surrounding resources, especially water, undermining the cooperation between maybe tribes or even provinces in the DRC. You just give us a perspective what's happening in the DRC.
All right. Thank you. But just before that, I'd like also to make a point, a bit, as Mark said, about the water basin governance models. I think there are a lot of synergies between Western Europe or the Western European Union and Africa. Mark mentioned in his first phase that there are about 60 transboundary basins in Africa. At the global level, it's about 300. You know, there are various statistics estimating from 286 basins to 310. And on the aquifer matter, so the groundwater matter, we're talking about 600 transboundary aquifer. And when you look at Western Europe, you see, because of the nature of Europe, which is very fragmented, most of the river and the aquifers in Europe are also underlapping different countries. And there are a lot of histories in Europe about collaboration and conflict also. And when you look at Africa, Africa is a huge continent, much larger than Europe, especially the western part. And the thing is that the river and the basins and the aquifer are also much larger, and that's the reason why they are interconnected. So I think there are a lot of synergy between the European scientists and the African scientists to also build some models together. So that's was just a point that I wanted to say. And we mentioned also the SDG 6. And actually there is one SDG dedicated to integrated water resources management. This is the SDG 6.5. And we're badly off track at the moment. So I remember I was in New York in 2015 when the SDG were released, and I was so happy that the water was taking the 6th place. I felt it was very important and to have that SDG at this place. But now, nearly 10 years after, we realized that we are lacking behind, not only on the integrated water resources management, but the other SDG too. And that brings me to Congo. When you look at a massive country like that, we see that it's only a fraction of the population, 80 million people in a huge country like that, that actually has universal access to water, and even less to sanitation. So, yeah, you see countries like that are really struggling. The reason why they are struggling, there are various, again. But one of the most important one is probably the lack of financial commitments to get rid of the water and sanitation crisis. And it's not only the case in DRC, it's a case in a lot of low-income countries that are also struggling to meet the balance sheet at the end of the year. So it's very difficult to commit a lot of money. And water, sanitation also, but especially water, need a lot of financial commitment if we want to reach something. And at the time being, we are not maybe 1/10 of what it should be. And this includes the international assistance. We recently did expenditure review at the country level, and it showed just that. We are lacking behind the financial needs. So now, when we have refugee and migrants or returnees, because there are a lot of different problems, unfortunately, there are, that exacerbates the problem even more. So in case of migrants or people moving from one part of the country to another part within the country, they will come and they will settle in camps. And one thing that never missed to happen is that it's going to take a long time. So when people are moving, it's not right to assume that it's going to be for a couple of months and then they will go back home eventually. It's not going to happen. And most of the crises where we see refugee or migrants can be also in other countries. They are qualified of protracted crisis. That means they're unsure for a long time. And it's very difficult to, as water manager, for instance, to provide a response to that crisis. Because the refugee or the migrants, they left everything home. They have nothing. They don't even have a job. How will they pay for water? So it's very complicated. I think when we're talking about refugee, migrants, returnees, we are already failed. It will have been more cost-effective, cost-efficient to work before the crisis, because when the crisis happened, it's terribly complicated. If you want an example, in Goma, we are still trucking water from the lake for about 100,000 people that moved from their place due to the M23 incursions in eastern Congo. It costs no less than 200,000 USD per month just for water trucking, and the water is not even good. And it's going to last for a long time because we don't have other option yet. So that's just give you a small insight. And one last thing maybe, which again, it's not only for Congo, it can be for other crises too. Sometimes, and especially the case with returnees, so people from one country that went for working, for instance, in another country, it happened in Haiti. A lot of Haitians went to Dominican Republic for working in the banana industry, for instance. And then all of a sudden, the tension, the political situation changed, and all those people are sent back to their home country. Sometimes with children that were born in the country where their parents worked. The children were not even born in the country the parents are coming from. And those people will not go into refugee camps or migrant camps. They will come living with family members or with people from their villages. And when we address that kind of problem also, it's very difficult because it's totally wrong that we target, and some agency and NGO fail on that. We target the population that was sent back to the country. And we don't regard the host community that welcomed them and that sometimes are not richer, if not much more poor than them. So we have to consider the whole people also in the response. And it happened in Congo a lot. There are a lot of cases of returnees from Angola, for instance, where this was not correctly addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll just ask Dr. Kallis to just answer this in a very, like 2 minutes or one. Before we go to the audience to get, them asking, the panel questions, I would love to know from you, Doctor, how can we understand the environmental challenges, lakes and rivers, and how can these same challenges affect the cooperation between countries sharing a common river or lake?
Thank you very much. Of course, water is part of the environment. Again, those of you who have studied science in primary school must have been introduced to the water cycle. But water is in a continuous motion because it evaporates, goes into the atmosphere, condenses, comes back. So we need trees to transpire so that the water goes up. So water is part of the environment. Water starts as rainfall. When it comes on the ground, some of it goes underground, some of it goes on the surface in rivers and lakes, some of it is stored in wetlands. So if, for example, we destroy the wetlands, then we are destroying stores of water. Wetlands are storage reservoirs. Wetlands filter the water. Where the water is polluted, wetlands filter. Trees, if the trees are not there, then the cycle is cut. That's why we are talking about tree planting as a way of maintaining the water cycle. And of course, poor agricultural practices. Right now, we're having people digging close to rivers and lakes. Then the lakes the soil goes into lakes. Then you find that the lakes and rivers are all silted up. When it rains and the water is flowing, the water has nowhere to pass, and then it floods. In Kampala, for example, we have drainage channels. Most of them are full of garbage. When it rains, the water has nowhere to go. Then just a small rain event, traffic jam because the whole area is flooding. So again, these environmental challenges are causing problems within the countries and also with other states. And that's why I think, as my two colleagues, Lucas and Mark, has mentioned, that we cannot afford to just look on. We need to get the people who are actually causing these challenges, but who are also affected. And that's why for Uganda, we have also adopted the catchment-based, stakeholders-driven model, that we want the stakeholders to be in the driver's seat. First of all, identify the problem, what is causing the problem, and also to be part of identifying the solution. We have divided the country into 4 major basins. We call them water management zones. That's how water flows. We also have 32 catchments. A catchment is basically an area that contributes water to a common point. So we are now managing our water following the 4 water management zones and also the catchments. And at the heart of that, we are having plans. We get the stakeholders to develop a catchment management and development plan. We create stakeholder coordination structures where we have all stakeholders represented. Each catchment has a catchment management organization and committee. We have the civil society, cultural institutions, religious institutions, private sector, academia. All those stakeholders are part of that process. And then they work together to implement investments. But also look at the investments that are improving people's livelihoods and creating jobs. In Uganda right now, I've created water and environment cooperatives as a way of taking advantage of these resources so that we move forward. So through that, we are trying to see how we can help the country achieve sustainable development goals, because water contributes to achieving all the SDGs. If you don't do something on water, then you will have a problem. So stakeholder driven. Previously, we're moving on and the government was doing well, but we have recognized that we cannot achieve much. So we are leveraging resources, we are leveraging capacities to ensure that we move forward, but also we are getting commitment from the stakeholders moving forward. Let me maybe say something around refugees. Uganda hosts close to 1.5 refugees, and we have had a challenge. Whenever refugees would come, they would be supported to settle. You would find that the communities who are hosting refugees actually are not getting equal services, so we're always having conflicts. So we developed a program. We have a water and environment refugee response plan, where we are saying that the services that are given to refugees will also be extended to the people who are hosting them. Through that, now we have harmonized the relations. Otherwise, the refugees were richer than the people hosting them, and the people would actually fight them, say, how can you come from South Sudan, you come to Uganda, and you even get better services than us? So we have now harmonized that, so we work with UNHCR, with the Office of the Prime Minister, to make sure that we holistically provide services so that the refugees can actually get the services. Many of them are not going back because really the conflicts are still there. So I can say that water has to be managed by all the stakeholders so that they can make their contribution and ensure that it's available for their use now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And maybe lastly to my brother Bosco Asimwe, this is I want you to make it as precise as possible because you've done research on this, and probably this is a conclusion, sentence that I want you to throw there. How do you think we can avoid, conflict when it comes to water?
Okay, thank you. How to avoid conflict? First of all, is to ensure legally binding frameworks between all actors that are using a water resource. Because water is just a strategic resource, as we have seen, so we need to have that legally binding frameworks that binds and guides on the utilization and management of water resources. Then we have to continue with diplomacy and dialogue between the states or actors affected by transboundary water resource. Just like we've heard from panelists, we need continuous dialogue. And then we need a multi-sector approach, just like the doctor has just said, because water management and managing water issues, it is not a decision of one actor. Let's have state actors, non-state actors, all of them engaged on how to proceed on management and water resources. So then again is to awareness and information to make sure we have conscious and citizen and aware conscious, a conscious citizenry who know the importance of water. Because water and management of water starts with us. It's an individual responsibility. Because before we go to the state, let's start with us. Just like you have heard from I think, Lucas, how people are polluting these water catchments that even finally drain to such international transboundary water sources. So let's be individual responsibility, make sure we do not pollute and contaminate these waters. So it's an individual responsibility. It's very important to have cautious citizenry. Make sure we have that achievement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we open the floor, the theme to the floor. And if at all you have a question, you will put up your hand. I pray that you are precise and straight to the point. And I will start with the gentleman in the jacket here. The gentleman there in the jacket. Someone get him a microphone. Yeah. You can start with your name and...
okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'm Agaba Albert, doing law from KIU. And my issue is about storage of water. Over recently, this week, the Parliament was trying to introduce the rainwater harvest bill. And I don't know how is it going to tackle about the storage. Because we are seeing a lot of diseases coming from what? From storage, like cholera and more. Then this one is about, we are not seeing ladies on the panel. Because we need to see ladies, we need to hear from the ladies. When you look back at the flyers there, you look at gender, fraternity, equality, but you need to hear from ladies about such issues. Even the women are also sponsoring the event, so we also need to hear from them. Thank you.
Yes, the gentleman with glasses. Then we can go to the people over there. Let's get one from the gentleman.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have 3 questions. First is, what's your take on the concept of free water for all, and what steps have been taken to realize it? The second question being, how best, it's under water management, how best then has water management been realized in line with the massive encroachment by humans and their activities? Then the third is the construction of the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam on the Blue Nile affecting the advocacy of water, peace, and democracy, as it has caused tensions between Ethiopia and Egypt? Begmisa Rodney Tumwine from Uganda Christian University. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask that we do one question for Papa. We'll take more 3 questions. I want some people from behind and maybe a lady here. Before you go behind, let's have the ladies. The lady here, then we can go the other side. Thank you so much.
Yakisa Charity from Makerere University. And my question goes to Mr. Lucas and Mr. Bosco, because you're the Ugandans and working in that water system. So what do you talk about hospitals missing water? Like of recent, there's a complaint of some hospital in Kawempe, and you know how the medical facilities do not work without water. Yes, what do you say about that? Because we have National Water and Sewerage Corporation that is actually highly taxed for providing water to the country. Thank you.
Let's go the other side. You can start with the gentleman in a white, long-sleeved shirt. Then we can take the extreme last gentleman up there. Yes.
Thank you.
You will be the last, my brother. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon Nelson. So my question goes to my namesake, Bosco. Now, this is me thinking that because Uganda supposedly hosts the source of the Nile, we command a lot of influence, and you seem to dispute that. So where does the source of the Nile factor in the entire debate? And does Uganda host the source of the Nile really? Because you seem to imply that there is too much contestation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Musoke Swibe, and my question goes to Mark, who has about climate change, and you are talking about. So my question is there anything like climate change, or it is our behavior and then aggregates that has caused water scarcity, mainly in Uganda? We are having water shortages in the towns and also basically in the public institutions like Makere, where recent students had to strike from Livingstone Hall, where they were lacking water. So is it climate change that's contributing to water scarcity, or it is our behavior in the planning and then distribution of this water, or it is caused by its own scarcity within the reservoirs that we are having?
Just like I said, you forgive me, friends. I will take this gentleman to be the last, then I will let the panelists answer. We are running out of time. The panelists are around. You can engage them always. They can get back to you in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the panelists. My name is Aaron Amanya. I'm also a climate change activist and also work with this topic about water, it has reminded me those days in primary when we would say water is more important than fire. I propose and I oppose. But the first question goes to all of you, the panelists. What is in place to address Commissioner? I know you're representing government. How the ministry been positioned to finance academicians who are interested in researching more about water? Because like Bob has written extensively about hydropower politics, and in the next 20, 30 years to come, we are not going to have civil wars, but wars are going to come up as a result of resources. There is going to be a scramble. So is there a way so that we can be in position to at least do more research so that, because the population is increasing and these resources are not in any way increasing. Then lastly, can we be in position to also empower media to at least, because you're a multimedia journalist, water, environment, can we be in position to also empower them? If it means also giving them the knowledge that they require, because here, biggest number of us, the journalism that we've done is not in line. There is environmental journalism. Here we study journalism as an art. Can we be in position, or maybe these people, the French, or can they be in position to also sponsor students who would be willing to do journalism in the line to do with environmental journalism, so that we can make each and everything, bring all the measures to make sure that we are in position to save the world before these resources get to be extinct. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will begin with Bosco so that you can choose what you want to answer, and then can let some questions for Dr. Mark and also the rest of the panelists.
Someone asked about, I think, to mean about the GAD, the Great Renaissance Dam, and how it is affecting relations between Ethiopia and Egypt. Yes, the issue of the dam is a critical issue. Of course, it all goes back to the water rights and the denial of some of the upstream countries to utilize the water resources of the Nile. Because as we have had all the agreements in place, we are leaving other upstream countries behind. So I think time came, as other upstream countries are having different challenges, increasing population, drought, all those, they are coming up, and all other countries are diverting their attention now to the usage of waters of the Nile. So Egypt, rather Ethiopia, took an independent and unilateral decision to construct the GAD, because Egypt was not willing to authorize Ethiopia to construct the dam. So that issue, it remains still on the, it is just a fact of absence of legally binding framework in place that is being respected by all riparian states of the Nile. Thank God, if we have comprehensive framework agreement, I think such scenarios will be minimized. Then Asimu asked about where does the source of the Nile factor in. I was not refuting that Uganda does not host the source of the Nile, neither do I support, because it is a debate either. Because some believe that the source of the Nile in Uganda, others, there are debates that will even show that the source of the Nile maybe is a Blue Nile in Ethiopia, and Ethiopia being the leading contributors of waters of the Nile. So it is a debate still, yes, but we believe we have the source, but that either does not give Uganda a right, because we do not have a legal binding framework, as I'm telling you. Because the frameworks we have in place does not give Uganda a right to do what it wants until it goes into dialogue and negotiation with Egypt to do what it wants to do, like the construction of the project, electricity project dams. Then Uganda has done tremendous work in propagating the cooperative framework, right away from 1960s, by the way. The Teco Nile, the Hydromet surveys, the comprehensive framework panel of experts, all those Uganda has taken a leading role and a very vital role in formation of such River Nile institutional basins. And since then, Uganda has provided a headquarter of all those Nile-based Nile institutions. It is here in Entebbe, where we have the Nile Basin Initiative now. It has been there since the 1960s. So Uganda has done tremendous work in mobilizing other riparian states to come in, to forge towards a cooperative framework. And thank God, we're having good fruit that we're expecting the comprehensive framework agreement to come into force very soon. So,
yeah. I think two will do. Maybe, Doctor, we can go to you, and since you're representing the government, you can update us on the water harvesting bill. Then, you can also give us some facts about climate change, whether it is climate change or just our reckless behaviors. Yes.
Thank you very much. Water has to be stored. And rainwater water harvesting actually comes in many forms. There is artificial harvesting and natural harvesting. When it rains, the water is harvested on the land. When you have a wetland, the wetland actually stores water. So wetland is storage reserve. Even in the land, this water goes in the soil. But there is also harvesting water on the roof. That's roof water harvesting. But also harvesting water through construction of dams and valley tanks. So the rainwater harvesting bill that has been brought Parliament is only to harvest water from the roof. And the Member of Parliament for Toro Municipality wants the government to force every Ugandan that is constructing a house put there a rainwater harvesting facility. That's basically the issue. Otherwise, we have the national water policy that provides a direction on harvesting, but this one he wants to make sure that it becomes a legally binding provision that every Ugandan, and then they can arrest you if you build a house and you don't have a rainwater harvesting facility. That's basically what it says. The concept of free water. Water is a human right, but water has to be available to you at a cost. So, even when I link it also to water in hospitals, you could have also followed the argument of the Managing Director of the National Water and Sewage Corporation. Yes. How do I bring water to Kawempe Hospital? I need money. So the hospital cannot say, don't cut us off. That's why Minister of Health is budgeting for that. And actually the Minister of Finance has directed all government ministries to budget for water and pay, and has told National Water and also umbrella organization to cut off those who are not paying, including Makerere University. If you don't pay, we cut you off, and then you look for money. Why? Because that water has to be provided. So it's a human right, but there's a cost attached to it. I just want to talk about the issue of the Nile, and I want to be authoritative here. I've represented Uganda on negotiations, the national agreements, the Nile Basin. I'm actually the one who coordinated the signing of the CFA. That issue always came up. And for us, we know only one Nile. And its source is in Jinja. Others are not Nile. Others are tributaries, and take it from me. There is only one Nile, and the source is in Jinja. Burundi, it is still a Kanyaru, it is not Nile. Kenya, it is in Zoia. Others are tributaries, and we are not changing it. And we want scientists to prove us wrong. So again, Uganda is a downstream country. And both upstream and downstream. And I want to tell you why Uganda's position is important. In all our discussions, Uganda is actually always bringing the countries together. And that's why Uganda is hosting the Nile Basin Initiative. Our position is actually unique. At one time, we are the Egypt of the East Africa. So when, for example, we say Egypt, when it comes to East Africa, the other East African countries actually send water to Uganda. We have even had quarrels with Kenya and Tanzania where they want to abstract more water and we don't get enough into Lake Victoria. So Uganda is downstream with respect to East African countries. But we are upstream with respect to Sudan and Egypt, South Sudan, Sudan and Egypt. So Uganda's position is unique. And during our negotiation, even our meeting, the Nile Basin Initiative and East African community, they always blame Uganda for being more or less like a chameleon. And we tell them, we are a chameleon because our position is unique. When it comes to dealing with upstream countries, we are telling Tanzania, please, don't touch this water, we need it. But when it comes to Egypt, we are saying we are maintaining this water. What are you doing? So again, I would want you to understand that Uganda's position is unique. That's why yesterday, our president actually sent a message you should have seen. And he was basically appealing to Egypt and say, Egypt, don't look at sharing the Nile waters. He actually sent a message to the vice president and said, I want you to tell all these people that is a message I have sent. That we don't want you to talk about sharing the water of the Nile. What are you doing to protect the water? But also want Egypt to look at other sources of water. They can desalinate seawater, and now the costs are very low. They have a big aquifer. I talked about a big aquifer, sandstone aquifer, but they don't want to talk about it. So again, these are the things we handle when we are in these negotiations. Sometimes it is tough, but we are there to protect Uganda's interests. And that's why, actually, we are paid a salary to do that. So climate change basically, maybe my colleagues will come in, but they just want to give Uganda's position. Of course, there are mitigation measures and adaptation measures. Mitigation measures are basically trying to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases being sent into the atmosphere, and generally developing countries are not sending so much. But our issue is adaptation. We want to adapt impacts of climate change. That's why we are mobilizing funds under climate change negotiation. We have what we pushed for called loss and damage. We want the developed countries which are causing these challenges to give us money to address the challenges they are causing us. The fund has been created. We are waiting for developed countries to put in money so that we address these issues. We are right now preparing for COP. I actually chair the ministerial committee. We have a pavilion, and we want to have a very strong presence. Those of you who would want to be part of our discussion, we are meeting tomorrow at 10 at the Ministry of Water and Environment. We are making a strong case, and we want to use that opportunity to show what Uganda has been able to do, but also to demand for our interests. Finally, what can we do to get research done? Just to inform you that I actually am in charge. We created the Water Resources Institute. He mentioned that. It has been in place since 2018. We realized that, again, you will excuse me, I don't want to sound abusive, that what you study doesn't meet what we want. When you come, you can't do the job. If I put you on a desk and I tell you to work, you will spend a month without even knowing what to do. Because what you study is theoretical. It's not practical. I also studied in Makerere here 30 years ago, so I'm part of you. So we have created an institute to bridge the gap between academia and practice. We now have many of your lecturers actually as part of our institute. One time I had my lecturer and we were drilling boreholes, and he asked me, this is how boreholes are drilled, and he's the one who taught me that course. I was teaching him how it is done. Again, that's the situation, the challenge we have as a country, that we don't have opportunity for doing practice. So we have created an institute for many things. Applied research. We right now have a research agenda, and we are working with universities. We're actually going to launch out a research grant where we will call upon researchers to actually come and do research. We have applied trainings. We have done over 80 short trainings in various areas, SDGs, for example, climate change. We have dialogues. We organize Uganda Water and Environment Week every March. Some of you could have been part of it, but we have dialogues annually, but we're also working with partners. 3 weeks ago, we had a training for the media. We want the media to know what we do. We trained them for 3 days, and we want them to actually be part of that. We have training for the youth. We have a mentorship for ladies. Ladies generally always have challenges, especially when you go into an environment dominated by men. Sometimes they can be intimidating. So we are trying to empower ladies. We have now mentored 90 ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment. We have another 60 ladies that started last week in the Water Resources Institute. The men complain, so I've started another one for men, 30 men, also to move forward. We have a program for people who have retired. We don't want people to go and retire and the knowledge goes. We have now 5 professors from Makerere University who are part of our retired professional scheme. And we call on them to mentor young ladies and help us. We have also an internship program where we are working with different agencies. Now we have sent 23 lady engineers and 20 public health men in refugee settlements with UNHCR. The first group we sent spent 1 year, and all of them have been retained. Now we are opening up this space to get those who have just finished their courses to come to our institute so that they can learn. Again, we are bridging the gap between academia and practice. A month ago, we had a meeting here called by the Vice Chancellor, try to see how we can work together on various projects. Let me leave it at this, but I want to just encourage you that there is a lot we can do together. We also have monthly webinars. Every last Friday of the month, the Water Resources Institute organizes a webinar for sharing. Again, if you need information, just let us know and you'll be part of that. Let me leave it at this, the rest we can talk about it at the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for such, wonderful tidings. And maybe I will go straight to Lucas. Just make it quick.
Yeah, very brief. But first, I hope that you recorded Dr. Kali's name and contact details because he has a lot of job he mentioned. So make sure to record his contact details. Huh? So by the way, how many of you, because I see a lot of students and a lot of people coming from Makerere University, how many of you are on the water or engineering side? Can you raise your hand? Oh, a couple of you, 3, 4, all right. Good, so you see, we discussed about water shortage, but we have also a shortage on water engineers, okay, and a real one. So if I can give you an advice, not too late, you can also have a look at the sector. It's a very general sector. You can do a lot of things when you work in the water sector. There is actually the sanitation sector that is part of it. The water resources management, that is part of it, the water supply. And then there is the technical part, and then there is also the governance part. So there is room for everyone, and there is a real shortage. There was one question on gender. In the water industry globally, there was a recent study by the bank, and they say that there is only 1 woman in 5 workers in the water industry. So that's again really appreciable to see the initiative of the Ministry of Water and Environment about that also. One last advice also on the academic side of life. Many of you I know are also contemplating, travel abroad and academic masters in other countries. And I'd like to say something that is I'm quite enthusiastic about it actually, is that over the last decade, last 15 years maybe, there was a lot of training institutes as the one developed in Uganda. There were some in Kenya, there were some in Burkina Faso, there were some in Kinshasa that we are working on. And they are actually brilliant. And people doing their master research in the region are, for me, doing a more relevant job than maybe going overseas in very expensive universities. I have nothing against Cambridge University, but I think it's overpriced. And you can find a real good university in the region and working on elements that are of direct interest, okay? So that's my advice. Look also for regional opportunities. Carlist was stressing about the free water thing, and I want again to do my part of it. You will never see one water engineer telling that he supports free water. Doesn't exist, okay? Actually, it exists, but if you want free water, you better buy a shovel and dig deep, because it's not gonna flow on its own. It's not gonna reach your home for free, okay? It needs to be caught, it needs to get pressurized, it needs to get treated, it needs to get recycled. So it's a whole job, and it's costly. And actually, agencies or even government promoting free water are doing a big mistakes, because there is always someone or something ending up paying for it. So big no for me. And then maybe the last question, and I will skip the other ones because of the time. The one of Jackie, I think she disappeared now. She was there. She questioned the healthcare facilities and the water access in healthcare facilities. If you want my opinion, a healthcare facility without a water access is not a healthcare facility. And there was a lot of mistake done in the development sector and development health sector when some organization built some healthcare facilities or maybe some sanitation facilities for those, but didn't consider the water supply. And it's the same actually for school. When you have a school that is recently built, or you work on the sanitation aspect of it, you have to include the water supply question into the equation. And that's a recent move that was done also with big development banks over the recent years, if not months, that every new construction, every new infrastructure should include the water supply question. And if we're not able to secure the water supply question, we should not even go into that, because we will do something worse than it should be. So yeah, that's part of the response to Jackie.
Thank you, Lucas. Maybe Mark, you will answer one or two, and then we will have it for today. Thank you so much.
Well, I think it will be easy because a lot of things have been said. I can't resist by joining the consensus that free water is not something that exists, because water is priceless for sure, but it has a cost. And so necessity needs to have the cost being reflected in the way we access the water. And this is what is done everywhere. And then, of course, you have to put in place the necessary framework, necessary incentives, support policy to allow different people to access the water according to their capabilities. But that's another question. That's a social policy issue. But the water itself, it has a cost to produce safe drinking water. There was a lot of question around climate change. I also definitely agree that the climate change is caused by human behaviors. So of course, it is not either, well, the climate change, when we say the climate change is going to impact the availability of the resource, its predictability, its quality. It is not an external factor. It is of course linked to human behavior. And in that sense, when we're talking, also a question was about the integrated water resource management. It is something that has to be done and organized precisely because there are human activities. So it is not, you're not doing integrated water management resources because out of the blue you decide that's the nice things to do. It is precisely because there are human activities, there are potential conflict of use between the water, that you have to have that kind of approach. It is not something that is done out of context. And finally, just one question about what do we do. So AFD here in Uganda is, I would say that half of our activities are related to water and access to drinkable water. So we're doing that here in Kampala. In the southwest sector, we're looking at also having more activities with the Ministry of Water precisely in different cities and more rural areas in the country. So that's the type of support and partnership that we are providing to the Ugandese authority to precisely allow a more safe, predictable access to safe drinking water. Thanks. And just to say that I like very much the idea of Uganda being a chameleon. I find this idea absolutely brilliant.
All right, yeah. Dr. Kallis, keep being a chameleon in those meetings, because I think we need always someone to, calm down the tensions in those rooms. For now, friends, we want to say that thank you so much for joining us. We have come to the conclusion of this panel discussion. For those of you that didn't have the chance to, throw in your questions, I believe there is a mechanism that you can send in those questions and they will reach these panelists and basically they will reach out to you. Otherwise, from me and the panelists, I must say I've been Andrei Juka, your host for today, and I want to say thank you to Mark, I want to say thank you to Lucas, Kallis, and Bosco. Thank you so much for your input. And for Makere and the organizers, I want to say also thank you so much. From us, have a good night and bye.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and the panel. Sometimes because of time, we have to cut short interesting conversations. It has been really an enlightening conversation, and thank you so much. Let us give them a befitting round of applause as they walk off the stage. Thank you so much. Water is sometimes some of the things we take for granted, and we get concerned about the water we drink and not discussing how it plays in the politics of international agencies. That said, Patrick asked me to test this microphone, and that's what I am doing here. He asked me, in doing that, I make sure that the next panel gets here. I want to call on the team which is changing these tools, the speaker's tools. Let them use the shortest time possible because we are already late. So maybe we just continue with the same. So our next and last topic for the 2023 edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference will be a topic of interest to most people I see here, because I see people of within the youth bracket, and we are going to discuss empowering youth for effective leadership and participation opportunities, youth leadership and participation opportunities and challenges. And my role here is to invite the moderator for this panel, and is none other than Mr. Emlot, Alan David. He has extensive experience in youth leadership, leadership development practices, human rights, and socio-economic advocacy. He currently serves as the chairperson of the Continental Free Trade Area, where he plays a pivotal role in promoting youth engagement at the African Union level. shaping the future of African geopolitics there. He also has a diverse career that includes collaborations with prestigious organizations like the African Union Envoy, World Vision International, and Human Rights and Peace Center at Makerere University School of Law. And in 2022, he was recognized as one of the top 100 most influential people of African descent, supporting the United Nations International Youth Empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Alan.
I see my brother was, his throat was drying a bit, but good afternoon or good evening. I know there is some good smell coming from behind there, and I don't want to be the one delaying us. But maybe let's stretch a bit. This is a youth panel, and let's just stand up a bit, stretch a bit, and then we could settle down. Just stretch a bit, then we could begin our session. I see, yeah, good. Welcome. All right, at least this is better. If there was music, they would have actually played some music, we would dance to it, because ideally, yes? What is that? You want music? I don't know if the team can put the music. We could shake a bit, since it's a youth panel, then we could start our session. The tech team, are we okay? We are not set, unfortunately. The tech team can't support us with this, but at least we've stretched a bit, isn't it? Then let's settle. We could settle now. You could sing the national anthem. We will. Who wants to lead us? Where's people? Where are they? Let's sing the university anthem, not the national anthem. You don't want the university anthem? You want the national anthem? One stanza. Let's go. Where is the mic? You wanted to do it? You want to do it from here? Okay, let's stand up. Okay, let's stand up and warm up a bit.
Good evening once again. I know we always say when you're singing the national anthem you don't do anything, but since we are going to stretch, I pray we dance a bit in the national anthem. Only one stanza.
Let's go.
If it's okay with you guys. Oh Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Thank you, thank you, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. At least now we are getting into the youth mood now. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with my distinguished panelists who are joining us, and of course, the young people today. And honestly, it's always a privilege to stand in front of you as we embark on this dynamic discussion and mainly discussing the subject that is so dear to us. And our subject today is mainly youth participation. And of course, it's with great enthusiasm that we set the stage for the conversation. And mainly what we are going to focus on today is the energy that we have as young people, our innovativeness as we have as young people, our determination. I know always young people are always the end, but it's always to give the young people the end bit of it so that we could set the pace for the post-geopolitics agenda. And I think for us today as the young people, as we are here in today, it's mainly to get to discuss, open our minds, feel free to share your thoughts on mainly things that are going to shape our agenda, mainly things that are going to lead the discussion on how effective leadership should be, on how we should be able to influence decisions at our various levels, especially where we are serving at, either at the university level. I'm seeing most of us are students here. You can either be a GRC, you are either a class representative, or even the association heads and the government officials who are also in the building. Today's discussion is mainly meant to, it's not an advocacy exercise, mere advocacy exercise. It's one that is setting the stage for us to be the catalysts of our own development. As my colleague was introducing me, he said that I do work with the African Union at that level, at the continental level. Yes, what I do currently, I chair the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, and it's mainly the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and our focus is mainly to see that we empower our young people. We run or ensure that the young people are at the forefront of implementing African Union agendas, specifically the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And we do this collaboratively, of course, with the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council that I chair, but also with the African Union Youth Envoy, and of course the broader African Union framework. And the whole idea is to see that the Agenda 2063, that the African Union has, Aspiration 6, which is of interest to us as young people, Aspiration 6 that mainly says that an Africa whose development is driven by the women and the youth. So what we do as the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council is to ensure that this agreement that we are talking about, that the African Union, that Uganda has signed and ratified, that it has earmarked as the driver that is going to put money in the pockets of our youth, we become the drivers as the young agreement within the African Union framework that focuses on our young people to be the drivers other than the AFCFTA. And what I do, besides of course what I've been doing previously, is mainly to chair this Continental Council and to ensure that we, as you may already have noticed from the topic, is empowering youth for effective participation, opportunities, and challenges. And ladies and gentlemen, just allow me quickly introduce my panel. My panel is mainly of people virtually, they're joining us virtually, but the panelists who are out of the country, but also doing quite amazing work. And I will start with Thembela Msibi. I don't know if the tech team can always preview. Thembela Msibi is a passionate advocate for youth inclusion in Africa Geopolitics. She currently serves as the vice chairperson of the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, and she's dedicated in empowering young people through her social enterprise. And she runs a social enterprise, very amazing business called the Yan Temple. And her work with youth development, it's an organization she also runs. So Thembela has a history of collaborating with progressive individuals in the development agenda. Experience also cuts across. She served as the SADC. SADC is a region in the African Union regional economic blocks. She served as the youth member of parliament, and of course a position that has also helped her strategically influence decisions at that level. The second person I'm introducing to you is Esther Shakela Pumwene. Leadership and inclusivity. Of course, she has a background in academia, public service, and advocacy. She is committed to advancing Africa's youth agenda through mentorship, capacity building, and advocacy. Esther is a champion of youth inclusion, of course, in the green hydrogen sector in her country in Namibia, which mainly also focuses on promoting sustainability. Currently, she serves as the professional assistant to all presidential advisors. The country Namibia has 4 presidential advisors, and she serves as the professional assistant to all those advisors. Her mission revolves around empowering African youth, removing barriers to their participation in policy and decision making, and fostering innovation and inclusivity. Then lastly, please, you should clap for them. These CVs are not easy. Yeah. My colleague Malia Kwandwala is an accomplished expert in international trade law and youth empowerment. Her role as a project and programs coordinator at the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, but also in TRALAC. She is also passionate and an expert in creating powerful force within the continent in terms of her a high impact. Currently, she has an LLB degree from the University of Strathmore in Kenya, and she has worked with the International Trade Law, National Trade Organization, that's the WTO, the East African Community Law, Dispute Settlement Resolution, and International Investment Law. Amaliha's notable achievement includes leading her team to victory in the John Jacksons, the mutters in the room. She is one who actually defeated Harvard Law School in the John Jackson's competition. And it's the first time an African university defeated, and of course we're privileged that it is an East African university, won that competition, the John Jackson Moot Court competition, under the WTO law, and received, of course, the Tralac Prize for the best prize of the female oralist of the African regional rounds. She is committed to, of course, disseminating knowledge with the, of course, scholarly work in topics such as regional economic integration in African Continental Free Trade Area, foundation principles of international trade law, and of course, Kenya's negotiations for bilateral agreements. So she's Kenyan, and I think that is the team we are dealing with today. Thembela Musibi, on your screen, she's on the top left, my left, and top right is Malia, and of course, bottom right is Esther Pomwene. So these are our panelists for today. So just to start us off, and I think there is no any other person than the person who is also in public service, and it's going to be a question to all the panelists. And just to set the pace, this panel is going to be as brief as possible because this topic is ours as the young people. So the whole idea of this platform is to see that we engage. So if you have questions as they are also answering their questions, or if you have any contributions, please hold to them. We will also be able to give you a mic to also share, because I want this to be a very interactive session. We are done with the panels. This is now us, isn't it? This is now us, the youth, discussing. Okay. The first, in, of course, leadership, you're a former student leader, but also you work, of course, with the government. So what is the role of African youth in shaping the future of the continent through leadership and active participation in various sectors? And what motivates the commitment to this cause? What is mainly that role? Yes, Esther.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible to everyone. Good evening, should be now in Uganda. I'm still 5 o'clock here in Namibia. And I think really to answer your question, Emelot, is that African youth have immense potential. And with their immense potential, the role that they then play in shaping the future of the continent is that they are required to inject the much processes and the systems as well as the institutions that have been set up at continental level, at regional level, even at local and national level, through the various roles that they play. And really mine is that Africa's cause must triumph. And I believe that there's no one else who can engineer the transformative change that Africa needs to see for the Africa that we want, other than the responsibility that we each bear for us to embed ourselves in the various sectors that are geared towards the sustainable development of the African continent. It is up to us to really take up that responsibility and ensure that, we get ourselves involved in governance processes, that we get ourselves involved in the various institutions that we find ourselves in. And this is a task that we can also not look at as something that must be done, pardon me, only at a collective level, but also as something that one can see their potential to contribute to in their individual capacity, in their own country, in their own region, and then ultimately, obviously, for the good of the continent.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther, for that. And I think the same question goes to you, Malia. What is the role of African youth in shaping the future of the continent through leadership and active participation or in the various sectors? And what motivates the commitment to this cause? Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Amalot, for the wonderful introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Just backing off what I said, the role of the African youth in shaping the future of the continent is both pivotal and transformative. The African youth are not just the beneficiaries of the future, they are the architects, the catalysts, and the leaders in the making Over 60% of the population on this continent is below the age of 25. The youth bring vitality, innovation, and a unique perspective to the table. Their role is just not about inheriting leadership positions. It's about actively participating in decision-making processes that shape policies and narratives of our nation. This will be our continent to inherit. So we need to be able to be involved in these decision-making processes in order to shape policies for our better future. It's not just a moral imperative, it's a strategic necessity.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I love how you, of course, summarized it that way. And Thembela, are you there? Same question to you. What role, especially, of course, with what you do in Eswatini and the amazing work you do at the continent, what is the role of African youth in shaping through leadership, active participation in various sectors, and what motivates you? What motivates your commitment to this cause? Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Emalot. Am I audible?
Yep, you are. Yes, you are.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes,
I
you
am?
are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, thank you so much for the question. I envision, as you know, we work together. I envision a proactive generation, that influences, positively changes, positively shapes, policies at the national level, at the regional level, at the continental level, and I believe that we're already doing that. Even at the AFCFTA Advisory Council, it's something that we preach every day. So FTA, I believe that we as young people, it does not really fall on deaf ears. We know that we have the energy, the transformative energy, as the previous speakers have spoken, to be able to transform Africa, realize Agenda 2063. As Africa is the youngest continent in the world, I do believe that the onus is on us to realize this agenda and to just borrow from what you had said, an Africa that is this called 6, an Africa that is, whose development is people-driven. We are the youngest continent in the world. A lot of our population is young. We are the people who are then expected to drive the development of Africa. So yes, that is what I would say. I envision a proactive Africa because that is what we are. That is how we can contribute positively to the development of Africa. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And of course, the Agenda 2063 is what we are riding on as African young people to inform how we want to contribute to the continent. And of course, one of the key focus of the Agenda 2063 is to see that us, the young people, are more into the politics, are more into the governance. The goal is to see that we take up leadership. And I think this goes to you, Esther. So Esther, you are a testament of a government that streamlines the participation of youth in governance. And I think the government of Namibia has been able to greatly do this. So please tell us, how can government partner with young people to strengthen their participation in effective leadership? What are some of the opportunities, especially, of course, looking at now your own expertise in that area? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Emalot, for that question. And I think, honestly, Emalot, it is important to note that when we speak about youth participation, we're not just speaking about political participation as per the vocabulary of some people. And I think the greatest partnership that a government can do, or the greatest steps to creating a perfect partnership between a government and young people, is number one, to create a conducive environment for youth participation to thrive. And allow me to explain. There are just 3 months ago, the Namibian government signed a feasibility implementation agreement with an investment company that wants to focus on green hydrogen. And part of the government negotiations was that if they're going to invest in the country, they must have a socio-economic development framework, and they must absolutely focus that on every job that they are going to create, it must be for a Namibian. So 90% of the jobs, as per that agreement, are catered solely and strictly for Namibians. But 20% is then specifically geared towards young people alone. So there's a quota there that is instrumental in ensuring that if we're going to develop an economy, then we want young people to participate in that economy. And that is an example of a partnership that government can have, because if we're saying young people are the future, young people must take care of this continent forward, how do we expect them to do that if we do not give them the necessary tools? So we want broke people to take over a continent tomorrow. We want people who are not financially and economically emancipated to be the ones that are leading the continent tomorrow, and then expect that, you know, we have effective governance, or that we see an end to the surge, pardon me, of corruption in the continent. And then, of course, beyond that, we then obviously also need to facilitate an environment for young people to participate in governance issues. Again, I will give you an example. The youngest member of parliament in my country is 24 years old. Our youngest deputy minister of ICT was appointed at the age of 23. We need to allow young people to participate in whatever sector it is of nation building, whether it's economic, whether it's political, by appointing them to various institutions. Let's have a 23-year-old who is an ambassador. Let's have a 20-year-old who, if they have the necessary capacity, let them be a permanent secretary. Because ultimately, we are the architects of the Africa that we're going to see tomorrow. So let us then be the ones that are involved in ensuring that whatever policy interventions are being made, whatever policy directives are being introduced at legislative level, ensure that young people are entrenched, that they are enshrined. But that, of course, is something that cannot be done without a partnership between young people and the government. So governments must be intentional in ensuring that young people are streamlined, that they are mainstreamed across the sector.
Yeah, thank you. So before we come to the audience, I would just want to engage with Malia. So your expertise lies in international trade, and you play a pivotal role at, of course, at the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council and TRALAC. So could you elaborate on the legal frameworks and the mechanisms in place to support youth participation and entrepreneurship in trade within the African Continental Free Trade Area, and how can young Africans navigate these complexities? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amalot. As a member of the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, I'm deeply committed to fostering youth participation and entrepreneurship within the AFCFTA. Now, the AFCFTA agreement itself, the foundational agreement, establishes a comprehensive framework for trade liberalization across the continent. It aims to create a single market and facilitate the movement of goods and services and enhance economic integration. Under the AFCFTA, we also have, and it's being negotiated, the Women and Youth Protocol, which aims to integrate gender considerations and youth perspectives into the broader trade agenda. It recognizes unique challenges faced by women and youth in economic activities and endeavors to address these challenges through targeted measures. It aims to address one of the challenges is high trade in many countries, and this limits the potential of women and youth in the business sector, which ultimately stifles economic growth. For women and youth-led businesses to thrive and participate effectively in intra-Africa trade, it is essential to improve financial literacy and access to capital. Like Esther said, we don't want broke people to run the continent, right? We need to improve financial literacy and access to capital so that youth entrepreneurs can carry out intra-Africa trade. Africa must deploy financial awareness and knowledge to these businesses, and more importantly, attract innovative financing solutions that go with it.
Thank you, and thank you so much. And of course, you highlight, of course, at the AFCFTA Secretariat, currently we are working on there's a zero draft being negotiated, the zero draft on the protocol of women and youth in trade. And the idea is to see that the young people through that framework then get to be championed. But it's not for me to really preempt, but rather, of course, bring in Thembela, who is the business expert also running the Young Temple, and of course, with your engagement in the Youth Development Mission. I don't know, Thembela, are you there? Great, so I see you. So maybe the question then would be, you're involved mainly in, of course, these important initiatives. So how do these projects contribute to youth empowerment? And what lessons can be drawn from the successes in integrating marginalized youth in the development agenda? So how can they, of course, how can these projects contribute to youth empowerment? And what are some of the lessons that can be drawn out of it, especially looking at the integration of marginalized youth in the development agenda? Yeah, as the audience here prepares to come in. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much, Amalot. I hope I am audible.
Yes,
still.
you are. Yeah.
Am I?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are
Great.
audible.
So, the Young Temple is actually a self-help project. This is how I began it. It was during COVID-19. I had finished school, you know, like everyone else. COVID-19 necessitated that everyone be on lockdown. Everything, the economy just was still. And, you know, in my country also, the other issue is that the high employment rate is very high. The youth unemployment rate is currently like over 50. So there is that issue. And then what is it? Whilst we're waiting for, you know, employment opportunities, the government creating an ecosystem that allows for young people to economically participate in whichever capacity, I felt the need that I could not really wait for the government. So I have a skill, something that my mom taught me that her mother taught her. And I was home, and then I started, you know, just practicing crocheting, and I got it. Got dry, so then I began selling. This is also to encourage young people that if there's an opportunity, if there's a skill that you have, in fact, learn a skill. And if there's a skill that you have, use that skill whilst we are, you know, waiting for these opportunities to come by. In fact, the skill could be the opportunity that you need. So the self-help project, the Young Temple, that's how it began. And we work with a lot of young people who also have the skill and are at home, are passionate about yarn, about designing, you know, young people who are in fashion, the traditional way of designing rather. So that is how then the Young Temple was built, and that is really the premise, the vision of it all, to get young people to get up, not be depressed and feel sorry for themselves, but have money at least, you know, to take care of themselves, to develop themselves. And they have young people also we teach them through the Young Development Mission, which has actually partnered with the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council to implement the AFCFTA agreement in Eswatini. So we also target young people within the country. And I think recently we had a business seminar at the trade fair to encourage young people, to capacitate young people who are in business, who even have ideas that need to be materialized, you know. Young people who already have businesses that need to be incubated, young people who need business mentorship. So that was the focus area. And we understand that the AFCFTA is a high-level document. It is member state driven. So we want to encourage young people to have made in Eswatini product, made in Uganda product, made in Namibia product, made in Egypt product, you know, so that we're able to then trade within the AFCFTA, because the idea is to have as many African products produced in Africa that take over the shell of our stores in Africa. So at the moment, the organization to make sure that the young people who are in business, or not even in business, you know, young people, just to develop them in all aspects of life. So we are really focused on the institutionalization of youth inclusion, even within the government. So we really expand to the social and the political involvement of young people, making sure that we really spread, you know, this youth inclusion in advocacy, because we need to make sure that we have young people to have a seat at the table, whichever table, whether we're talking about social, you know, whether it's in the health sector, whether it's in politics, whether it's in whichever sector, young people should make sure that they have a seat at the table. We just need a foot in the door, and I know that we have this transformative energy, and we'll be able to realize the Agenda 2063, our local economic policies. We have the energy to implement them, so it is very important that we have you know, that intergenerational collaboration to ensure that this actually, we realize all the goals that we had set out to achieve, making sure that we co-create value with our seniors, because they're more experienced, of course. They, at the moment, they have, the power to create all these policies, but seeing as they would be the ones who are expected to implement them, it's best to just co-create to make sure that, we are progressive in our thinking and we move forward very well. So that is what we had been able to do at the Young Temple and the Youth Development Mission. That is the big operation. Yes. Thanks, David.
No, thank you. And of course, I gave you enough time to kind of elaborate what you are doing. So, and I think you've really done great. I think back to now to our audience. And of course, we know, to especially our audience here, that empowering, of course, young people involves not only opportunities, but also mentorship and capacity buildings. And to us, our Ugandan youth here, so what are some of the programs that, especially the one that the government is running, and approaches that you have found most effective in mentoring and developing, of course, the leadership skills of our Ugandan people? And what do you think government can do better? What programs do you think government has done well, and what programs do you think government can actually better, or what are some of those initiatives you think government can actually do better? I don't know if the mic is there. Ladies first. Where is the lady? I saw her raising the hand. Yes, let's get the lady first, and we will have, let's get the two ladies. Just reply to the question, and we take it up from there. What are some of those programs, and what are the approaches? The mic is there near you, the lady who was raising the hand. In 2 minutes. Yes, it starts now.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. When it comes to the programs that the Ugandan government has put out for the youth, I would concentrate on the parish development model.
Yeah.
I feel that the parish development model is a good program, but it's not implemented properly. Yeah. I come from West Nile, specifically in Maracha, and you realize that the youth do not have access to these programs. Actually, what happens is that there's a specific circle that gets the money, and this circle is run by the well-known people. So the youth that have different initiatives do not get to participate. So I believe that government can try as much as they can to make engagement and participation more youth-centered, as opposed to it just being on district level or what a particular leader stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. The man who volunteered to sing the national anthem, I think you're favored for that. Let's go with you. What are those programs that are more impactful that you think, and what can government do better? We are creating solutions and helping government. I believe the rapporteurs of the conference are doing that. Yeah. Yes, we go.
Thank you. I'm Eliashib once again, and I would like to slightly disagree with the precurrent speaker.
Yes.
By saying that me personally, I would want to echo us to the statement that the president of this country used when he was coming into power in 1986, when he said this was a fundamental change, claiming that part of the problems that were affecting us as a country were the people who were the leaders who overstayed in power. That was one of the coming into power. It's just a mere change of guard, like putting old wine into just new bottles to just change the appearance of the inner things. So to me, I would want to say what government has done. I would actually want to say what government should do and what the youth are actually doing.
Perfect.
So the youth are a big driving force in the climate changes of the job communities in this world. So if we were to create 50 million job opportunities, this would be basically seen. The biggest percentages would show up with the capabilities, and what it takes would be the youth. By fostering the youth leadership and creating and applying giving youth an opportunity to voice their abilities in decision making would actually help, because we have seen the long serving regime full of what I would not want to utter out here.
Yes.
But if we were to give youth opportunity to change, to give them the opportunity to sound their views, I think it would really change a lot, because it is the biggest percentage of the population formerly the pre-current speakers or the panelists had told us about the biggest percentage, which was supposed to be youth. So if we gave them the opportunity to sound their views, they would really know what is affecting them, and through that they would change remarkably the problems that are affecting the youth. But rather than sending like the panelists who were there, someone had criticized, asking that how do you want to talk about the youth when there are no youth on the panels? So I think if they used the youth to sound their grudges, it would really make a lot of sense.
Okay, and I think you all agree with the Maracha lady that youth involvement is the thing. You also want the youth involvement, isn't it? I think we are all in agreement that government needs to create more spaces for the youth. Let's go to the man on maroon necktie, I believe. Do I see the hand at the back? Our backbenchers, are we there? We might be sleeping. Yes, the man on the, yes. In 2 minutes, please.
Yes, once again, my name is Katolaban.
Before you go,
yes.
The program and what is your solution? We are not discussing the problem. What are the programs that are running? If you're discussing the problem, briefly, and the solution. Okay. We are not complaining as youth, but we are creating solutions, isn't it?
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
My name is Katolaban. I'm the member of the National Youth Council of Uganda. The program, I would talk about the youth livelihood program.
Yeah.
When you look at the objectives and the pillars of that program, it is so impressive. We have to appreciate the little that it has done in lifting the businesses of the young people, mostly in scale small businesses.
Yes.
But a lot has to be done. We need a discussion not only here, but as the country, to make sure that such programs work effectively. Maybe one of the suggestion I would say, it is taking the affirmative action on the issues of procurement processes. Because most of the youth here in Uganda, entirely even East Africa, you have to acknowledge that because of the lack of the capital muscle to secure different bids, most of the youth here in Uganda have been excluded. As the National Youth Council of Uganda, we are working on the paper, and we need support not only in the youth in Uganda, but the entire Africa and East Africa to make sure that affirmative action on procurement process to allow the young people to make sure that they also engage, not only our elders, but we can also get those programs.
Thank you. Your point has been taken. And I think the Kampala Geopolitics conference is delivering results now. Participation increase, and the other people are saying now the quota, procurement quota needs to be increased. And so we have had two gentlemen. We now need a lady. And she was, your friend has already spoken for you. Let's go here. The back, my backbenchers, what is happening? Are we alive? Okay, let's go to the lady here. In 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to point out a program that the government rolled out, and just last week there was a graduation for 2 whole days in Kololo, and that is the technical skilling program. And this is a program where different youths are set aside for about 3 to 6 months, and skills are passed on to them through different technical skills, okay? The other thing for me that I want to, because I'm slowly moving past the youth bracket, is we talk about youth participation, but are we acknowledging the fact that these are systemic issues? It's not enough for us to have young people. I'll give an example of Makerere University. We can barely have elections of guild elections without cultures of bribing, having to bribe different halls of residence, having to people experiencing sexual violence while gathering. So as youth, I don't think it's just enough for us to be young people, but what quality, what caliber of people are we, and are we addressing systemic issues, or are we also becoming the same politicians we are saying are there to eat? Because a lot of times you hear it from among the young people that no kalieko. So for me, that's the challenge I have for us. It's not enough for you to be young and have potential, but what quality of person are you? Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. The conference is delivering, isn't it? Amazing. So we have had here, we have had there. So let's go, unfortunately, the far left is empty. Yes, there is a hand here. There is a hand here near our PRO before Makerere University closes its doors for me. Our PRO will evict me. So please, give us your take. Program and what do you think needs to be done by government? And I think we will take this, jump back to the panel. I see, then we will come. If they allow, they will give us a bit of time since the previous panel ate a bit of our time.
Once again,
yes.
Jakisa Charity from Makerere University.
Yeah.
We've been over-directing things to the government, but we have the youth, like we ourselves can do something.
Yes.
I've seen many youth, most especially ladies, going out of the country to go and look for jobs, and yet you are the ones who are mistreated and crying to the government, yet you keep on seeing people suffering. Why don't you stay in your country, appreciate it, and then work in it and make a change in it? Then in 2016, okay, I was in Form 1, it was some time back, but Makerere University had an innovation of a student coming up to make tear gas, but unfortunately, the government, the police came up to arrest the boy instead of supporting him. So yes, he was arrested. He was first arrested for like 2 weeks, not until the lecturers came up and decided to support the boy and told the government, why don't you support the young people with bringing up new things instead of arresting them? So
Yes.
I call upon the government to support us. Then the youth, please stand in your countries and on your feet and learn to appreciate your countries and change it. That is how we can be empowered as well when we learn.
Thank you. So you believe that we can get rich in Uganda?
Yes, we can.
Good.
It is
I
possible.
love this hope. I don't know how many of us still believe that, but yes, we can get rich in Uganda. And I will, let me see. So we've had 3 ladies. Let's balance the boat a bit. The gentleman on the court there is waving the hand. Let's have him in 2 minutes, then we jump on the panel. Back to the panel, then we will come back for the last round and hope that will be enough. The backbenchers, the next round is yours. Let's go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Alan David. I'm called Altua Jora Rally. I'm from Fort Portal Tourism City. My district is Chenjojo, and I'm the youth chairperson for Chenjojo. My opinion to this empowering use of effective leadership and participation is this Ugandan government have created some organization like the YLOP. The youth has not benefited in this program. They created this program for the tycoon. And you know, this youth, for us youth, we don't have money, and these people, when you go there, you want this money for the youth, you must give them kintu kidogo. Yet we are very, very poor. That means the youth, we have not really benefited on the government programs. PDM in our district, no youth have benefited in the PDM. Emioga, the same story. That means I'm advising the government, they must make a strategic plan so that the youth must benefit in this program, so that to avoid, although you see every youth, some youth is where they come for stealing, what, because they don't have jobs. That means the government must put a strategic plan to our youth.
Thank you. I agree with you strongly, and I will go back to the panel and then come back to the audience. I agree with you strongly that those who are supposed to facilitate the process should facilitate it. They shouldn't sit down on the process and make the process very hard. And I think that is the same thing we are championing, that if it's financial youth inclusion, it should be meaningful. It should be easy for young people to actually access this money. If it's PDM or if it's youth livelihood program, whichever initiative that the government creates should be easily accessible, especially the financial inclusion sector, which I think the biggest cry of African youth and also the Ugandan youth is for government to facilitate that. I don't know if my panel, the panelists are still there, but if they are, maybe the team could come in, and I just want to bring Esther on. You have had some of these confessions from our Ugandan youth, which I think doesn't differ so much from our continental youth. Most of the African countries have the same stories, have the same testament. But to you, if I can come back to you, could you share some specific experiences or achievements that demonstrate how youth are becoming increasingly influential in shaping strategic decision-making processes? What are some of those experiences, or even if you have examples, could you probably share some of those examples where our African youth are taking the lead? And I don't want to give some in governance, but please, you come through.
Thank you very much, Emilot, for that question. I hope I'm still audible.
Yes,
very interesting inputs and feedback from the audience. And I think I feel a bit biased now. I'm speaking from a public service perspective, especially with all these, interesting narratives that are coming forth with regards to government. But I think some of the pleasant achievements or specific experiences that I've had with youth influencing strategic decision making processes, pardon me, is then with the resolution and the establishment of offices similar to, the AU Youth Envoy, the AU Peace and Security Ambassadors that are selected on a 2-year basis, on a year basis, the presence of youth advisory officers within government, within presidential offices, and then of course even with the very organization that you are leading, which is the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council. I think with the establishment of these bodies, we are able to mobilize youth voices towards influencing strategic decision-making processes. And I know that even within the AFCFTA, for example, the protocol on women and youth in trade was not a thing, I think 2-3 years back, but it is now instituted, it is now being negotiated at secretariat level, at continental level, because young people have been able to mobilize and say, look, you can't possibly, develop one of the largest free trade area agreements in the world and not have a specific protocol that focuses on the minority in terms of access to opportunities, and that is now, of course, women and youth. And I think more than often, what we need to do is that we then need to ensure that the influence of these officers, such as the AU Youth Envoy, even a Minister of Youth at local government level, is that when they represent young people at the table, when they represent that one seat of young people at the table, they need to ensure that the influence that they're making is able to result in decisions that are able to result in tangible impact that trickles down to the very, very, very last young person on the ground, to the very, very last young person on the grassroots. So it's not enough to have, somebody who is representing young people only at a top level, but, the impacts or the results or the fruits of their actions is not being seen or felt by young people. So I think some of these officers are instrumental. They show that we have taken strides, particularly as the African continent, in really institutionalizing youth inclusion. But it then also means that we need to go beyond theory, we need to go beyond, politicking, we need to go beyond the theatrics and really ensure that we drive a youthful agenda in such a manner that young people are able to feel the impact of some of these officers and of some of these programs that we have instituted. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe before I let you go, maybe, so the thing is now, just give your closing remarks, because I know you will not have another opportunity to share your closing remarks with the audience also. But yes, you could just come through. Yeah.
Okay, again, thank you. I think I just really wanted to thank and commend the organizers for having a convening of this magnitude and really ensuring that they include an all-youth panel for them to discuss their own issues. Like we say, there's a saying that we say here in Southern Region, we say there is nothing for us without us. So you're not going to speak about young people if you don't include us on the panel. You're not going to speak about young people and not have actual youth voices championing their own agenda, championing their own narrative and really owning those narratives. And I think if in my closing remarks, I'd really just want to speak to fellow young people, especially on the African continent, that we need to be willing to bear the burden of hope.
Yeah.
And when I say the burden of hope, I mean that we cannot afford to lose hope in Africa. We cannot afford to be the people who say, you know what, Africa, it's never going to materialize. Let's move out. Let's go to the Scandinavian countries. So we need to be willing to bear the burden of hope, because it is hope. It is hope for a better Africa that is going to inspire action within all of us, whether individually and eventually then spurring us to then bring other people on board and say, let's make it a collective thing. So thank you very much for listening attentively. You have all been wonderful. Thank you very much for being interactive. Your insights, your inputs have been very helpful and useful as well. And thank you to my fellow panelists as well. I definitely learned a thing or two.
Thank you. I think the audience can clap for her. She's played her part. She's played her part today. And yes, to you, Malia, of course, with your background in international trade law, what recommendations or best practices can you provide for African countries seeking to navigate trade agreements and regional economic integration to benefit youth entrepreneurship and participation in trade? But also, you can fuse it with your closing remarks. Yes, Malia.
Absolutely. I think navigating trade agreements and regional economic integration requires a very strategic approach. I know we've talked about youth inclusive trade policy, but the youth inclusive trade policy needs to specifically focus on the needs and challenges faced by young entrepreneurs. We need to tailor policies to encourage and support youth-led enterprises. But in order to encourage the youth to actually trade under regional trade agreements, we need simplified regulatory procedures. We need to streamline and simplify regulatory procedures relating to starting and running a business. Now this happens within, in-country level. We need to make it easier for young entrepreneurs to enter the market and engage in international trade. But we also need skill development and education. So each country, each African country needs to invest in education and skill development programs that equip young people with the capabilities needed for international trade. This includes understanding, trade regulations, digital literacy, language skills, and, most importantly, and I know I've spoken about this before, but access to finance. We need to facilitate access to finance for young entrepreneurs by creating mechanisms such as youth-focused loan programs, seed funding programs, venture capital funds, partnerships with financial institutions, because access to finance is crucial for enabling youth participation in trade. Just to summarize, just to get to my closing remarks, I'd just like to thank everybody over here that I was invited for this conference. I really appreciate it. I'd like to thank my fellow panelists as well. But I just want to say to the next generation of African youth leaders, I want to leave you with a message of inspiration and a call to action. The future of this continent rests in our hands, and the potential within each one of us is boundless. African youth, you are not merely the leaders of tomorrow. You are the architects of today's change and the visionaries of tomorrow's success. Embrace challenges that come your way as opportunities to learn, grow, and innovate. In closing, I invite you to be bold, be visionary, and be the next leaders of Africa. We need the African youth now more than ever to step up and to involve themselves in, in policy and in decision making. We have moved away from just the youth receiving a seat at the table. We need to create our own tables. We need to be and understand that the future of this continent is in our hands, and we need to take charge of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please clap for Malia. Very amazing thoughts. And yes, I agree. If they don't give us the table, we create it in our own way. And I think this conference has been able to create our own table where we are actually interacting and sharing thoughts. And of course, and thank you, Malia, again, to Thembela. You are the vice chairperson of the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council. And of course, the focus is to see that the youth are engaged in diverse areas. And I know you're doing quite amazing. So what are some of those programs, and how are you ensuring that every youth from every corner of the continent is actually met, is actually targeted, and actually reached to benefit from the AFCFTA? Before, of course, I lastly come briefly to the audience and we close up. Yes. And also share your closing remarks. And it shouldn't be long. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, David. Well, I joined the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council in 2021 when it was established. It was a nascent organization, very novel, first of its kind. It was actually after an AFCFTA Youth Inclusion study that revealed that young people wanted to be part of the national implementation committees, and also revealed that young people also had not really heard about the AFCFTA. It also revealed that, young people were not mentioned in the initial agreement. Hence, now to rectify that mistake, we have the AFCFTA protocol in youth and women, and so on and so forth. So I am proud to say that in our 1 year, almost 2 years of existence in the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, we have initiatives such as the AFCFTA Youth Engage series, which is a monthly series where we just hold conversations. We have young people, young Africans, and we have policymakers, and we just bring them together and have a dialogue. How can we work together to co-create value to make sure that we take Africa to greater heights? The conversations like you are having right now at the conference, where you have, the government, the people who are currently making the policies, and you have the young people who have the passion to influence the policies, and then we have them, it's sort of like also serves as a consultative process. So we have that every month. It's the AFCFTA Youth Engage series. We also have the AFCFTA Youth Day, the first of its kind to ever exist. We had that last year, and we had a lot of young people joining virtually as well. And we really would like to appreciate Uganda for hosting us, because you hosted us last year. And this year we are taking it to Egypt at the Intra-African Trade Fair, and we hope that you also be able to join virtually. We have the AFCFTA Youth Day, of course, just to celebrate young people who are in business, to celebrate the fact that the AFCFTA Secretariat or the African Union has brought this very amazing AFCFTA agreement to us, and just to cement that young people should be a part of the implementation of this agreement. And we have, we've had the inaugural Afro-Euro Forum, which we're also hoping to have this year. We have a lot of initiatives, man. We've really done a lot, and we have established chapters all over Africa, because we know that as a continental organization, we are very limited because it's just selected few young people. But with these chapters, we are able to really reach the corners of Africa, and we're proud to say we have very active chapters. We have very vibrant young people who are on the ground, because we want this to be bottom up. We want young people who are in their local constituencies to solve the problem that are in their local constituencies, and then it's brought up into the regional level and then the continental level. So we want to make sure that, it trickles down, the benefits of the AFCFTA trickle down, and the knowledge about the AFCFTA really trickles down. And, you could follow us on social media to learn more about all our activities and our initiatives at the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and on Twitter. We go by @Ikoyaka, ICOYACA, to make sure that you also become a member. Change the climate, the economic climate in Uganda or wherever you are tuning in from. So definitely, we are proud to say that we have done a great amount we have done so much to encourage, to capacitate young people. We even have master classes. We've trained like over 300 young people last year in our master classes, and this year as well, and some virtual, some on the ground. So we're really proud to say that. And to conclude, I really want to say that I hope we can eventually not discuss young people in isolation. I hope that young people are no longer an afterthought, that, hey, oh, by the way, we forgot to mention young people, let's have this to make sure that young people are part of it. I hope that eventually we'll get rid of youth quotas. I hope it just youth inclusion becomes such an innate consciousness in our government, within our policymakers, within our systems, we're not studied in isolation, but we're mainstream. Like when you're talking about Africa, we're talking about young people also, so that we're not studied as a separate demographic and an afterthought. But I hope that I envision an Africa where when you're speaking about a certain sector, you already know that young people are a part of it. You don't have to then come back to rectify some mistakes because young people were not included in it. So I really wish we get to that level where youth mainstreaming is so innate within our systems, and we don't have to really push for it that much because it can get draining, this advocacy, but we have to do our best to serve our people, to serve our young people, to serve not just the young people, but to serve Africa as a whole, because it is to the benefit of Africa to have young people part of its initiatives. Thank you, Emalot, and I'd also like to pass my regards to the organizers of these of this conference. Pass my regards to African youth. I think I've shared a lot with them, and also pass my regards to you and the panelists. Thank you, David.
Thank you. I think clap for her. I think she's summed up most of our things. And unfortunately for us, I think our time is fast spent, but I'm happy that we got to engage with you, and at least we got to collect your views. So for me, as just a conclusion, I think mine is also not far-fetched from what my colleagues have said. It's just to give this back to us, the youth. I remember I began the same journey that we are in right now at the continent. In Uganda here, I was a student leader at the Guild Presidency at Uganda Christian University some years back, and we began championing the agenda of ensuring that we create spaces for our African young people, and especially our Ugandans. And of course, that engagement, that focus, and that determination got us through, and I transitioned into the African Union Youth Envoy, and it's through that we began creating spaces at the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council now that has chapters in over 54 member states of the African Union. But what does that teach us? It teaches us that when we as young people, we are dynamic, we are innovative. What it requires for us is only to focus, think on solutions. And I think that's where our discussions was focused at the audience. Let's create solutions. When we have a solution-oriented mind, it becomes easier for us to penetrate spaces. But when we become complainants, each time a situation arises, we are the ones complaining. I don't think that innovative mind always clicks. And for me, at the region, it's mainly to see that when you have interest in the regional space and you want my support and you want the Youth Advisory Council support, I am in this position to assist our Ugandan, I am in this position to assist our African youth to move forward, to solve their problems, to create solutions, to innovate, and also opportunities to network. That is why we are here. And the goal is, let's move together in unity, let's keep focusing together, and most importantly, let's not fear taking advantage of leadership positions, because they are ours. There's no one who's going to create for us, but the more we interest ourselves, the better the continent is moving forward. And the Agenda 2063 that we are stressing and we are championing at the continent now, which of course the African Union has said it's what is going to take us to the next level. Our interest as our young African people is to read, understand it, appreciate it, and see how best you can contribute at your local level. You don't need to be a chairperson like myself, but what can you contribute to that agenda? How can we work as a collective to see that this Agenda 2063 that we are driving at the African Union level, we achieve it? So my colleagues, thank you so much. I am looking forward to engaging with you as we have, I don't know, either cocktail or even when we interact, when we meet in other various spaces. And if you have anything that you want to share, projects, not problems. If you have an idea that you want to engage with me, come with solutions, I will listen. But if problems, please. We don't have time for problems, but solutions. Asanteni sana.
A round of applause. Thank you. Moving forward, it was, I think, a nice way to end this year's conversation, especially that most of our participants are young people, youth. So ending with a conversation that speaks to them was a nice thing, I guess. That said, we still have a number of things on the program, and I am interested in some. I have special interests. So I want to go to the next item on the program, which is the closing remarks. This is going to be a short, and I want to invite all the partners who are behind the organization of this conference to come to the front here. Please join me here. You know, it has been a long process to put this conference together. I remember the planning meeting started as early as April, and a lot has been invested. And it's this time that we need to acknowledge the efforts that have been put, and also to thank you guys who have sacrificed your time to come and be part of these conversations, and also provide insightful deliberations. Maybe we take up here. We don't go there, but we're around here. So we will have remarks from different partner organizations. This conference has been organized in partnership with Makerere University, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the French Embassy in Uganda, the Alliance Française, and IRIS. So I want to, first of all, start with the French Embassy, and it will be represented by Janice, who is the first counselor at the French Embassy, to come and give us her closing remarks. Janice, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Dearest Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, dear UN Women Country Representative, Dr. Paulina Chiwangu, dear Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Regional Program Security Dialogue for East Africa, Mr. Niels Bremer, dear Director of the Alliance Française, Mr. Eric Touzé, dear Patrick Camara, our Master of Ceremony of the event, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, many of us were gathered here in this beautiful auditorium to open the 6th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. In 2 days, a lot has happened, a lot of fruitful conversations have taken place, a lot of ideas have been shared, and a lot of debates have emerged. Therefore, I'm honored to be among you now, representing His Excellency Mr. Xavier Sticker, the French ambassador to Uganda. The success of this year's edition, like the previous edition I had the chance to attend, is without any doubt due to the quality of the debates, the dynamism of the panels, the quality of the panelists and the moderators, as well as, of course, the relevant and unfiltered questions of the audience. Indeed, the KGC is a collective adventure as well as a joint success. Allow me to thank here again our co-organizers for their outstanding commitment. Makerere University, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Uganda and South Sudan through its regional program Security Dialogue for East Africa, UN Women and the Alliance Française de Kampala. For the past 5 years, these 5 partners, I include the Embassy of France, of course, the French Embassy, have delivered this interactive platform for dialogue and free exchanges, which allows us to view contemporary issues primarily from an African perspective, which is very important and which abides by this year's topic, the African dimension in international debates. So I'll be brief, but let me tell you in a few words some takeaway points which were remarkable during this conference, and in particular from the 2 panels proposed by the French Embassy. So the first one, with regard to the panel exploring the role of cultural and creative industries in African soft power, I would like to thank Mrs. Elisabeth Gomis, the French-Senegalese journalist and filmmaker, Secretary General of the Forum Création Africa, for her particularly enlightening introduction remarks. Based on this introduction and the ensuing debates, here are a few selected reflections or points worth mentioning. Africa's cultural and creative industries, called the CCIs, are booming, including in Uganda. The CCIs are becoming more professional and structured, but not fast enough. Too limited investment opportunities and a market not enough developed. An example, if you make a movie in Uganda, there is now nowhere to broadcast it, except at the National Theatre. While African music has long since conquered the world, other cultural sectors are still lagging behind. Uganda's music sector is bursting with vitality, and the film industry is striving to catch up, driven by the Nigerian example of Nollywood. But other disciplines are waiting their turn and need support. For example, TV shows, immersive universe like the metaverse of video games, and also publications like comics. The CCIs influence the world. The CCI, yes, in plural, influence the world in many different ways. We need to turn them into an economic model that benefits our countries. In Uganda, CCIs account for 8% of job creation among young people. For Ugandan youth, this sector can also be a tool for raising awareness. Finally, and this is a regular concern for creators in sub-Saharan Africa, it is crucial that the creative work is remunerated at its fair value. And this brings us back to the question of copyright, which must be collected and redistributed as effectively as possible. Then I would like to briefly come back to the topic of water governance, transboundary water, peace and democracy. We've learned that today, probably as a result of climate change, water has become a scarce resource. And while to date there are no concrete laws strictly spreading based on access to water like lakes, rivers and oceans tend to exacerbate tensions between countries already in conflicts. As a consequence, water governance is a key, and to some extent is becoming a peacekeeping and peacebuilding issue. In order to tackle this problem, governance models that enhance cooperation between states seem to be of prime importance. While there is no single or universal model that could be duplicated everywhere, we can put what is known as the integrated water resource management model. These are watersheds, such as those in Africa that benefit from AFD assistance. The objective of any integrated resource water management is to reconcile the different uses of water by different stakeholders while preserving the resources for future generations. Preserving the resources of clean water from pollution affecting particularly surface water is becoming another growing threat. Of course, other panels deserved our attention this year as well. And if I had more time to elaborate on that, I would have been happy to mention some of the remarkable reflection and points developed in the panel dealing with the emerging geopolitics and international relations in Africa, or the ideas expressed in the panel of the rapidly growing African population, to name only two other panels. Once again, I want to thank all the partners for their strong and successful commitment, as well as the panelists, the moderators, and the journalists. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Janice, and thank you very much to the entire Embassy of France in Uganda for your support to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. Allow me now to invite Gregory Meyer. He's the program manager at the regional office on security dialogue, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Greg?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ayub. Dear attendants, dear students, I request 2 more minutes of your precious time, then I'm done. As Ayub just mentioned, I'm a project manager at the regional program Security Dialogue for East Africa that was established last year in August by Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Kampala. Our aim at this conference was to discuss geopolitical issues and topics of international relations. First and foremost, our discussions should make clear how these issues affect all of us and how they could influence our personal lives. We have heard excellent and insightful contributions over the past 2 days. We have gained insights and topics of importance, not only for the people in their respective countries, but also for the broader region and even beyond the African continent. Therefore, I am convinced that we have reached our goal and made the issue of international politics more tangible for everyone. The moderators have succeeded well in actively shaping our discussions and keeping their respective panels well under control. You, the participants, have equally played an important role. Without your contributions, your ideas during the discussions, this conference would not have been the success it was. I would therefore like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you, moderators, panelists, and participants. I furthermore hope that the contacts made here will continue in the future, as I am convinced that they are indeed valuable. I would also like to thank our partners and service providers. Without them, such a beautiful stage setting, such a good live stream and a wonderful website, such excellent catering, and the entire running of the conference would not have been possible. Additionally, I would like to thank the great volunteers that helped with the preparation and implementation of this event. My very special thanks goes to the team behind me. Over the past weeks and months, me and my colleagues at CAS, together with our partners, the French Embassy in Uganda, Makerere University, UN Women in Alliance Française, as well as IRIS, have put this conference together. For the good cooperation and collaboration, the time spent in planning and preparation, and the exchange of ideas in order to have the best outcome possible, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you as well, to you, the members of the organizing team. The next, 7th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference will most likely take place in October or November 2024. You are all cordially invited to attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg, for those remarks. And thank you very much to the entire team from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung regional office. And thank you very much to all the partners who have been key to putting this conference together. It has been indeed great deal, and we have, I think, successfully pulled it off. The team from Makerere University, where I belong, my colleague there, Rita Namisango, who has been very, very instrumental in making sure that everything goes the right way, Rita is the principal public relations officer from Makerere University, and she's responsible for every communication that comes through from this great institution. So all the communications about the Geopolitics conference, but also its organization, she has been a critical player, because it's not about what you say, it's not only about what you say, but also what you present yourself. So how the conference comes out is also a way of communication where she has been very resourceful. Makerere University is grateful that you chose it to host this conference, and will always be available to provide this platform and continue these conversations which not so present in many spaces. We are grateful to the panelists, the participants, because, well, organizing such a conference is one thing, and you sparing time to come and be with us here is another thing. You know, we know there is a lot of information to share, but it's not mandatory that you have to come, and so choosing to come here is something we don't take for granted. Thank you very much. Thank you to the partners. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, allow me to go to the last item on the program, which I said I have special interest. We have some eats and drinks, and a bit of music, some good music that will be played as we enjoy our drinks and bites. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2023 edition, and allow me to invite you to the cocktail that summarizes the event. Where we have been having our lunch is where the cocktail is. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome.